And this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
So I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man! You have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's great.
It's too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. You know, and he did well, lah. I would say he got 2 MVPs, and he was playing his Link. I think he might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown as a person, so kudos to him.
How do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During like ranked games, we are just like we are more calm and more playful. So we somehow we can bond better. But during like scrim and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful, so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot lah,
Carrot.
During regular season last season, right? Like we were doing our ping test. Like wherever I go, he just wanna kill me. Like I wanna get my level 4, you know. I need to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, you know. I wanna show off like, hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. 4 blades, but he just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? No choice, I had to tutor him a bit. So, worst player, man.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent?
RSG.
RSG? Yeah, the reigning champions, defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously you have to aim further, so we gotta like beat the defending champions. So after fighting last season, then I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year, is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports is I actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented like Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
It's chosen by Toxic
For me, like the name of the team, like it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like Evos could have had LI4, but then like he would still lose. So, like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this: before this, I chose Ram as a worst player. It's because we cannot do the objective. He always missed the retribution. When we play 20 games and 19 out of 20, we miss all the turtle retrify.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming, you will be able to steal the turtle lah.
William is talking about securing all the turtles and torch, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many I stole.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many lords and turtles away from
We will try.
Confident.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen. But we'll do our best.
For you guys, as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
Mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I've barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Spincat, can you stop being a tier C MM?
At the point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier. Right. So I would say if they are doubting my Beatrix, they can go ahead and open it. Then we'll find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special sauce?
Secret
The secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals, and after like losing game because we messed up our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans, and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that Lao people will supporting me for this season because I'm only one the last player here. I hopefully that Lao people will sharing me, sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him lah. Then I see him as a good potential. So I went to add him and talk to him, ask him to make a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly like keep telling him lah, come. So end up he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflage state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's mana shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of Dog.
But LI4, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what Swaz mentioned, this team was being formed just recently. So I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential. And I believe I can help them to grow to a higher level.
Oh, I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. They don't even bother to. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So sometimes sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then I know that when I lift up the trophy, it will be worth it.
Okay, so some slight internal conflicts, but I'm sure you guys will work it out. Towards as we keep towards the main stage of everything.
You know that the team is new, and you guys are doing a lot of bonding recently. So how is it going? How is it progressing right now?
It's definitely progressing in a very good manner. On the first day of training, when I joined the Discord, right, I thought I was playing with 4 mutes. Everyone don't talk. Really? Everyone is so shy that they don't talk. But now, it finally feels like a team. It's feeling like a team now.
That's really good.
Let's say you guys make it all the way. You guys represent Singapore for M4 that's upcoming, right? Who do you want to beat there? Who is this ultimate rival across the region that you definitely must crush?
The representatives from like NA or something, because there's always this discussion over the internet about whose server is the hardest, right?
Yes.
Is NA server the hardest, or is always Asian server the hardest? And last M3, we were expecting to win BTK, and some part of me is it's a bit salty about losing to them. So I would say they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players. Sing, Jason, they all that batch.
So it's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
The RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your your mind on the current meta, the strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are scrimming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. I think we'll keep that a secret for now and review it on the game itself. It's best to keep things low profile sometimes.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports, the top 2 teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season, RSG and Esports will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for M4 slots this season.
So you guys talk to RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level one day. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. That's the 2 points I would say.
who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't play much for the tour because in Laos don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah, and I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the biggest.
You know what's the difference between the Zion in season 3 and the Zion in season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, we have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah,
Wow.
we have an ATV session.
Ooh, I'm
what's
jealous
that?
now, man.
House.
Yeah, I mean, they even went to a haunted house. There was an ATV session. You know, after they had great food. After that, you know, you guys, wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for prove my parents. For like playing game is also earn money and I can survive myself.
I think it's a point to prove, right? Because we are a team with old players, and they haven't been active in the competitive scene. So if we were to win, it will, you know, redefine the definition of a Singapore MPL player.
Who do you think is the weakest team?
Stellark Esports.
Oh, I wanted to bring out Stellark Esports. I wanted to bring out your point of view. So yes.
They might have a bit of a communication issue. They used to be ex-teammates as well. Yeah, so and they have new members if I'm not wrong.
Smelly.
So, yeah, in my opinion, I think they will be one of the weaker teams. But we have always seen dark horses surprising us.
Yes.
Tell me everything about Anya. What is his weaknesses? What are his I don't know, guilty conscience about whatever it is?
Yeah. I think his downfall is that he doesn't have anybody teaching him how to play. And previously in Impunity, I think in one of his streams, I heard from somebody said that like I nerfed him lah. So basically because I was like trying to tell him like what to do, then it's like he says that like Ram nerfed him. So we shall see this season whether like he really performs. If he performs means yes, I really did nerf him.
So in this case, now that you're no longer with him in the team,
he should be performing.
He should be performing. Both of you answer together. Who is the weakest player in the team right now? Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. Have you all got an answer?
Right now, I think Davey, I would say, but he's also improved a lot because he go went from the goal lane to the Roma in one season, which is not many people can do. I think Ben also because I think he stopped for one season. So I think he's trying to improve a lot. So
at least in scrims, you know.
Yeah, he's trying his best.
That's good.
So
that's good.
It's good to see. Everyone has the passion to do well.
Is there somebody you really look up to this MPL?
My ex-teammate Odir Bambi. He's the only person I'm looking for. The reason, I just generally love this guy.
You love cartoons, right? And you love Disney. Who do you think is a true old man, true experienced team? Is it Stellark / old man, or is it Team Flash?
In terms of veteran players, I think they are both on par.
Weakness. What kind of weaknesses have you found about either of these teams? Do you have anything in your mind right now?
To be honest, I don't have anything.
Don't have anything.
Yeah, I don't
just
have
put in whack only.
Yeah. I mean, if we confident in ourselves, just go in confidently.
Just go in.
Yeah, go in confidently.
Okay.
I mean, if you're confident you can win, then can win.
Okay.
Do you think you guys are really prepared to really try to go all the way to like let's talk about M4. Let's talk about big ambitions.
We all want to go M4.
Yeah.
That'd be great, man.
Win MPL, then go M4. Like
How
new
much?
team, no more Evos in RSG.
Oh
yeah.
Time for a change, man.
Yeah, you were basically just saying that just now, right? It's time for a change,
Yeah.
time to have new faces. And speak about new faces, you've already integrated them into a very good, nice team. You spend a lot of time integrating them. Apart from that, how's your trainings going on for now?
We got on and off season. So during the off season, we are more like chill. We normally have scrim at night, but not most of the time. But during the on season, when we are more focused towards MPL, we have like offline training. So we gather and like we bond as a team because this team is quite new. So we try to get a good bonding and like have better synergy all together.
Yeah, team chemistry is very important, especially for a team. Who do you think is the best players among your team first? Let's go.
For me, it's Supergirl. He.
We're gonna point to each other, right?
Yeah. Cause like during skins, he will like keep like trying out new things. Then in MPL, he will perform very well. Then like carry the whole team.
Yeah, I remember like season 3. He was like the win condition.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Alrighty, and a very warm welcome everyone to MPL SG Season 4. Now today is week 2, day 2. What an exciting day ahead of us. Now yesterday we did some housekeeping once again and we totally cleaned up Sanctum Island and we even made some turtle soup with it from our teams. So this is really, really cool. So yes, support your favorite teams by watching us right here on Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, or TikTok and give us your predictions on which team will win in today's matchups. Now, predictions-wise, yesterday was very, very exciting because, in fact, caster predictions were actually different for two of the matches, such as SMG SG winning against Team Flash, as well as Zion winning against Stellark for yesterday. So we definitely want to hear from you guys. Let us know at all of our different platforms what are your predictions. And, of course, today we're going to recap our overall standings. As for our overall standing so far, you guys can see Slate comes up top at first position right now with 4-0 wins so far. And we have SMG SG at second place. Next, we have RSG SG at third. And falling behind, we have Flash. Now, next up at the lower brackets, we have Zion, Stellark, Evil, and Revival. So that is our current standings as of now. And without further ado, I'd like to introduce to you guys our schedule right here for week 2, day 2. So as you see on your screens right now, we can see that our first matchups for today, best of 3 would be Flash against Slate. And next up, later at 1 p.m., we have Revival versus Zion. Later for match 3 at 4 p.m., we have Team SMG as well as RSG. And finally for match 4 closing, week 2, day 2 at 7 p.m., we have Evil versus Stellark. So that is our exciting matchups for today. You guys must be so very excited. But before that, we want to thank all of our amazing sponsors for making today possible. MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, as well as Zenway Productions, and supported by Frank Bio CBC, OSIM, and TikTok. And of course, let's not forget you guys for showing us your support on all of our various platforms. Thank you. So of course, without further ado, I'm gonna hand my time over to the casters. Take it away, guys.
Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to MPLSG Season 4. We're looking at week 2, day 2. Do we count that as day 4? I'm not too sure about that.
It's the same thing.
It's the same thing, yeah, it's the same thing.
Abstract, Mathstract strikes again.
Of course. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we do have quite a schedule today, and we do have quite a lot of games that we are expecting to see some amazing games so far, probably. And I'm not gonna say anything too much just yet. I will definitely get into that real soon. But before we even move on to the next part of the schedule, my name is Abstract. Together with me here is Scrubby Cheeks as well as Jay's.
Come on.
Both, the three of us is gonna be
come on.
your casters for today. Old jokes.
This is
die
like
hard.
season 4, right?
Old jokes that
you should have got the name
This
right.
is season 4. Why are you like this is like season 4?
This is like season 4. You should have by now. You should know that it's Jay's, not Jay-Z.
No.
He said it right. He
Yeah, I said
Jay's.
Jay's.
Yeah, but like there's
He
some
just dragged out
No,
the
no,
Z.
no. I just
hesitation.
yeah, I was like emphasizing on the
Okay.
Z for Jay's. That's why things are.
okay.
It's all
Maybe
in
I'm
your mind.
sorry. I'm just a bit too sensitive.
Yeah.
This
Okay,
early
relax,
morning.
guys, relax,
Set
relax.
C.
I think this is why I'm sitting in the middle to break this up. But coming back to your point, Abstract, I think we better not say too much at the desk because I think that's what happened yesterday, right? Making predictions real early and being so confident about it.
Hey.
Unfortunate. With basis. Let me clarify. With good grounds and basis, but still, somehow the tables turned.
I did it. Okay, I have a 75% prediction chance yesterday.
Of course, flexing it.
You guys 50%. I'm flexing it. But to be honest with you guys, this match is going to be spicy. Slate going up against Team Flash, you know, they have been playing together with each other for quite a long time as well. Not only just, you know, on MPL stage, even during informal training sessions, even when they're playing casually, they also play together. So you better be known that both these two teams are very familiar with each other.
All in all, today's entire game, as Cheryl has already broke it down, we do have quite a lot of things to look out for. So honestly, we have a long day ahead and perhaps some 2-0s, perhaps some 2-1s. We're not too sure about that, but I'm putting on the record. I'm going to curse it and say that I want to see more 2-1s, especially since after watching Red Stream, he really wanted more 2-1s. But without further ado, let us have a quick little introduction and take a look at the teams. Alright, of course, let's start off and talk about Team Flash. They have came into this the 4th day and they have played quite a bit of games, or rather 2 games against different people. They fought against Zion, they fought against SMG as well, and of course, Team Flash, they did definitely start to look pretty good, especially starting the season against Zion in the 2-0. But what about today's game that we should be looking out for them?
Yeah, looking at the keys to victory, right? Firstly, to communicate and play as a team. Super important given how we saw them take the team fights yesterday, especially in the later part of the game, trying to close it out. Second point, let Alpha V9 farm and hold the lane. We know how super strong he is in that EXP lane, so giving him that space to do so. And lastly, coordinate with KZP during engagements. Huge point here, because yesterday it felt a little bit disconnected, right? Him going in, but it didn't seem like there was a follow-up to be able to close off that team fight. So yeah, key stuff here for Flash to be able to change up a little bit, adjust in today's game against Slate Esports.
Of course, going over to the other side of the aisle, let's take a look at the key to victory for Slate Esports. I think the most important thing for their side, because, well, it's common knowledge that I'm really citing Slate Esports right here. The most important thing they have to do is deny the meta picks for Flash. Don't give very powerful picks. We saw Slate Esports sneaking out 3 prior picks over to the other side of the aisle. For that one game, it gets a little bit spicy. Another thing that Slate Esports should also look out for is to not allow Flash to get to the later part of the game. That's where they're very comfortable. They're comfortable to be having the Sicilian all the way up in the back line, just tossing out the bad impacts after another. Another thing that Slate Esports need to also do, which is also to deny the keys of victory for Flash, is to prevent KCP from actually roaming around the map, giving free real estate. But, understanding Slate, having JPL, it's up to him to provide that information on where KCP is.
And of course, now that we have got the keys to victory as well as the lineup shown for Team Flash and Slate, let's take a look at the audience prediction coming in from Facebook and YouTube, where quite a lot of them actually voted against Slate Esports. Facebook, we've got 36% predicting that Slate will win and 31% for Slate to win. Very different from us casters' predictions.
Maybe they know something we don't.
Maybe they do.
The stats show that Slate Esports has not had a single chink in their armor as of yet. But Team Flash has. Still, the audience is rooting for them. I'm not sure. Maybe this is some sort of a veteran card.
I'm gonna tell. Let me explain this to you guys.
Okay, please.
Slaters, we woke up too early. All right.
That's your explanation?
Yes, that's correct. The Slaters.
Wait, shouldn't be the Slaters that wakes up too late, because they're not here to vote.
It's too early for us to wake up.
Okay,
right?
yeah.
If you notice, they posted on Instagram as well, they're all waking up very early to come over to the studio to play in front of you guys. So, yeah, very skewed audience prediction right here, and also very biased caster right here. I'm gonna have to throw it. But, of course, Team Flash, I think what they need to also try to fix is going into the draft very, very soon, is that they can perform better, because I think the game yesterday against SMG was a little bit inconsistent regarding the communication, but we need to see as we go into the draft.
So it wasn't too much of a draft issue, right?
Yep.
I mean, Flash, they have a great lineup.
That's correct.
Pokemon is also back since yesterday as well, so you can definitely see him stepping up the game a little bit here. But on the side of Slate Esports, I don't know, maybe it's the role changes here that have shaken up the audience a little bit, but I would have thought that Slate have already proven themselves. So going into the draft right now, first ban is going to be onto Fanny on the side of Flash, taking that away from Gear that he played yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, I wasn't expecting Gear to pull out the Fanny, to be honest with you guys. And it's very impressive that Gear was able to style onto the other team with that Fanny. So Flash, I think that's his 100% win rate. Fanny will get denied forever by most of the teams. Now, looking over to Slate, they've banned away the Archive, which is something that Reminiscent is known to play. It's also one of the big jungler. It's also a very flexible pick coming up from teams. Flash will take away Adamir's Paquito.
Yeah, super effective. We've seen Adamir play on this Paquito. The amount of times he just slipped away from the team fights and just got away with the help of JPL, of course, was just, it was illegal. It should be made illegal. Slate gonna go ahead and ban out the Faramis here, this time not letting it through to a team like Flash, given that they have the first pick. Still some meta bans to go. Valentina still on the table, probably maybe in this next phase going to be taken out.
Yeah, not only just the Valentina, the Julian, there's also the 1-1. I think right now for both these two teams, it's about picking your poison, right? Like, it's up to Team Flash since they have first pick. It's up to what Slate wants to leak over. Looking at Flash, looking at God right there, doing the drafting. I mean, he's the most handsome drafters in MPL Singapore right here. I don't know why I pay attention to the most handsome boys, but Team Flash, something out of the ordinary. They're gonna take that hot commodity out by banning away that Beatrix.
Beatrix has been rising a little bit, I think, as compared to the past week here. It's around maybe the top 5 picks and also the top 5 bans here. So really, like you said, a hot commodity. We know FMM is also going to be able to play super well on this hero, and that just the fact that you can, shoot a random Renner shot, especially in the late game, and be able to take almost random, not random, it's calculated.
It's skilled.
Calculated, skilled Renner shot that looks almost random, but it's totally not, right? Into the brushes and catch someone. And that's basically one person out of your team fight, so you don't want that happening. Slate gonna go ahead and ban out that Diggy as well, so could be hinting at something that they have up their sleeves.
Definitely, and usually when you see a Diggy ban, if you notice, this means that they're leaking out priority picks. Don't forget, one of the keys to victory for the side of Slate is not to leak out meta picks, especially to another veteran team like Team Flash, giving A1, A2 the Valentina, but that means that, Slate does have access to the Julian. They also have access to the 1-1, which FMM could play to great success.
Valentina in the hands of A1, A2. I remember during the interview, he also said his number one hero that he thinks should definitely be permanently banned is Valentina. So I'm quite excited, to see how A1, A2, given that he thinks this is an OP hero, to be able to abuse that to his advantage.
But the funniest part is Slate has leaked out the Valentina as of now twice. Once to Revival, once to Team Flash. But now looking at the picks coming out from Slate, they will pick up that 1-1 and also that Bauman as well. But at the same time, coming out from the side of Team Flash, KZP and Pokemon. Now, Pokemon has performed very well yesterday, and I am actually, not say actually pleasantly surprised, but it is a satisfying sigh. I think there's a lot of question marks when, Pokemon came back. We've seen last season where he just came back into Team Flash. There was a lot of iffy movements as well, but I think Pokemon should be able to deliver. Don't forget, it was Team Flash that pushed SMG to the brink. Clean base, and they're seeking to try to repeat that once again.
You mentioned Pokemon. I thought that was a really interesting point because yesterday he played Popo and Koopa in both of the games, I believe, and it was really strong. So actually, given that FMM is going on the 1-1 this time, I thought he might have gone towards the angle of being a lane bully to be able to pull off that same strategy when he dominates that lane and then enables his entire team to rotate and take the fights that they want to take. That's what really helped Team Flash yesterday in securing that early game. But this time he's gonna go for the Claude instead, and Julian likely in the jungle here on Reminiscent.
Yeah, and it goes back to this. I'm actually still pleasantly surprised, not only just by Pokemon right now. Remember, keys to victory, don't leak out meta picks. You leak what Slate has already done. They've leaked out the Julian, they leaked out the Valentina, and then they went for the 1-1 and in fact, the Bauman and also a Kagura this time round. Yes, these are comfort picks from the side of Slate, but I'm not too sure, is this a mistake coming out from Slate to basically give these OP picks away over to Flash when they've already mentioned, especially, Valentina should be permanently banned because she's too flexible, right?
Yeah, well, I know it's for sure intentional, right? It is for sure intentional that Slate is letting out all these picks. So I'm quite curious to see what they're gonna go into this second phase of ban as well. Right now, looking at the picks they have, rounding that off with a Kagura in the first phase, they're going for a really, really high burst here. And to be able to maybe buy some time for FMM to scale into the later parts of the game. But I feel like FMM does need some form of CC and setup. In this case, more slows maybe, or more CCs basically for FMM to proc the weakness points and to be able to get the ultimate as well.
Yeah, I totally agree with you with that. Now, looking at the bans coming out from Slate, you mentioned they took away the Atlas. It's something that KCP is very well known to play. Looking at how Slate is going to draft this, it feels like they're going to limit most of the tanks on the side of KCP. Flash, on the other hand, will take away that Franco. You mentioned about using you need to have some hard lockdowns for the 1-1 to proc the weakness points. The Franco is the one that fit the bill. Flash doesn't want to give it over to them.
Looks like they're taking out. I'm a bit surprised that they took out the Atlas, I guess, because
this drop has been surprising. Yeah.
You can see the faces on the teams, right? It's really a game of chess here, trying to guess what the other team is thinking about at the moment. But what other bans are available? They're taking off the Phobias from the hands of Flash. Do you think the last ban from Flash is going to be on the Roma as well? There are a couple of things that JPL obviously can still play. There is things like Cho. There are maybe the Kufra as well that he could potentially go into if he wanted to.
I think Team Flash, I don't think they're afraid of a Kufra. They want Slate to go for the Kufra, right? Because Team Flash have already secured the Valentina. It's something that they can use against them. So Slate, I think they have to be smart in terms of picking up heroes that doesn't have this big game-changing ultimate that benefits Team Flash as well. So Team Flash, ignoring the Kufra, went to ban the Matilda instead. Something I would like to point out from the side of Team Flash is they've consistently picked and banned the Phobias all across the board. This is something that only Slate has done throughout MPL Singapore and, of course, JPL, going back to that comfort show.
I was kind of expecting that Slate would actually go for something more of a soft support, especially since JPL actually have been playing quite a lot of soft support coming into MPL Season 4. And not to forget that FMM, especially playing as 1-1, it would be great if you were to fully utilize as much resources as you can to really babysit this 1-1 as much as possible, right? Since you would want to give the 1-1 the perfect game in the early stages, so that even in teamfight, 1-1 is a special case where you don't have to babysit or look after a 1-1 in a teamfight because she is rather self-sufficient.
Now, when you mention that becomes scary, right?
Yeah.
Because now with a Masha, it is harder for the 1-1 to be self-sufficient.
Oh, damn.
Team Flash is gonna round off this draft with a Lolita as well. We know KZP is a beast, absolute beast on this hero as well, being able to pull off those huge ultimates and set up for the team. So this is really all in here from Team Flash. They have the Julian for the setup, they have the Lolita, and then you have Pokemon with that huge blazing duet going in. Down to the last pick here for Slate though.
Yeah, Team Flash, I think this is a very scary lineup. You've got good dives, you've got big CCs from KZP and reminiscent on that Julian as well. To a certain point, even A1, A2, and now Slate, they're gonna end off the draft with that with Adamir. Slate, this draft looks very iffy, but I've seen them using very iffy drafts against strong drafts before. It all boils down to Sailor or the assassination. So Team Flash, KZP needs to try to open up the map even more right now, because knowing Sailor has known to be hiding in those pesky bushes, busting down members one by one. If Flash gets tunnel vision, they will get punished. So ladies and gentlemen, this is gonna be a very spicy match coming up from both these two teams.
I would be expecting something big coming up for these two teams. I will, of course, weigh in what I feel about these hero lineup once we have entered into the land of Dawn. But ladies and gentlemen, let us get into game for Flash versus Slate, game number 1 for today's games. Who's going to be the one to come up on top, and who's going to be the one that will get themselves the first advantage? Ladies and gentlemen, let us dive right in.
Game number 1, gonna set the momentum here for Team Flash and Slate Esports. Slate currently sitting on top of the standings. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Flash here on the bottom of the upper bracket so far. So this is, their game to prove. They need to be able to let the world know that they can come back strong in this match here. In the mid lane, already a bit of scuffle here between the two teams. JPL harassing Reminiscent, but still going to be able to walk away with the buff.
We're coming in to see both of the junglers from Flash and Slate to start off in a very usual positioning, starting off in their own purple buffs, except for the fact that Gear have decided to go straight into Flash's jungle and try to take a little bit of dominance, and understandably so, since they would want to have the Esmeralda to clear the waves as fast as possible and really regroup together with the team. That will be one of the main plays coming in from Slate. The Esmeralda will be as mobile as possible. They will, Adamir will want to proxy the lanes as much as possible as well, so that they will have constant success in winning team fights, because they need to give FMM, which is the 1-1, the perfect game, even if it's at the top lane or in the middle lanes. In the meantime, JPL unfortunately doesn't seem to be doing very well as the roam, as he tries to open up the map for his fellow team. His HP has dropped all the way down to 10% health and almost wanted to go home, but JPL rather instead decided to Jig Kundo in onto Reminiscent to put a little bit more chip damage.
Yeah, but even though, they didn't seem to get that much out of that fight, they've actually really bought so much time for the team, right? Forced a rotation from Flash, and they're slightly up in the gold lead here, which is important coming up with this next objective here, the first objective of the game actually, the first turtle, and you can see that Gear is already 1 level ahead of Reminiscent, not forgetting he is a Bowman, so he's going to be able to secure that a little more quickly. In the mid lane, they're just zoning out even more Team Flash from just advancing in their own lanes.
Now, for both of these teams, right, Flash and Slate, they both have a rather different playstyle, especially when it comes down to team fight. Slate, understandably, would want to go to a lot more towards the front to back. They do have a very tanky front line when it comes down to the Bowman, the Esmeralda, as well as to a certain extent, Cho. Cho can definitely dive over to the back lines and really disrupt Pokemon. That is if Pokemon is even there. But the main thing is to really lock down Reminiscent, just so that he doesn't get into the face of FMM. FMM really gotta have to lock down onto certain someone and to really just point out every single one of that weakness points. That is the one of the main ways that SLT for Slate, they gotta have to play this. They need to avoid any kinds of aggressive mechanisms from Flash, any kinds of lockdown, and really give FMM the safest lane possible. But surprisingly, Flash is actually playing in a very passive way. No one is really going up to the top lane, except for now, where Julian actually have decided to go up to the top lane. We have 2 fights going on, both in different places. One in top lane, and one in bottom lane. But unfortunately, Slate is going to be the one that have gotten themselves the first blood. Redeem your code down below. Almost immediately, right? Neck and neck, and almost the same time. So unfortunately for Flash, right as I called their passiveness, they decided to go aggressive, but not in the best play.
Yeah, I think Flash was trying to, shut down FMM a little bit. You mentioned, right, FMM, he would need a little bit of babysitting. They had been left alone for a while, I think, the top lane duo on the gold side. But the gank by Reminiscent onto the top didn't quite work out. I think JPL was there to rotate as well and respond in kind. So Slate managing to get both of these gangs in the top and in the middle and emerging victorious in those small fights. So looking at the lead right now, they're slowly chalking that up, and that's not looking good for Flash because, Reminiscent with that Julian, you're pretty early as well. And the fact that you have to compete with Gear on a Bowman with a Demon Slayer emblem, that's going to make his life so difficult.
And unfortunately, the thing when it comes down to Flash is that when it comes down to their skirmishes, they aren't exactly amazing. When it comes down to team fights, yes, I would say that the team fight is definitely a lot better. But when it comes down to skirmishes, that is going to be the biggest problem. Because if Team Flash, even if Reminiscent or even if Lolita were to go up to the top lane, really try to deal with the 1-1, yes, they will have certain angles of success. But if it's just Reminiscent going up alone, I don't think that he will be able to do quite much, considering the fact that, well, FMM, he can just second skill away. But in the meantime, we gotta hold that thought down in the bottom lane as Slate, they immediately went into the opponent's face, invaded in their lower quadrant, and did quite a number on Team Flash, which is not ideal at all.
It is not at all for sure. I mean, to be invaded in your own jungle and getting 2 team members dead on top of that, the only consolation Flash has is they managed to let Pokemon farm a little bit up top. Even then, he didn't get that first tier turret, so it's not like they have any more map control out of that. And Slate Esports on top of that, they have taken another turtle, so that's already 2 in their name so far.
0-4, and Team Slate, they have got 4,000 gold advantage on top of Team Flash. Not the best way to start off, but hey, to be fair, Team Flash, they do have quite a lineup for the late stages of the game. I wouldn't be too surprised if Team Flash is able to hold it out. They should be able to win. As you can pretty much see in the keys to victory for Slate, they need to ensure that Team Flash do not get into the late stages of the game. That is the most important one. Team Flash has been constantly invading over to Team Flash, and this is the second time in a row that they have lost the purple buff. Not exactly the best case scenario, I gotta have to say. Team Flash gotta have to find better ways to open up the map and even have Lolita try to push the members from Slate away.
They really have to wait, right? I mean, for Flash, it's a waiting game because they need Pokemon's farm. Reminiscent is also behind at this moment, so it's really difficult to take team fights. And remember the key to victory, Alpha V9 also needs to farm. So far, Flash has been choked out in every single lane. FMM on the bottom side, though.
I don't think that it's gonna be that big of a deal. FMM definitely do have some goal to his name, but not exactly ahead of Tempo. I would believe that Gear is the one that is ahead of Tempo, and whenever he wants to go for a kill, he will. And now that he's right in the face of Alpha V9, he pushed him all the way. And now the first tier defense turret will go down to the hands of Gear. FMM understandably will be rotating back to the rotating to the top lane to get and secure a lot more farm. In the meantime, the Minon Blast actually lands right in the face of FMM. Caught him completely unguarded and with his pants down.
I think he overstayed his welcome just a little bit. Yeah, and he was left alone there as well, so not a great place to be. Gonna take a look at the items so far. FMM already having the Corrosion Scythe as well as the Demon Hunter Sword up. Really, Pokemon trying to keep up with the farm here, but not as much. Items turtle though.
A1, A2 already dropped to all the way down low, but surprisingly still managed to get himself away. The lethal counter will be the last thing that he would do before he exits the battlefield. As Pokemon, he did try to put a little bit more damage over to the side of Team Slate, but that wasn't as conclusive enough. There isn't much of an impact just yet, as he is definitely below a farm as compared to FMM. And right after he went in for the fight, he decided to go back to the top lane, and he might be in some grave danger. And as you can see, down he goes. I'm not too surprised.
My goodness, Pokemon, like you said, right, underfarmed and still being shut down. Gear 3-0-0 at this moment, going to top that off with another turtle. This is looking worse and worse for Team Flash. At least in the last game yesterday, they had the early game lead. They had the early to the mid game lead, and they weren't choked out as much. So it feels right now as if they're really counting on Pokemon to finally scale up, as well as Alpha V9, and then take like one of the late team fights, win those team fights, and then end the game.
Understandably, the win condition for the side of Team Flash really is all in the pockets of Pokemon, but his positioning is gonna be very important. In speaking of positioning, immediately Reminiscent, which is the jungler, the jungler, immediately going down, and so is A1, A2. The frontline damage dealers, the magical damage from the team has already been annihilated. As such, Flash have decided to put themselves all the way down to the bottom lane. Alpha V9 trying to bring down the ballistas, but I don't think that is going to do much for Slate, because they can come back down and destroy the turret anytime. They are just gonna buy as much time as they can, and that understandably is what Flash will want to do as much as possible.
Yeah, we're gonna see the instant replay coming right up here on the bottom side jungle. You can see the kick onto Reminiscent, Luminum Blast just not being able to help him out there. That's the only thing that can stop them right now, and just Slate being so obnoxious. They have so much space to go deep into the jungle. Flash!
JPL immediately went straight in for the Widow Dragon round to the KZP, but unfortunately he's gonna be the first one to be eliminated from the team fight from the side of Team Slate. The rest of the members from Slate, they are still gonna be A-okay, while Team Flash have got 2% taken down and 2 of the most important players as well, position 1 and position 2, while Team Slate only a position 5 is taken down. So even if Slate would want to get back into the action, they will.
Slate just hanging around the mid lane now, you know, threatening to take this down as well. The thing about Slate's draft is it is so comfort for them, you know. Sailor with the Kagura, even though Flash looks scary, the Slate with comfort picks is pretty scary too.
The damage coming from Gear is definitely starting to scale down. He wouldn't be able to do quite much from this point onwards. But he will be tanky, and he does have pure damage, or rather true damage, on his lethal counter. The rest of the damage really lies onto FMM as well as Sailor, and perhaps even onto Adamir just by a little bit. And speaking of gold, and speaking of, you know, positions, Gear is currently topping the chart at 7,900 gold, and FMM at 7,300, 7,400 gold. So they are definitely ahead of the curve, every single one of them. While Pokemon slowly climbing up the ranks with 6,800 gold. He's not too far. They just have to be a little bit more greedy and really just buy as much time as they can. Because honestly, this is not a lost hope for the members from Flash just yet. In the meantime, Numenon Blast lands right on top of Adamir. He escapes with just a sliver, while Pokemon immediately went in for a Blazing Duet to secure the escape route for themselves, as that is going to discourage Slate from moving in.
They're so grouped up right now, right? And that was Flash's chance trying to take one member down for Slate to make this Lord fight a little easier for them so that it will be a 4v5. But they invested so much, a Lumina Blast and the Blazing Duet to get away as well, that this looks like it's going to be tough for them. So Slate taking the higher ground once again.
Pokemon is currently trying to put himself in a better position, but fortunately, immediately gets knocked down by Sailor, and the rest of the members coming from Slate, they're just going to be flowing right into the hearts of Flash. Reminiscent now trying to go head-to-head against Adamir, as Adamir pushes every single one of them out of the Lord's pit, allowing Team Slate to immediately get themselves the Lord and secure themselves the objective to prepare themselves for the GG push.
Yeah, I mean, you can see just Slate, you upping the game here, you know, just all-out aggression on them. The moment Flash tries to go in, they stop all means of them trying to do that. The only consolation probably that Flash had was that they pushed the lanes up top a little bit, so, well, Slate had to deal with that. You can see the Lord being stuck up top there, but it's not going to deter them in any way. Slate is just focusing on the mid as well as the bottom lanes here.
It is not going to be a problem. In fact, it is actually pretty good for them. The Lord is just pretty much taking his time onto the lanes at the top, and because of all the lanes that comes in, they will be able to stagger the top lane a little bit and allow the next wave in the middle lane and the bottom lane to push in. As such, all three of these lanes are just going to come in together as a three-pronged attack, making things really tough for Team Flash to even defend. Even though they did not manage to defend the top lane, bottom and middle lane is going to be the next thing they're going to have to look out for. As you can see, bottom lane's first inhibitor turret is dropped all the way down to what, 15%?
Yeah, I mean, it's barely there, right? It's
barely
on the last stretches of its, last legs of its health here. So they only have the mid inhibitor count on. Flash really in dire situation here. And bottom KZP.
It is really comes down to the weakness points, but unfortunately the Flicker plus Luminon Blast combo is just going to be stunning down here as well as FMM, but unfortunately Alpha B9, he wanted to brush himself right in the face of FMM. He really wants to bring him down, but unfortunately wasn't able to just bring him down just yet, as he did manage to pop the Wind of Nature. The rest of the members just going to flow itself down onto Masha, being the last person alive, the tankiest person in the team. They all went in and gave him no chance of survival.
The Slate is actually going around the corner now, going by the top route where the minions are. They get Pokemon, the lone man standing. The knockup will come through, and the damage onto the core that's going to be enough to secure game number 1 in favor of Slate Esports.
Now that was what I call a decisive victory in the name of Slate. They definitely knew what they want to do. They do have very good answers to what they want to do against Team Flash. Esmeralda really just goes in as well. Esmeralda doing Esmeralda things. And let's not forget that he does have free shields every now and then, considering that we are looking at Lolita's passive. So if every single one of Team Flash's member were to come together, which is technically going to be their win condition, then they are giving an Esmeralda a free dive. Even when you go in for, when Esmeralda goes in for the Falling Star Moon, she does have a lot of shields to work with, and that is probably what Slate is and will be looking out for the entire time in that game, which resulted in that victory. But we're just gonna close that chatter, at least for my side. I believe that, Jace, you have seen something that we didn't.
So early game, I think Slate won in the first minute. Reason being is this: Gear has realized that it's a Julian on the enemy side.
Right.
First thing. Second point is knowing that Julian does farm slower, you take the Little Wanderer first. And that's why Gear, as the Bowman, usually you start at the orange, he started at the purple first because he has the better early game prio. And then after that, from that onwards, what Gear did was constant invades on Team Flash. Knowing that Reminiscent this Julian would take so long to farm, and because you don't have jungle priority, you lose the mid lane, which opens up the map even more, and after that it just cascades down like a house of cards.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, right, in the early, Slate already had a very, very strong footing. So it was hard for Team Flash to come back. Looking at the items here, I mean, it just doesn't seem like Flash had any time to farm, honestly. Nope. And even for FMM, he already actually had a win of nature. So even if Pokemon were to go in, he could have negated all of that damage.
Yeah, and not only just that one, A1, A2 going for defensive items as well. Oracle. This is not a very good sign if you are a Valentina. You're supposed to be always on the offense. You should go for like very offensive items after your book, but instead going for a defensive item, knowing that there's always the Stellark close by that could come in and burst anyone down. So GG well played over the side of Team Slate. But of course, let's take a look at the other side of the map. Gear also, you know, doing a lot of damage. Yes, he doesn't really need to build very tanky items, damage items. He just built tank. All he has to do is stick close to the enemy, keep spinning whenever it's up, and you do a lot of damage. Looking at the kill participation on the other hand, if you notice A1, A2, 33%, constantly getting caught out by Slate. And Slate on the other hand, everyone is above 50, everyone's pulling their weight to the team.
It's really unfortunate to see that Flash have stats like this, for example, because for Team Flash they have the Valentina, they have the Julian, both of which are considered one of the top priority picks, at least when it comes down to this very meta. So it is definitely quite a surprise to see that Team Flash is unable to utilize what both of these two heroes have got to offer.
Yeah, and let's take a look at the MVP, ladies and gentlemen. Gear, of course, the one that I was talking about, the Child Prodigy, 803, constantly sticking to the enemy. As long as he's in your face, he will do a lot of damage with the spin. And of course, you know, if you notice, Team Flash has never breathed the jungle of Slate. It's always Slate, you know, having no respect for privacy at all. He's the one in your home, just trampling all across the board, taking every single pieces of your furniture, leaving you clean and bare. And now Julian was supposed to have that snowball. It just couldn't get a small little snowball to start.
Yeah, and looking at the items, like it's complete defensive build here. He has an 803 KDA with the top damage as well. Absolutely crazy. Gear does not give any chances at all. But I must say, I mean, like you said, it is a team kind of effort here, right? Because even though, yes, it was the Bowman and it makes it easy, the entire team of Slate made it easy for Gear to carry that out as well. Like you said, that mid lane fight was super crucial in buying all that space for them.
I mean, when it comes down to Slate and looking at Gear's item build, we pretty much have a very good idea what they are trying to go for, right? Because there are definitely different kind of Bowmans in the game, right? Yeah. There are Bowmans that go for Bloodlust Axe trade, or people that go to War Axe first, and then the vice versa for the next. But for when it comes down to Gear, he understood exactly that his role really isn't there to deal damage. His role is really just go in there and just tank together with the Esmeralda. And this is probably the main reason why. Right in 10 minutes in, his damage has plummeted like no tomorrow already.
Yeah, but with that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the highlights and let's break it down what went very right for Slate and what could Team Flash improve. If you notice, KCP, his catches has been on point, but unfortunately his whole team unable to catch up. Just take a look at Stellark coming in, bursting out, catching 3 members, and that's it. Anima could just confidently jump to the back line and just take it all the way out. And don't forget, even when, you know, Team Flash, they know they're not ready for the fight, there's always JPL as that troll coming in just to kick, and then Gear comes in as that secondary tank, providing cover for Sailor, providing cover for FMM. And I believe this is also the very one of the last few GG pushes. Oh, okay, it's not that one. I was waiting for this another Lord push coming down. The micromanagement coming out for Slate is really impeccable. However, closing to the later parts of the game, it is getting harder and harder for Slate because, you know, Pokemon started to pick up the items. items Alpha V9 is starting to do with the damage. And had Sailor not catch, Pokemon in that previous highlight earlier just now, and even this one once again, I mean, it is going to be tough for Slate to reasonably close out this game.
I think most of the time when it comes down to all of these, if not most of these team fights, whenever Pokemon is in there and whenever he has a good position, the team would not suffer that big of a loss. And there was one time, I believe that definitely Slate invading into the jungle and really just destroying the front lines.
You mean the 100 times that they've been doing it, yeah?
Yeah.
One of the 100 times.
One of the 100 times Pokemon was all the way at the top lane, of course, dueling off against 1-1, right? So there is definitely that point of weaknesses when it comes down to Team Flash, but they gotta, I believe that they gotta have to realize when are they supposed to send the Claude away to gain more tempo, and when should they keep the Claude in to team fights to gain more consistency. And in that case, I believe that Claude, yes, he definitely would need more farm, but I thought that perhaps getting themselves a little bit more consistency in team fights will benefit the entire team more in order for them to drag the game even longer, rather to funnel all of the goal over to the Claude, which unfortunately in this case is what they did. Didn't really quite work.
Well, I mean, it's always a trade-off, right? And with
It
a
is,
hero
yes.
like Claude, you do want him to scale really fast as well. So it makes sense for them to try to farm and funnel as much gold as possible. I mean, that's why Claude picks even the Avarice, right? Just to get him as much gold as quickly as possible. It just wasn't really working out this game. And I think that brings me back to the point on why Pokemon decided to go for the Claude this game. I'm not quite sure, because yesterday I felt like he did a better. He was more comfortable getting ahead in his own lane as the Popo and Koopa, and then being able to translate that to lane pressure to the other side of the map.
I think the main thing that Team Flash wants to do in this particular game is this one-bomb combo. They really want to catch us 5. They got this KZP on the Lolita to have this Luminum Blast set up. On paper, it looks nice for Pokemon to go in with the Blazing Duet. However, if you notice, we talked about having babysitting the gold laner and making sure that the Claude scales. I don't think KCB has enough time for it, because if you notice how Slate has constantly pressured the jungle, Reminiscent is unable to farm as well. So what does KZB have to do? I cannot babysit the gold lane. I need to start, pushing the roaming. I need to push out JPL from the map. I need to provide where JPL is less, to get the side lanes get ganked.
I mean, all in all, I think that teams for Slate, they played that extremely well. They understood that they gotta have to go aggressive.
They have a plan.
They have a plan. They gotta go aggressive, and whenever they have the chance to really just break down in the enemy's jungle quadrant, be it the top or the bottom lane, they will do it. And even in so early into the game, they just did it, just like that. And the opponents, which is Team Flash in this case, they have no idea how to come back from it, which is unfortunately kinda unfortunate. But you know what? In the end of the day, Team Slate, they are really playing for comfort. And of course, you know where this is going.
Segue there.
Of course. Speaking of comfort, OSIM is of course here to support your and of course the players' physical well-being, as well as ourselves. As you can pretty much tell, with of course the latest U-Throne V gaming massage chair, Transformers edition.
We have the cushions.
Yeah, we have the cushions. So
we have the cushion. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll have
Here
the
we go.
yellow ones, and in fact downstairs there's also the red-blue ones for Optimus Prime as well. This is the Bumblebee editions. I think it's really cute the fact that there's this collaboration as well, and especially when MLBB, we do have the Transformers kind of skin series as well. So
of course.
I think
it's a nice little
handshake.
Yes. It's kind of like intersect
when you're lonely and have no one to handshake, you handshake yourself like this.
Like there are two of us here, but he decides to shake his own hand.
Okay, perfect. Of course, with that all said, of course, the OSIM chairs, of course, thrown over to them, and of course, as ourselves, we all have our comfort, and of course, not to forget the patented V-hand massage technology. Definitely will help them level up their performance, like how it has leveled our performance in commentating the games as well.
Yeah, but let's take a look at what's going on screen right now. If you notice, the most impactful player from the side of Team Flash, of course, Gear, tanking in most of the time. Whereas on the side of Alpha V9, he's starting to becoming a threat during the later parts of the game. So I really like the fact that Slate Esports is like, you know what? We extended this too long. We cannot afford to farm. Alpha V9 is trying to pick things up, and it takes the whole gang, the whole HDB of Slate Esports just to bring Alpha V9 down.
HDB is Okay, yeah, sure.
That's how
cool.
tanky Alpha V9 is. That's how.
I was hoping that you will say like an entire kampong because
Yeah.
that is like something that people say more often, but that is very modernized. I'll
Yeah.
take it.
Yeah, you know,
Gotta-
we're living in
gotta
the
keep up with the
21st
times,
century
bro.
now.
I guess I'm just old that way.
We're the same age. What are you talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Are you?
Yeah, we
We
are.
are.
Yeah, we are. But the main problem,
learn something
I
new
think
every
the question now is this: Team Flash. I think they do have the draft. They know what to do. But when you go into the game, they get beaten out of execution. This is always constantly the main theme for the past 3 days that we've seen Team Flash's performance.
I think that right now, instead of looking at what Team Flash could improve on, I think that it is apt for me to pick both of your brains and to look at what is Slate's weaknesses, right? Especially when it comes down to the previous game. What are the weaknesses that that you guys have seen, or is there any like slight tinge of weaknesses that Slate showed where Team Flash can utilize and really just use it to punish?
I like my brains a lot. Please don't pick my brains.
Wow.
All right, yeah.
Metaphors, Jace.
Yes.
Metaphors.
Okay, you go first.
I mean, there definitely has been, and I think that's explained by the game that was it Stellark that they took against Slate, where it kind of seemed like Stellark at least had it going in the early part of the game as well, and then that game I really saw, you know, like I think Slate definitely does have some signs of weakness, but in terms of score-wise, they're still clean. They're still completely clean, right?
Yep.
I think it's all up to JPL. It's up to JPL making a mistake. It's about setting a trap for JPL. Once you remove JPL from the team, all of a sudden, you know, members of Slate will find a little bit of trouble delivering that thing in the silver platter. Like, you know, it's always JPL setting up. You remove JPL from the team fights, you remove JPL from any skirmishes, the team will start to show signs of weaknesses. But with that said, ladies and gentlemen, onto the draft we go.
I will have to say though that not just JP, I feel like Adamir, this season he's in a completely new role. I don't think he's played EXP before. Maybe mid, but not
I think
EXP.
he has played EXP like quite some time ago, right?
Season 1 jungler.
Season 1 jungler. I think that it was like before that he was EXP. I don't know. I had like this. I wouldn't call it epiphany, but I had this idea that I knew Adamir as an EXP laner, or maybe I'm just hallucinating here. I am hallucinating. Okay, I'm just gonna go back to sleep then.
Just because he's played so well this season. Maybe, yeah. So
That's a
that was the
statement.
point, right?
All right.
Adamir has been playing so well as an EXP laner, even though we talk a lot about gear, we talk a lot about Sailor, but he makes plays going into the backline and it seems like he's never changed his role at all. It's really comfortable for him.
I mean, Slate is an all-star team going up against Team Flash as well. Technically speaking, stars on their own. But let's take a look at the bans very quickly. From the side of Team Slate, they've taken away the Bowman, they've taken away Diggy, and taken away the Faramis once again. Team Flash, on the other hand, never gonna give gear that Fanny ever since yesterday's debut, and also taking away the Valentina. Now, what's open is the Julian and the 1-1.
Well, it's up to Team Flash to ban that outright. Looks like they're gonna still go ahead with that Beatrix, so they do leave the prio pick. Akai is also still open. There you go, Gear hovering over that pick, not having the Bowman, but this time having the Akai. Honestly, I'm not sure which is worse because Akai can, in the same, almost similar way, deny you from that jungle. Even if you don't have double retributions, you have the heavy spin to just zone you out completely from the objective.
And along with, yeah, I think both of Akai and Bowman does the exact same thing. However, Bowman is more on the offensive side. Well, you know, Akai does considerable amount of damage, but the double retribution, the fact with the lethal counter, and also using it to execute is something that you can look out for. But hold on a second, Team Flash, they will prior pick the 1-1 away for Pokemon, denying that away from FMM, and follow up with a A1, A2 Lilia.
Giving that away to Pokemon. So again, this is a really late game oriented draft because you need to wait for Pokemon to scale up. You need to create that space. A1, A2 though, this time with the Lilia, it's a comfort pick firstly. And I feel like he's also more self-sufficient, right? Because you have the burst and the clear in the mid lane. You have that black shoes in case you get caught up in any bad situation. Compared to the previous game, I think he was shut down just a lot and he couldn't really make too much of an impact to the fights.
Yeah, and A1, A2 bring in the Lilia as well. I think the most important thing for A1 and 2 is to bait out these crucial resources from the side of Team Slate. And now look at Team Slate, what's going on here? This is an wait, an Esmeralda and a Phobius both wombo combo together, 2 XP laners on the same team?
Wow. So Akai jungle.
Yeah, keep going.
Esmeralda roam.
EXP lane.
EXP.
We've seen Sailor play Phobius
Oh yes,
mid lane
yes,
a lot in
Sailor
season 3.
Phobius. Oh my god.
And I remember that disastrous game. No offense to you, Sailor, but I prefer Sailor on that Kogura. But this is a big gamble coming out from the side of Team Slate.
Yeah, I forgot this was not Reminiscent who pulled out the Esmeralda.
And not only just
jungle
that,
before.
and not only just that, the Phobius was put out as well to counteract against that 1-1. And also, this could also hint that Team Slate may be putting a Phobius, FMM Phobius, onto what's against Pokemon and 1-1 in the gold lane.
Well, this means that they're banking really a lot on FMM as well in the gold lane, right? And I'm not sure, like right now he's also being choked out slowly off the picks. The second phase of ban could take away more options from him, especially now that Slate has shown that a lot of their lineups are very, very tanky. There's still things like, you know, the Brody, the Irithel, the Claude, even if they wanted to, that they could take away.
Yeah, and this is a big question mark, right? You saw, you know, I was actually thinking, you know, Slate could bring the Phobius to the mid lane. Slate could also bring the Phobius to the gold lane. Don't forget, the gold lane doesn't mean you have to be a marksman. You could also bring a fighter. We've seen this with Paquitos. We've seen this, maybe perhaps the Phobius going into the 1-1. And now Team Flash left in complete dark. Big brain Daryl right there, youngin, just confusing them. Now Team Flash focusing on the ban, on the marksman. I think this could be Slate's strategy to mess up Team Flash's draft.
Being extremely flexible, being extremely vague about the draft, but I do think that they would probably still go into a marksman, no? I mean, especially right now, and FMM. Okay, honestly, I think I've only remember seeing FMM playing gold lane, so and marksman. So I feel like it's still going that way. Feels like Flash is deciding whether or not they should continue to thin down the marksman pool for them or change their sights to something else.
Yeah, just Team Flash right now. I think the only person that knows the true answer about this question that both the casters and Team Flash is posing towards Team Slate is only Team Slate. They are the ones that only knows the answers. Daryl is holding every single thing to their court. The tennis ball is definitely in their court. But most importantly right now, Team Flash, you know, tunnel visioning on banning away FMM. Slate on the other side bans away the Grok. Going down this path, you're expecting, you know, limitations going down the side of KCP, you know, the Francos, even to a certain extent, the Kufra as well for the side of Team Slate.
It's an intense game of
chess,
you know. You think that the game itself is pretty intense, but right now it is the draft phase. And for both games so far, you can see already that Flash is just extremely perplexed, just trying to figure out. You can see it on their faces.
Just look at guard. I mean, if Daryl actually tilts his head a little bit, he may actually crack his neck. That head is way too big, and it's giving us a lot of questions being posed to both everyone that is watching the stream right now. This is game number 2, by the way, ladies and gents. Slate does have some room to maneuver, but knowing them, they like to finish off in a clean 2-0, and I think what Slate has done so far is very interesting.
I think this could be a really fun game for all of us casters, right? Okay, I'm calling it. Esmeralda is gonna go to the jungle. Esmeralda jungle, Akai roam, and Phobius EXP. I'm calling it.
Could go that
I'm gonna play it that way. I'm gonna play it that way.
This is extremely confusing, and that's what Slate wants you to think, Abstract. It's so... I can't believe I'm doing this. Slate's draft is way too abstract for all of us to comprehend.
No wonder I like it!
Oh dear. I can't believe I'm doing this, Abstract.
Well, looking at what Slate has so far, let's assume they're still going into a traditional, because, okay, let's say Esmeralda jungle, right? You have Akai roam.
Are we
well,
really
according to Abstract, mid lane, there's still the gold lane slot, right?
Yeah, let's play with that first.
1-1's taken out, Beatrix, Irithel, Claude. There's still Clint, there's still Popo and Koopa. They have carry if they want to, you know, go into the later game, especially with the Masha and the Baxia. They're pretty tanky in that sense as well.
Okay. Dun-dun-dun-dun!
Yeah, wait, I just realized that you guys didn't play the game with me. I'm the only one that put it on the racket.
Alright, fine. So, what Slate has done so far is definitely going to be like this. JPL on the Angela, providing the shields on top of on top of the Phobius, on top of the Esmeralda as well. FMM will be going on that Clint to stay in the back lines to form, to fight front to back behind this crazy wall of shields and tank. Not only just, Sayla and also Adamir. Arkai does, to a certain extent, does have a lot of survivability and shields. Flash, on the other hand, they need to find a way to go and slip into the Clint at the back line. The way they will do this is using Alpha V9 to flank, Reminiscent with the Buxer to jump over everything else, KZP on the Kadita to go in and snipe out FMM before everything goes crazy.
And with that said and done, we do have a very exciting and a very different kind of draft, which we will break it down in really soon. But this is going to be the introduction for game number 2 between Team Flash versus Slate. If whether Team Flash is going to turn this into a 1-1 or will Slate turn this into a 2-0, which is definitely not something that a lot of people is looking out for. Ladies and gentlemen, let's dive right into the Land of Dawn and take a look at the jungling positions, in which the gear is going to be starting off in purple and Reminiscent in the orange, which is going to be a rather standard procedure.
Yeah, and it turns out, looking at the drafts, that yes, we were right. Jace, you were right about Sailor on that Phobius is going to be taking that into the mid lane. So on the side of Flash, they actually respond with an equally unorthodox draft, if you will, with KZP on that Kadita. So honestly, Abstract, you said we're going to break this down a little further, but they're already putting some aggression out.
Unfortunately, they are not giving me that chance to do so. But Sailor trying to immediately save the butt of gear, immediately going for the flame shot to really just push all 3 members away, or rather, well, to a certain angle, I wouldn't say it's away. But we'll take this chance and take a look at exactly what is going on. Understandably, when it comes down to Esmeralda against a Marshall, we can expect that Slate's Esmeralda will win in that lane. When it looks at the gold lane as well, Clint versus the 1-1, well, Clint wins the lane, or rather will definitely have an advantage. But we cannot really look at gold lane as it is, because there will be external factors coming in. For example, the Angela will always be there to really babysit this Clint, which is something that we are definitely looking out for. All in all, we are expecting that Slate to have a very strong control in the early stages of the game, while the middle lane is where things are definitely starting to get a bit spicier, as I believe that Team Flash is the one that will have the massive control of where they want to go and where they want to gank, and it's up to Slate to respond where they want to go based on Team Flash.
Yeah, you can see Slate still having a bit more control, already gear at the side of the turtle, trying to find that space for them. Pokemon though, bursting out that crossbow of tank and forcing the FMM to back up the turtle.
And in the meantime, the turtle has dropped all the way down, allowing gear to immediately snipe that out with a retribution. The rest of the members coming from Team Flash, especially for Reminiscent, he really wants to get himself away. He does have the Tortoise's Passons, which is going to deter Team Slate just by a tiny little bit. But the main factor is that he does have the movement speed to allow to get himself a quick getaway out of the turtle's pit.
Yeah, advantage still going over to Team Slate though, Slate Esports. So as of now, they do still maintain that lead here, but you can see Sailor, not quite the usual that I'm used to seeing. You know, Sailor very, very strong in his mid lane, usually has the picks, and the advantage was this time on the Phobius. I mean, understandably, he's going to get pushed back, and that's what's been happening.
Team Slate, the thing is, because of the fact that they win in both the top lane and the bottom lane, EXP and gold, that doesn't necessarily mean that they would want to go all out aggressive. Because of the fact that they can win in the lanes, or rather stay consistent in the lanes, that means that they can drag that out as long as they want. That is if they want to. The problem is that the opponent 1-1 is going to be one of the main problems. They do not want to go overly greedy and bring the game over to 18 minutes. But one thing's for sure is that they can stabilize themselves in the mid stages of the game. Be it 8 minutes to 10 minutes, they can hold that out and they can play based on the tempo and don't have to be too consistent regarding that. And all in all, however they want to play, it really boils down into the backliners for frontliners for Team Slate. they would want to really just jump over to Team Flash as much as possible, because every single one of these players really is playing for the Esmeralda. But speaking of the Esmeralda, I really would love to talk about the emblem, but it is really going to be the fight here that takes precedence as Pokemon soars into the skies and immediately gets himself the single kill against Gear, which you can redeem the code down below because of the first blood. This allows Flash to get himself the first kill, which is absolutely dandy. And this even brings up a better momentum for them because the total is coming up in 3 seconds.
Yeah, Slate Esports, despite losing that one death earlier to Flash, still actually being able to retain control of the map and push Flash back even further. Pokemon though, that one kill going into his hands, not ideal for Slate Esports. You definitely don't want Pokemon out of everyone else to be able to have that farm. So you can see both teams now grouping up at the Turtle Pit.
As you can see with the emblem showcase, we do have a very good oversight as to what emblem every single one of these players use. In the event that you want to take their emblem, you know what to pump now, as we are going to be jumping right into the game and see whose emblems we are going to be stealing from. Because I would definitely want to steal from Alpha V9 with the Unbending Will, but the rest of the members coming from Team Flash, they gotta have to make themselves a quick getaway before anything goes nasty, as none of the members from Team Flash is taken down just yet. Sayla immediately soared into the sky just like how Pokemon would have, but a single hit of his Wrecking Ball ought to bring Pokemon down, and unfortunately ran out of charges, ran out of time to go for another Wrecking Ball hit. But all in all, the main important thing is they did manage to take 2 down, which is on the side of Pokemon and KZP.
Yep, this time Sayla showing up in this game. The Demonic Force really not letting Pokemon or KZP escape from that fight. So 2 kills going the way of Slate Esports, bringing them back up and just creating more of a lead for them. And you can see that, I think when you talk about the emblems as well, what's interesting for me is that FMM is going for the killing spree emblem. So they're really playing for early here, it seems, because compared to Pokemon, he's not going to have usually that weapon master advantage that just gives him additional free physical attack in the later game.
Now, looking at Sayla's item right now, he went for the Tough Boots as well as the Lollipop, and it kind of seems as though he does have a very good idea as to what he wants to do. He picked up Mystery Shop as well in order to keep himself in the early game to the mid stages of the game, kind of momentum playing for the Temple. So no matter what it is, they will have a chance to play in the mid stages of the game and really get themselves the power spike there. In the meantime, Sayla really popping off, getting himself the Demonic Force onto the side of KZP. Both Pokemon and KZP has been taken down once again. FMM takes control of the lane, brings down the turret, and that is going to be good to go for them, while A1, A2 in the middle lane is having that bit of problem dealing with Gear and Adamir. The question is if whether he's going to go down. I'm going to put my coin on him and say that he's going to get away. I really hope he does, because unfortunately JPL comes in from another corner and really cornered him out like a cornered rat.
Yeah, you jinxed it. You jinxed it. He couldn't make it out there, unfortunately, especially with that rotation in from JPL to secure that. But Adamir now just causing so much trouble in the lines of Team Flash. And now Slate Esports already at the turtle, going to get this one again without a single contest from Team Flash. Adamir, just one person zoning them all out and preventing them, giving vision, making sure they don't come close to the turtle pit. Again, Sayla onto Pokemon. He has one job in this game, and that's to chase down that 1-1.
A good Astros's Eye that didn't manage to connect on the 2-person, allowing Sayla to keep on going on and on and on. With the Demonic Force, nothing is going to be stopping him, at least for that time being. But after expending every single one of his ultimate timing, he have got to go back, especially since his HP has dropped all the way down low. Team Slate, they did manage to get themselves a single kill off of the heads of KZP, immediately decapitating him, and this gives them quite a bit of control in the top, mid, and bottom lane, pushing every single one of these waves forward. And with the replay, we will have a better understanding exactly what has happened and how Sayla even managed to get himself so far in.
Yep, you can see them just grouping up, slowly crashing down onto Flash, and Flash trying to retreat here, but the fact that Sayla has that Demonic Force and the rest of the team also has so much mobility allows them to quickly catch up to the members of Team Flash, so there's no way that they can get away with that. Slate Esports takes even more off the map, a tier 2 top tier turret here.
Ooh, heavy spin, completely relocated where Reminiscent will want to be. That is really extremely unfortunate. Now with the jungler taken down, there is not gonna be a lot of help in the front lines. It is only Alpha V9 that can tank in the front lines, but most of the time you want Alpha V9 to really jump over to the back. But surprisingly, Pokemon is actually coming in pretty nicely. Most of his crossbows are dealing quite a bit of damage on Sailor, but fortunately, it is gonna be the hard guard that really gives Sailor a second lease of life. Slate turns things back, and now we're gonna be looking at Demonic Force just gonna be pumping out onto Pokemon, but because of all of that, weakness points all exploited. It allowed Pokemon to soar into the skies on the crossbow tank, but unfortunately, Sailor still came back in with the Demonic Force to finally slap things down on the Pokemon. That is one big of a wrecking ball. I'm pretty sure that Miley Cyrus will be really glad about that.
Wow, what a reference there. The Slate Esports off the bat of that fight, they're going to be able to take the Lord as well. So they're progressing really quickly and super objective based. They know exactly what they want and they go for it. The direct counter, Phoveus against 1-1 has been so effective in this game that it's completely shut Team Flash down as well. And even KZP, I guess the Kadita was maybe, you know, a last attempt to try to come back against this draft of Slate Esports, but it doesn't seem to be working out at all. 0-4-2 on KCP.
It is definitely unfortunate, right? We are definitely expecting some assassination plays from the side of KZP because for Team Slate, they are understandably very back to front. In fact, back to back, because they don't really need to go to the front. They just need to dive over to the back and just do whatever that they want of that snowball that Team Flash has made. Because Pokemon, he's definitely got some mobility, KZP got mobility, Reminiscent has got mobility, but of course the main thing is really just to work onto Pokemon. As long as he's able to find the Astaros' Eye, or rather his passive down on the Pokemon, he will jump on in whenever he wants to. And from that point onwards, the rest of the team can literally play together with either Sailor or Adamir. Because we have JPL, he can just go in. Gear, he can go in as well. Immediate lockdown of the back lines, or perhaps even split up the entire team comp, just so that Sailor can keep on going on and on and on with his Demonic Force.
This is absolute just like role disruption. This game for both of these teams, like it has confused me so much. But at the same time, it's really working out for Slate Esports. The fact that they instituted this disruption here, and now KZP trying to do that.
The Breath of the Ocean as well as the Ocean Oddity is just going to be putting Team Slate up in the air, but unfortunately not for long here, as Sailor immediately jumps himself down on the A1, A2, but unfortunately he's a little bit too far away from the rest of Team Slate, but that is going to be Reminiscent that completely being moved away, and that allowed him to trigger yet another one of the Demonic Force, getting himself out of Team Flash's base.
Yeah, and now, I mean, Tier, the base turret down in the mid for Flash as well. Gear with the heavy spin isolates the members of Team Flash. Alpha V9, the only one left. KZP spawning. Can he protect this though? Alpha V9 goes down as well.
JPL even used the revival to make sure that one of the ballistas does not go down, but unfortunately, it will still go down. It did manage to buy them a lot of time though, and that will put Slate into another win against Team Flash. All of these micro plays that really extended and made sure that Slate ended the game right there and then. In that split moment, we saw JPL just go in for a rival. I actually didn't realize that he got a rival, but he went for a rival on the ballista, keep his duration in the throne for as long as possible so that they can continue hitting onto the core. They know that that is their GG push, and they cannot waste a moment and a chance like this, because 1-1 is getting almost out of hand.
I cannot with these 200 IQ picks, 200 IQ plays on the side of Team Slate Esports. It is just crazy. You know, baiting out that 1-1 in the draft was just the start of this, and then countering that with the Phoveus and the way that they executed it, so brilliant. You can see the two teams here, you know, they know each other. They're just shaking it out, shaking hands and thanking each other for the game, and that's the mark of great sportsmanship.
I think in generally it's not about this game too. I feel like we have to see Slate versus Team Flash as a series point of view. The reason being is this. Team Flash, they try to do whatever they did wrong in game number 1. They tried to be a little bit aggressive in their enemy jungle, but they got punished. That's the first point, which Team Flash adapted. But Slate's understanding of the meta is completely outclassing Team Flash. Reason being is this. Remember, not only just Team Flash, even Revival as well. Remember, yesterday, when they were fighting against a Revival, they gave, I think it was the Valentina away. It feels like they have
Both
an
Valentina
answer.
and Julian, right?
Exactly. They have an answer to every single meta picks. The one that we keep talking about. You know, oh, you gotta ban away the 1-1. Oh, you gotta ban away the Valentina. Oh, you gotta ban away, I don't know.
Shut up!
Anyone.
You
Yes,
know, kind of
Team
thing.
Slate was like, you want to pick a 1-1? Sure, I can come in with a Phobius all the time. It's like something that we almost forgot. And then, you know, and if you want to go with the, if you want to go for the Valentina, we have a Faramis, and they know how to deal with every single thing. Slate, this team is beyond this world, I must say.
This is a fast game nonetheless.
Yes.
Like Team Slate, I know that they are definitely playing for mid game.
Yes.
They do not want to go for late game. As you can tell, in the early game, they didn't really engage themselves in too much action. They really just want to stay consistent in order for them to get that power spike in the mid stages of the game, and that is when boom, they want to end the game.
Yeah, they want to end the game quickly, and that is the very reason why JPL went for that arrival. None of the battle spells actually work very well for Angela, using the revival for better minion control so that they can execute that GG push so they can end the game there and then is the one that actually slated that deal.
I see what you did there. I see. I'm not sure that that's really a way to do that, but looking at the stats here, Pokemon actually 100% kill participation. Unfortunately, it's 15-3. Slate managed to close out this game really early as well, and you can see just the stats on Team Slate slide. You know that they play as a team, and the fact that they know what they want, they execute that as a team. The charts here, Rich Guy, Carry, Sandbag, completely taken by Slate as well.
And the best part is all 4 different members of Slate. Each of these people, they know what their roles are. They know what to do in the early parts of the game. They know what to do in the mid parts of the game. They know what to do in the late part of the game. They entered each game with a game plan. Another thing that you really need to highlight for both these two games, before we mention that, Sailor, of course, the MVP, he created so much space with the phobias, but couple that on top of the shields that was provided by JPL, he completely counters the 1-1.
The 1-1 really just stood no chance at all. It's either Sailor finds the Demonic Force onto the 1-1, or Esmeralda goes straight in with the Falling Star Moon, and if things doesn't really go very well for Adamir, there is even the Hard Guard. So there is a lot of leases of life for the members of Slate, and it's really hard for us to really understand how it's really hard for us to understand how Flash felt whenever they played their game. They do this is wrong. They do that is wrong.
Yes.
If they manage to deter the Furvius, great. But the Esmeralda comes in. If they manage to deter both of them, great. Suddenly the Akai comes in.
Exactly.
And if the Akai goes in, heavy spin, and then suddenly you got pushed right in front of FMM.
This is a 4-dimensional chessboard.
It kind of feels like a checkmate.
It is.
Kind of
Slate, I technically checkmated Team Flash in game number 2's draft, but we should have the highlight coming up very, very soon. There's something I really have to point out before the highlights, but we gotta have to look at the highlights. I think this is the point. If you notice, once FMM takes down the bottom side, look at his rotation. He's already starting to make his way all the way up top. He wants to be opposite of the turtle all the time. And then, of course, going to the mid part of the game, once they find KZP, they burst up him down very quickly. This choke point is very tough for Team Flash to navigate around, because it's like full easy access for the Angela to use the first skill constantly, and you will get hit because it's a very tight choke point. And now, I think, yes, this is where Adamir just slightly oversteps a little bit, but look at that. Sailor is just waiting for his ultimate to come online again to jump all the way back in. Every time when Pokemon dashes, Sailor's cooldown is almost absolutely free. These dashes are so free. Just take a look, constantly just diving for it. And even if Sailor dies, as long as he takes out Pokemon, his job is done, and he leaves it to the rest of his team to do whatever they need.
I believe that at 9 minutes of the game, like the previous clip, that is the point in time where Slate realizes that, you know what, Pokemon cannot be allowed to skill anymore. That is the point in time where they know that it is the breaking point. If they do not end the game by the next push or the push afterwards, if the game goes for 15 minutes plus, I don't think that the Furvius would be able to single-handedly bring down the 1-1 that efficiently.
Yeah, for sure, but I think it is also Slate Esports that managed to recognize this, and the fact that they played for that. The rest of the draft was also catered to that, to be able to help them win within that small window of time. So, I mean, even though we always talk about Slate Esports as a giant, it is not taken for granted, because this is why they display it. The fact that they get the draft right, they play exactly to how they want that draft to play out. So, just phenomenal. And how they don't allow a counter to the draft as well. They counter other people's draft. So, yeah, I mean, there's just so much that has gone into this game, this series, but we want to hand it over to Cheryl to see what goes on behind the scenes.
All right. Alrighty. Thank you so much, guys. Now, for a brand new face that I have right beside me from Slate, I have Gear. Probably because Adamir came on too many times already. Maybe you want a fresh new face. So yes, we have Gear right here with us. Say hi to everybody, Gear.
Hello.
Fantastic. Now, we do have so many questions for you guys. Now, what do you think Slate was most afraid of in this matchup against Flash?
I think we were most scared of Reminiscent just because most of my teammates played with him before. So they know how good his jungle is. Yeah, so that's why we banned out his heroes.
I see. So you in the position as a jungler now, you literally went on a full buffet spread in other people's house.
Yes.
So it's almost like an open house, people sitting down, eating dinner, and then you just open the door, walk in, and then help yourselves to seconds right there.
Yeah.
Absolutely fantastic. Now, another question is, how did you feel about having your Fanny banned out?
Oh, it's normal because Fanny is my main hero.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so they should ban it more.
You should ban it more. A tip from Gear right there. So now, who do you think does the most work behind the scenes for Slate that you want to shout out for?
I would say it would be our coach Yang In, because honestly, all 3 games that we have played so far throughout the season, I personally think he outdrafted them really hard. So props to him.
It's already half the battle won already in draft. So yes, really, really cool. Now, the next question is, who do you want to 1v1 the most this MPL SG Season 4?
Bray.
But there is only one Fanny.
Yeah.
Share.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So now many say that Bray is the new child prodigy, and what are your thoughts towards that?
Honestly, he can have the title. Just see who play better.
Ooh, some tea right there. Now, yes, that was really cool. Now, we also have a final question is, do you have anything you want to say to all of your fans?
Thank you for supporting us, and please continue cheering us on as the season goes by. Yeah.
Well, that was an absolutely stunning set that you guys had. Thank you so much, Gear. Thank you so much. Now, that was 3 matches, consecutive wins so far right here from Slate. Now, that was an exciting first match, especially right here for week 2, day 2. Now, later on, we can be anticipating Revival versus Zion at 1 p.m. for match 2 of week 2, day 2. So we'll see you then.
Who you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports is actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's chosen by Toxic
For me, the the name of the team, like, it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like, Evos could have had LI4, but then like he would still lose. So, like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this. Before this, I chose Ram as a worst player. It's because we cannot do the objective. He always missed the retribution. When we play 20 games and 19 out of 20, we miss all the turtle retri fight.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming you will be able to steal the turtle lah.
William is talking about securing all the turtles and torch, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many he has stolen.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many lords and turtles away from
We will
the
try.
Confident enough.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen now. But we'll do our best.
For you guys, as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like, to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
Mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Spancat, can you stop being a tier C MM?
At that point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier. Right. So I would say if they are doubting my Beatrix, they can go ahead and open it. Then we'll find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special sauce? Yeah, the secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals, and after like losing game because we messed up our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans, and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that a lot of people will supporting me for this season because I'm only one the last player here. I hopefully that a lot of people will sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him then I see him as a good potential. So I went to add him and I talked to him, asked him to make a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly like keep telling him come. So after he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the land of dog.
But LI4, you know, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what Swaz mentioned, this team was being formed just recently. So I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential. And I believe I can help them to grow to a higher level.
Oh, I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. You know, they don't even bother to. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So you know, sometimes like, sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then I know that when I lift up the trophy, it will be worth it.
Okay, so some slight internal conflicts, but I'm sure you guys will work it out. Towards as we keep towards the main stage of everything.
You know that the team is new, and you guys are doing a lot of bonding recently. So how is it going? How is it progressing right now?
It's definitely progressing in a very good manner. On the first day of training, when I joined the Discord, right, I thought I was playing with 4 mutes. Everyone don't talk. Really? Everyone is so shy that they don't talk. But now, it finally feels like a team. It's feeling like a team now.
That's really good.
Let's say you guys make it all the way. You guys represent Singapore for M4 that's upcoming, right? Who do you want to beat there? Who is this ultimate rival across the region that you definitely must crush?
The representatives from like NA or something, because like there's always this discussion over the internet about whose server is the hardest, right? Like,
yes.
Like is NA server the hardest, or like is always Asian server the hardest? And last M3, we were expecting to win BTK, like and some part of me is like it's a bit salty of losing to them. So
Okay.
I would say like they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players. Sing, Jason, they all that batch.
So it's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
The RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your sort of your mind on the current meta, the strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are scrimming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. Yeah, I think we'll keep that a secret for now and review it on the game itself. Yeah, it's best to keep things low profile sometimes. Yeah, fair.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports, the top two teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season RSG and Esports will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for M4 slots this season.
So you guys talk to like RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together like frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because like we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. Yeah. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level like one day. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. Yeah. That's the 2 points I would say.
Thorns remain, should petals fall.
Who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't play much for the tour because in Laos don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah, and I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the weakest.
What's the difference between the Zion in Season 3 and the Zion in Season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. We have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah, we have ATV session.
I'm jealous now, man. They even went to a haunted house. There was an ATV session. After they had great food. After that, you guys. Wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for prove my parents. For like playing game is also earn money and I can survive myself.
I think it's a point to prove, right? Because we are a team with old players. And they haven't been active in the competitive scene. So if we were to win, it will, redefine the definition of a Singapore MPL player.
Who do you think is the weakest
team?
Stellark Esports.
Oh, I wanted to bring out Stellark Esports. I wanted to bring out your point of view. So yes.
They might have a bit of a communication issue. They used to be ex-teammates as well. Yeah. So, and they have new members if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah. In my opinion, I think they will be one of the weaker teams. But we have always seen dark horses surprising us.
Yes.
Tell me everything about Anya. What is his weaknesses? What are his I don't know, guilty conscience about whatever it is?
Yeah. I think his downfall is that he doesn't have anybody teaching him how to play. And previously in Impunity, I think in one of his streams, I heard from somebody said that like I nerfed him lah. So basically because I was like trying to tell him like what to do, then it's like he says that like Ram nerfed him. So we shall see this season whether like he really performs. If he performs means yes, I really did nerf him.
So in this case, now that you're no longer with him in the team,
he should be performing.
He should be performing. Both of you answer together. Who is the weakest player in the team right now? Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. Have you all got an answer?
Right now, I think Davey, I would say, but he's also improved a lot because he went from the goal lane to the Roma in one season, which is not many people can do. I think Ben also because I think he stopped for one season. So I think he's trying to improve a lot. So
at least in scrims, you know.
Yeah, he's trying his best.
That's good.
So
that's good.
This is good to see. Everyone has the passion to do well.
Is there somebody you really look up to this MPL?
My ex-teammate Odir Bambi. He's the only person I'm looking for. The reason, I just generally love this guy.
You love cartoons, right? And you love Disney. Who do you think is a true old man, true experienced team? Is it Stellark / old man, or is it Team Flash?
In terms of veteran players, I think they are both on par.
Weakness. What kind of weaknesses have you found about either of these teams? Do you have anything in your mind right now?
To be honest, I don't have anything.
Don't have anything.
Yeah,
Just go in whack only.
Yeah, I mean, if we confident in ourselves, just go in confidently.
Just go in.
Yeah, go in confidently.
Okay.
I mean, if you're confident, you can win. Then can win.
Okay.
Do you think you guys are really prepared to really try go all the way to like, let's talk about M4, let's talk about big ambitions.
We all want to go M4.
Yeah.
That'd be great, man. Like,
Win MPL, then go M4. Like
How
new
much?
team, no more evils in the RSG.
Oh yeah. Time for a change, man.
Yeah, you were basically just saying that just now, right? It's time for a change,
Yeah.
you know, time to have new faces. And speak about new faces, you've already integrated them into a very good, nice team. You spend a lot of time integrating them. Apart from that, how's your trainings going on for now?
We got on and off season. So during the off season, we are more like chill. We normally have scrim at night, but not most of the time. But during the on season, when we are more focused towards MPL, we have like offline training. So we gather and like we bond as a team because this team is quite new. So we try to get a good bonding and like have better synergy altogether.
Yeah, team chemistry is very important, especially for a team. Who do you think is the best players among your team first? Let's go.
For me, it's Supergirl. He
We're gonna point to each other, right?
Yeah. Cause like during scrims, he will like keep like trying out new things. Then in MPL, he will perform very well. Then like carry the whole team.
Yeah, I remember like season 3. He was like the win condition.
Everyone is a good player themselves, but I'm sure there's always a leader in the team. So hopefully like that leader can just help to carry everyone. We just have each other's backs. So like whenever one player's like doing badly or anything, you know, just say, hey, no problem, man. Like carry me the next game, and this game I'll have your back. Something like that.
What do you hope to see more in MPL for now?
I hope to see that in the future we'll have like a full-time career out of this thing.
Yes.
Because I know it's quite hard in Singapore to make this a full-time job.
I actually hope to see that maybe one day organizations will start bringing overseas players, foreign players, something like Indonesia and Philippines. I think it will make our scene more interesting as well.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, Fusion Taxley will never surrender!
Okay, so I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man, you have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's
Yeah,
great.
it's too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. You know, and he did well lah. I would say he got 2 MVPs and he was playing his Link. I think he might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown lah as a person. So kudos to him lah.
how do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During like ranked games, we are just like we are more calm and more playful. So it's somehow we can bond better. But during like scribbler and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot lah, Carrot.
Carrot.
During regular season last season, right? Like we were doing our ping test. Like wherever I go, he just wanna kill me. Like I wanna get my level 4, you know. I need to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, you know. I wanna show off like, hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. You know, 4 blades, but he just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? No stress, I had to tutor him a bit. So, worst player, man.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent?
RSG.
RSG, yeah, the reigning champions,
Yeah.
defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously we have to aim further. So we gotta like beat the defending champions. So after fighting last season, then I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favourites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports is actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented like Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
It's chosen by
like,
Toxic
for me, like the name of the team, like it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. You know what I mean? Like Evos could have had LI4, but then like he would still lose. So like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this. Before this, I chose Ram as the worst player. It's because we cannot do the objective. He always missed the retribution. When we played 20 games and then 19 out of 20, we missed all the turtle retrified.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming, you will be able to do the turtle.
William is talking about securing all the turtles and gods, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many he has stolen.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many lords and turtles away from
We will try.
Confident enough.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen now. But we'll do our best.
For you guys, as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
Mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Right? Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I've barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Spancat, can you stop being a tier C MM?
At the point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier. Right. So I would say if they're doubting my Beatrix, they can go ahead and open it. Then we'll find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special
sauce?
Yeah, the secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals, and after like losing game because we messed our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans, and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that Lao people will supporting me for this season because I'm only one the last player here. I hopefully that Lao people will sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him then I see him as good potential. So I went to add him and I talked to him, asked him to make a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly like keep telling him come. So end up he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect more mature-looking Leslie with recent style bangs, and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between two fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
But LI4, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what Swaz mentioned, this team was being formed just recently, so I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential, and I believe I can help them to grow to a higher level.
Oh, I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. They don't even bother to. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So sometimes sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then I know that when I lift up the trophy, it will be worth it.
Okay, so some slight internal conflicts, but I'm sure you guys will work it out. Towards as we hit towards the main stage of everything.
You know that the team is new, and you guys are doing a lot of bonding recently. So how is it going? How is it progressing right now?
It's definitely progressing in a very good manner. On the first day of training, when I joined the Discord, right, I thought I was playing with 4 mutes. Everyone don't talk. Really? Everyone is so shy that they don't talk. But now, it finally feels like a team. It's feeling like a team now.
That's really good.
Let's say you guys make it all the way. You guys represent Singapore for M4 that's upcoming, right? Who do you want to beat there? Who is this ultimate rival across the region that you definitely must crush?
The representatives from like NA or something, because there's always this discussion over the internet about whose server is the hardest, right?
Yes.
Like, is NA server the hardest, or is always Asia server the hardest? And last M3, we were expecting to win BTK, you know, like and some part of me is like it's a bit salty about losing to them. So
Okay.
I would say like they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players. Sing, Jason, they all that batch.
So it's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
The RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your sort of your mind on the current meta, the strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are scrimming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. Yeah, I think we'll keep that a secret for now, and we really on the game itself. Yeah, it's best to keep things low profile sometimes. Yeah.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports, the top two teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season RSG and Esports will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for M4 slots this season.
So you guys talk to like RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together like frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because like we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. Yeah. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level like one day. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. Yeah. That's the 2 points I would say.
Thorns remain should petals early.
Who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't play much for the tour because in Laos don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah, and I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the weakest.
What's the difference between the Zion in Season 3 and the Zion in Season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces, like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, we have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah, we have an ATV session.
I'm jealous now, man. They even went to a haunted house. There was an ATV session. After they had great food. After that, you guys, wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for proof my parents. For like playing game is also earn money and can survive myself.
I think it's a point to prove, right? Because we are a team with old players, and they haven't been active in the competitive scene. So if we were to win, it will, redefine the definition of a Singaporean MPL player.
Who do you think is the weakest team?
Stellark Esports.
Oh, I wanted to bring out Stellark Esports. I wanted to bring out your point of view. So yes,
They might have a bit of a communication issue. They used to be ex-teammates as well. Yeah, so and they have new members if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they will be one of the weaker teams. But we have always seen dark horses surprising us.
Yes.
Tell me everything about Anya. What is his weaknesses? What are his I don't know, guilty conscience about whatever it is? Yeah. I think his downfall is that he doesn't have anybody teaching him how to play. And previously in Impunity, I think in one of his streams, I heard from somebody said that like I nerfed him lah. So basically because I was like trying to tell him like what to do, then it's like he says that like Ram nerfed him. So we shall see this season whether like he really performs. If he performs means yes, I really did nerf him.
So in this case, now that you're no longer with him in the team,
He should be performing.
he should be performing.
Both of you answer together. Who is the weakest player in the team right now? Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. Have you all got an answer?
Right now, I think Davey, I would say, but he's also improved a lot because he went from the goal lane to the Roma in one season, which is not many people can do. I think Ben also because I think he stopped for one season. So, I think he's trying to improve a lot. So.
At least in scrims, you know.
Yeah, he's trying his best.
That's good.
So
That's good.
This is good to see. Everyone has the passion to do well.
Is there somebody you really look up to this MPL?
My ex-teammate Odir Bambi. He's the only person I'm looking for. The reason, I just generally love this guy.
You love cartoons, right? And you love Disney. Who do you think is a true old man, true experienced team? Is it Stellark / old man, or is it Team Flash?
In terms of veteran players, I think they are both on par.
What kind of weaknesses have you found about either of these teams? Do you have anything in your mind right now?
To be honest, I don't have anything.
Don't have anything.
Yeah,
Just go in whack only lah.
Yeah, I mean, if we confident in ourselves, just go in confidently.
Just go in lah.
Yeah, go in confidently.
Okay.
I mean, if you confident you can win, then can win lah.
Okay.
do you think you guys are really prepared to really try to go all the way to like? Let's talk about M4. Let's talk about big ambitions.
We all want to go M4.
Yeah.
That'd be great, man. Like
Win MPL, then go M4. Like new team, no more evils in RSG.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Time for a change, man.
Yeah. You were basically just saying that just now, right? It's time for a change.
Yeah.
You know, time to have new faces. And speak about new faces, you've already integrated them into a very good, nice team. You spend a lot of time integrating them. Apart from that, how's your trainings going on for now?
We got on and off season. So during the off season, we are more like chill. We normally have scrim at night, but not most of the time. But during the on season, when we are more focused towards MPL, we have like offline training. So we gather and like we bond as a team because this team is quite new. So we try to get a good bonding and like have better synergy altogether.
Yeah, team chemistry is very important, especially for a team. Who do you think is the best players among your team first? Let's go.
For me, it's Supergirl.
We're gonna point to each other, right?
Yeah. Cause like during scrims, he'll like keep like trying out new things. Then in MPL, he will perform very well. Then like carry the whole team.
Yeah, I remember like season 3. He was like the win condition.
Everyone is a good player themselves, but I'm sure there's always a leader in the team. So hopefully like that leader can just help to carry everyone. We just have each other's backs. So like whenever one player's like doing badly or anything, just say, hey, no problem, man. Like carry me the next game, and this game I'll have your back. Something like that.
What do you hope to see more in MPL for now?
I hope to see that in the future we'll have like a full-time career out of this thing.
Yes.
because I know it's quite hard in Singapore to make this a full-time job.
I actually hope to see that maybe one day organizations will start bringing overseas players, foreign players, something like Indonesia and Philippines. I think it will make our scene more interesting as well.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
The one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal. But no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Gujin Paxley, will never surrender!
Okay, so I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man, you have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's
Yeah,
great.
it's too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. You know, and he did well lah. I would say he got 2 MVPs and he was playing his Link. I think he might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown as a person, so kudos to him.
How do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During like ranked games, we are just like we are more calm and more playful. So we somehow we can bond better. But during like scrim and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful, so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot lah, Carrot.
Carrot.
During regular season last season, right? Like we were doing our ping test. Like wherever I go, he just wanna kill me. Like I wanna get my level 4, you know. I want to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, you know. I wanna show off like, hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. You know, 4 blades, but he just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? No choice, I had to tutor him a bit. So, worst player, man.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent?
RSG.
RSG, yeah, the reigning champions, defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously we have to aim further. So we gotta like beat the defending champions. So after fighting last season, then I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time, it's different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports. I actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented like Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
chosen
mean,
by toxic.
For me, like the name of the team, like it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. You know what I mean? Like Evo's could have had LI4, but then like he will still lose. So like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this. Before this, I chose Ram as a worst player is because we cannot do the objective. He always missed the retribution. When we played 20 games and 19 out of 20, we missed all the turtle retrified.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming, you will be able to steal the turtle. William is talking about securing all the turtles and torch, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many I stole.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many laws and turtles away from
We will
the
try. We will
opponent
try.
team.
Confident enough.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen. We'll do our best.
For you guys, as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
Mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Spancat, can you stop being a tier CMM?
At the point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier.
Oh.
Right. So I would say if they are doubting my Beatrix, they can go ahead and open it. Then we'll find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special
sauce?
Yeah, the secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals and after like losing game because we messed up our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that now people will supporting me for this season because I'm only the last player here. I hopefully that now people will sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him then I see him as a good potential. So I went to add him and I talked to him, asked him to bring a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly like keep telling him come. So end up he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skills mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflage state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
But LI4, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what Swaz mentioned, this team was being formed just recently, so I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential, and I believe I can help them to grow to a higher level.
Oh, I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. They don't even bother to. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So sometimes sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then I know that when I lift up the trophy, it will be worth it.
Okay, so some slight internal conflicts, but I'm sure you guys will work it out. As we keep towards the main stage of everything.
You know that the team is new, and you guys are doing a lot of bonding recently. So how is it going? How is it progressing right now?
It's definitely progressing in a very good manner. On the first day of training, when I joined the Discord, right, I thought I was playing with 4 mutes. Everyone don't talk. Really? Everyone is so shy that they don't talk. But now, it finally feels like it's feeling like a team now.
That's really good.
Let's say you guys make it all the way. You guys represent Singapore for M4 that's upcoming, right? Who do you want to beat there? Who is this ultimate rival across the region that you definitely must crush?
The representatives from NA or something, because there's always this discussion over the internet about whose server is the hardest, right?
Yes.
Is NA server the hardest, or is always Asian server the hardest? And last M3, we were expecting to win BTK, and some part of me is it's a bit salty about losing to them. So I would say they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players. Sing, Jason, they all that batch.
So it's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
The RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your your mind on the current meta strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are scrimming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. Yeah, I think we'll keep that secret for now and we really on the game itself. Yeah, it's best to keep things low profile sometimes.
Yeah. Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports, the top two teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season RSG and Esports will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for M4 slots this season.
So you guys talk to like RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together like frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because like we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. Yeah. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level like one day. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. Yeah, that's the 2 points I would say.
Thorns remain. Should petals
who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't pay much for the tour because in Laos don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah, and I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the weakest.
What's the difference between the Zion in Season 3 and the Zion in Season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces, like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah. We have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah, we have an ATV session.
I'm jealous now, man. They even went to Haunted House. There was an ATV session. After they had great food. After that, you guys, wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for proof my parents. Like playing game is also earn money and I can survive myself.
I think it's a point to prove, because we are a team with old players and they haven't been active in the competitive scene. So if we were to win, it will, redefine the definition of a Singapore MPL player.
Who do you think is the weakest team?
Stellark Esports.
Oh, I wanted to bring out Stellark Esports. I wanted to bring out your point of view. So yes.
They might have a bit of a communication issue. They used to be ex-teammates as well. Yeah, so and they have new members if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they will be one of the weaker teams. But we have always seen dark horses surprising us.
Yes.
Tell me everything about Anya. What is his weaknesses? What are his I don't know, guilty conscience about whatever it is?
Yeah. I think his downfall is that he doesn't have anybody teaching him how to play. And previously in Impunity, I think in one of his streams, I heard from somebody said that like I nerfed him lah. So basically because I was like trying to tell him like what to do, then it's like he says that like Ram nerfed him. So we shall see this season whether like he really performs. If he performs means yes, I really did nerf him.
So in this case, now that you're no longer with him in the team,
he should be performing.
He should be performing. Both of you answer together. Who is the weakest player in the team right now? Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. Have you all got an answer?
Right now, I think Davey, I would say, but he's also improved a lot because he go from the goal lane to the Roma in one season, which is not many people can do. I think Ben also because I think he stopped for one season. So I think he's trying to improve a lot. So
at least in screams, you know.
Yeah, he's trying his best.
That's good.
So
that's good.
This is good to see. Everyone has the passion to do well.
Is there somebody you really look up to this MPL?
My ex-teammate Odir Bambi. He's the only person I'm looking for. The reason, I just genuinely love this guy.
You love cartoons, right? And you love Disney.
Who do you think is the true old man, true experienced team? Is it Stellark / old man, or is it Team Flash?
In terms of veteran players, I think they are both on par.
Weakness. What kind of weaknesses have you found about either of these teams? Do you have anything in your mind right now?
To be honest, I don't have anything.
Don't have anything.
Yeah,
Just go in whack only lah.
Yeah, I mean, if we confident in ourselves, just go in confidently.
Just go in lah.
Yeah, go in confidently.
Okay.
I mean, if you're confident, you can win. Then can win lah.
Okay.
Do you think you guys are really prepared to really try to go all the way to like, let's talk about M4, let's talk about big ambitions.
We all want to go M4.
Yeah.
That'd be great, man. Like
Win
Esports.
MPL, then go M4. Like
How
new
much?
team, no more Evos and RSG.
Oh
That's
time for a change, man.
Yeah. You were basically just saying that just now, right? It's time for a change.
Yeah.
You know, time to have new faces. And speak about new faces, you've already integrated them into a very good, nice team. You spend a lot of time integrating them. Apart from that, how's your trainings going on for now?
We got on and off season. So during the off season, we are more like chill. We normally have scrim at night, but not most of the time. But during the on season, when we are more focused towards MPL, we have like offline training. So we gather and like we bond as a team because this team is quite new. So we try to get a good bonding and like have better synergy all together.
Yeah, team chemistry is very important, especially for a team. Who do you think is the best players among your team first? Let's go.
For me, it's Supergirl. He.
We're gonna point at each other, right?
Yeah. Cause like during scrims, he will like keep like trying out new things. Then in MPL, he will perform very well. Then like carry the whole team.
Yeah, I remember like season 3. He was like the win condition.
Everyone is a good player themselves, but I'm sure there's always a leader in the team. So hopefully like that leader can just help to carry everyone. We just have each other's backs. So like whenever one player is like doing badly or anything, just say, hey, no problem, man. Like carry me the next game, and this game I'll have your back. Something like that.
What do you hope to see more in MPL for now?
I hope to see that in the future we'll have like a full-time career out of this thing.
Yes.
Because I know it's quite hard in Singapore to make this a full-time job.
I actually hope to see that maybe one day organizations will start bringing overseas players, foreign players, something like Indonesia and Philippines. I think it will make our scene more interesting as well.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Callan, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this I have shown. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting progression. But no.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. Wouldn't mind being fine with it.
You have the heart of animal. I, Fusion Paxley, will never surrender!
Okay, so I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man, you have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's great.
It's too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. You know, and he did well lah. I would say he got 2 MVPs and he was playing his Link. I think he might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown lah as a person. So kudos to him lah.
How do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During like ranked games, we are just like we are more calm and more playful. So we somehow we can bond better. But during like scrim lah and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot lah, Carrot.
Carrot.
During regular season last season, right? Like we were doing our ping test. Like wherever I go, he just wanna kill me. Like I wanna get my level 4, you know. I need to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, you know. I want to show off like, hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. You know, 4 blades, but he just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? No choice, I had to tutor him a bit. So, worst player, man.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent?
RSG.
RSG, yeah, the reigning champions, defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously we have to aim further. So we gotta like beat the defending champions. So after fighting last season, then I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favourites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand final?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports. I actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
It is MPL Singapore Season 4. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, after the break. My name is Grubby Cheeks. Here with me is Jace as well as Vertigo. Will be your casters for this set upcoming next between Revival and Zion Esports. Now, it's an exciting match ahead, and we've seen both of these teams play now for the past week or so in a number of games. What are your thoughts on this matchup?
Well, personally, I feel like Zion, after the performance yesterday, extremely elated if you guys are Zion fans. However, on the other side, if you guys are supporting for Revival, I think there's a lot of instabilities in the roster. I think they really need to try to fix it.
I think, maybe they went through all the VODs, they went through, even, after MPL ends, like let's say I have this match, even if they go back, to their place or their office, they're still going to train harder and harder.
Definitely.
They just keep on grinding. They're just finding all the mistakes, trying to do what they can to, at least to gain some points on the board.
I mean, that's what every team does for sure, right?
Yep.
Go back to the board, review the VOD, see what they can improve, and it's especially crucial because we are just starting the season as well. The teams still have many games to go. Granted, we have the upper-ish bracket and lower bracket. You see the top 4 teams more like, and the lower 4 teams. But it's not the end because they have a chance, if they win their subsequent games, to secure their places in the upper set.
And of course, it's still beneficial to be on the upper set, the first 4 going into the playoffs, right? So this is a time where all these teams need to start to gather as much points. Speaking of point system, Zion on the other hand, this is supposed to be a game they need to take. Remember, when Zion started on day 1, they lost against Flash. They were actually hoping to get the points required to, farm up as much as needed, because going to the later parts of the regular season, they'll be facing, the likes of RSG, the likes of, Slate, or even for the point of being as well, it's a lot of teams that they need to look out for going towards the later part of the regular season.
I think it's better to fight throughout the lower bracket, in my opinion, purely my opinion. I think because there's lesser stress, there's no pressure on you. But at the same time, upper bracket, you have a second chance. Right? You drop to the lower bracket, you still have a second chance. But yeah, we're gonna go straight into the team intros right now. So take a look at that.
And there it is, Revival against Zion Esports. Now, looking at both of these rosters, right, they're kind of new teams, right? Because Revival, in that sense, they have had a change in some of the players between the previous games and yesterday's games. On Zion Esports, it's the same team, but it's pretty new. It's a new roster for this season. So how are we liking this?
I personally love what Zion is bringing. These new bloods that they've got into their teams have actually absolutely proven themselves worthy of Zion Esports. 2 players that I would like to highlight, Mango and Latte. These 2 are basically the secondary win conditions. If you get Supergirl gets focused down a little bit too much, and you got Mango and Latte to set it all the way up. But let's take a look at the keys to victory.
Yep, and as you can see on the screen right there, it says Supergirl to bait opponent's team. So I feel this is a very normal thing to do. Either the core or the goal laner, they are there to bait your team. Like we saw in the very first game, how Slate, Gear was baiting the whole team, and then Sailor just comes in with a big yin-yang overturn. I think that's very, very crucial. And as you can see on the second point, it will be invade opponent's jungle and deny it. I feel it's 50-50 for me, right?
Okay.
If you can invade, but if you fail it, then it's it kind of shoots yourself in the foot, right?
I think for the second point, the most important thing, Vertigo, is that this is basically keys to victory, not only just for Zion Esports versus Revival. is something that, you know, other teams have been doing against Team Revival.
Yeah.
With that said, apart from that, you know, ensure Vanix and Zero X are able to farm. These two will also start to pick up becoming win conditions. So this whole team pretty much solid, but on the other hand, Revival, a lot of questions about the draft.
Yeah, well, the keys to victory for them though, using LY4 to bait the opponent team. So a lot of baits going on here.
Yeah.
Ensure core roles are able to farm and dive more confidently. Very interesting keys to victory, but I think that's kind of pointing at Revival as a team, right? They haven't really seemed to be that confident playing together, maybe just getting their synergy, their chemistry together as a team still, especially now that they've swapped out a few players, notably Peace is now in the gold lane, or at least he was yesterday, and QD Xlove in the roam position.
Yeah, but they're still trying to figure out this. They're trying to solve this Rubik's Cube, right? This Rubik's Cube's a little bit messy for their side right now. They're just, you know, going left, top, left, right, all those kind of stuff, trying to figure out what is the best winning roster for side Revival. So there's still plenty of chance because, you know, in the regular seasons, no one's going to get dropped out yet. But they need to try to pick up the pace because this is already week 2, day number 2.
I mean, for Revival, I feel they just need to find, like what Scrubby said, right? They need to find their synergy, they need to find their chemistry. So they need to blend well together as a team. Like I said, you know, there were times where, let's say QD went in and then like it's very unconfident, right? It's literally like, should I go in, should I not, you know, or should I play a little bit more passive, should I go aggressive? You know, it's very staggering, right? They're like staggering back to front. Like you said, on the talking points, I feel that it's very important to have confidence. Look at Latte, just smiling away. You know, confidence is key, right?
Yeah, I mean, Zion definitely looks really happy on the screen here. And let's talk about this matchup, right? So Revival against Zion. Which ones are you both going for? Let's hear a quick prediction.
Definitely going to be going for Zion. I mean, Zion, not only just the fact that, before the especially after the performance yesterday, they've proven themselves worthy. But with that said, let's take a look at the audience prediction by you guys. Are you favoring more? Still a landslide over to the side of Revival for both Facebook and YouTube.
Yeah. So, I mean, this is what the audience think, right? Like, yesterday, everyone was against Zion, and I guessed Zion. So I was like, okay, you know, I got it right. But then, this time, a lot of people are voting for Revival instead of Zion.
So this time, Vertigo, are you Zion or Team Revival?
Yeah, okay.
So Vertigo, the audience has, kind of predicted. I believe it's going to be the other way around. So Zion Esports taking the majority share of the votes here
I'll take
up
Revival.
against Revival. So yeah, usually you're the one that goes against everyone else.
That's right.
Yeah, Vertigo is like what I mentioned on Instagram story, right? The salmon that swims against every single one. I remember that one time when we casted together, you predicted that one Kimi. I still remember it down to today.
I have my book of secrets right here. This is the special drafting book.
You have that secret emblem that helps you make the accurate of most predictions,
Yes,
right?
the accurate of most. But, we may never know about unorthodox picks. A lot of unorthodox picks might be coming out, but knowing Zion and Revival, I think they're going for a, no-nonsense kind of game. They're like, okay, let's draft this way, finish out the game nice, quick, and easy.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting, right? Earlier on between Slate Esports and Flash, we saw 200 IQ drafts. The game was set from the draft. Well, it's not set, but like a lot of the game depended on how the draft turned out.
Yeah.
So would it be the same here in this upcoming draft between these teams? Previously, we've seen, Peace, Revival, they've prioritized Peace's picks quite a lot in their gold lane first, but let's see what they're going to go into this time.
Wow, instant Balmond Man coming out from Zion, and on the other side, we have Revival banning away the Beatrix. So Balmond and Beatrix is definitely going to appear a lot, right? Balmond, for some reason, suddenly came back. It's because of the double red tree, right? You can secure objectives, you can have, higher chance of winning those red tree battles, but at the same time, things may happen, maybe even a tank might even steal away objective. And Beatrix, another, I know the reason why for Beatrix ban. Because Beatrix is so hotly contested. Revival don't want any of it. They're like, you know what? Let's just get it out of the equation. Just ban it away.
I feel like to a certain extent, right? If you want to apply for MPL Singapore as a gold laner, you need to be able to play as a Beatrix.
Yeah.
Because this is like a hot commodity. Yeah. And as well, every single gold laner in MPL Singapore, all 8 of them play that Beatrix very well. Now, on the other hand, let's take a look at the bans. Zion bans away the Valentina. Revival will follow suit with a Paramis ban.
I mean, the Valentina ban is a no-brainer, right? It's a definite must ban. The amount of damage that came out from A1, A2 on that Valentina was already painful enough, but it was, I feel that it wasn't enough, you know what I mean? There wasn't enough, snowball feels to it, right?
Yeah. Definitely, Valentina, a very snowbally hero, but not only just the fact that you bring in a very aggressive snowbally hero, the fact that Valentina can adapt very quickly to every single draft that you throw at her, she will reply you with the same exact thing.
Exactly.
We've seen what happens when you have a Mirror of Fatalings. It's like, it's things that you expect in Classic. You know,
But
when
not
you see,
in MPL.
Exactly, when you see both Atlas going ham and ham together. But let's take a look at the bans
Wow.
back again. Archive gets taken away. Zion is targeting 2 junglers for now. Revival takes away that Julian instead, but that opens up the 1-1.
It opens up the 1-1, but honestly, I feel they could prioritize someone more bursty. You know, I feel a 1-1 is a very easy counter, but with great positioning from all these MPL players, I think a 1-1 will be very good, well contested. But the Karina is open too.
Yeah, there's a lot of things really wide open on the table right here. I don't think Zion wants to first pick the 1-1 because we've seen what happened in the previous series.
The 1-1 bait.
Revival could just instantly lock in the Phobias and just shut that down. But don't forget, there's also still that Diggy on that board. Something that came into it's like the flavor of the summer season, right? It just came in all of a sudden. There you go, Diggy coming out from Zion.
Did you take a sneak peek at my book?
No.
Did you take a sneak peek at my book because you predicted
No,
that Diggy?
I saw potatoes cook.
Oh, damn! Somebody
from
really
the
stealing
screen.
stress, but
From the screen.
on the other side of Revival, it's going to be a Lilia and a Paquito. But honestly, I feel this Paquito is really good. You know, it's a very good flex. You can either go EXP, you can either go into the jungle role, or who knows, even the tank. But you know, nobody plays a Paquito roam at this point. But Lilia is so well picked here. It's a very good pick for the Lilia because, you know, although Diggy has the ultimate to, you know, remove any sort of slow effects or, you know, CCs, but that Lilia still hurts.
Yeah, the
right?
Lilia still hurts, right? To a certain extent, I can see that Zion can already counter that. I feel like the Lilia's main key item that you need to take is the Ice Queen 1. You need that to slow it down so that you can constantly stack the damage. But if you deny that slow away using that Diggy with the time journey, suddenly speaking, your Lilia just doesn't feel like it's doing enough damage to chase it down. Apart from that, the knockout punch coming out from Paquito will also get countered by the time journey. Now, Zion picking up the Aerithel, picking up the Esmeralda that Mango likes to play.
Oh, the Mango Esmeralda. I feel Mango plays a very, very big crucial part here for Zion on that Esmeralda to a lot of falling star moons, perfectly timed, and that's where the laning comes in, right? How does he lane against every other hero? It could be a Paquito, it could be anyone else. That's why they have the flex. So that Esmeralda is more of a safe pick, I feel, very passive. That Irithel on Supergirl, I feel Irithel is very broken, in my opinion.
Okay.
Super broken, right?
Alright.
You use sprint on Irithel, it's broken enough. But we've seen how they use Irithel with a flicker, which I'm very surprised. Like usually, you know, you don't see a Irithel with a flicker. Usually a lot of the MPL players go for a sprint. But as we speak about gold lane right now, we can see a Claude being picked up. I feel this is a copy of other region, right? Ever since Claude came back to meta, you know, from other regions, everyone starts incorporating the Claude back in. Claude used to be really good, you know, when he first came out, and then Claude somewhat died out, right? He slightly died out, and he came back again.
It was very popular for a small, I think it's like not even half a season, it's like a quarter of season. But the reason why Claude is coming back in the meta is because I feel like it provides you with this late game alternative. You got that very big wombo combo. And looking at what Revival has drafted for themselves, there's a lot of AoE damage from at least 2 of these heroes. Paquito, to a certain extent, does AoE damage if you are able to catch them out. Taking a look at the bans once again, Revival takes away the Fanny, Zion takes away the Troll.
I feel the Fanny is not much of a issue right here, but I feel it's very protected towards Supergirl, right? If the Fanny were to cable in and then use that ultimate onto the Irithel, especially on Supergirl, and his position is totally off guard, there's nothing that a Diggy can do, right? Nothing a Diggy can do.
Wait, hold on a second.
Lunox ban.
Whoa, okay, so we've seen I think it was 2 Lunoxes being picked, 50% win rate, if I'm not mistaken, 1 win, 1 loss, and now it's gonna go on the ban. This is something very interesting coming out from MPL SG. Lunox has come back into the flavor. It's something that MPL Singapore has started to pick up as well. I believe some other regions are slowly picking up, starting to test that a little bit. Regular season is where they can afford to test this because, like I said, there's no one dropping out for the playoffs. Why not, right?
Yeah, why not? I mean, this is not the time to pull out your secret strats yet. This is not the time to pull out all the aces. You can show maybe 1 or 2 aces, but not all, right? Do not show all your eggs to everybody. So as of right now, oh, the Franco ban. Okay, that's very targeted.
Yeah, that's targeted, I think, not only just towards Revival, right? But that Franco is also going to be crucial in actually start to catch out Zion one by one. Zion right now, they're roaming as a team, using the time journey to walk together. As long as Erythel just runs a ring around the roses against Revival, they should be able to do something, do big damage against Revival. But Zion, I think the main concern, of course, that Franco, picking Zion when they don't want to fight. But Revival, okay, going for the Marsha, that's something I believe Peace or Riot could actually play.
It could even be a Marsha roam, right? It could even be a Marsha roam, but who knows until we've seen all the picks and all the swaps have been done. I feel like they're prioritizing the jungle role for the last pick. Since the Revival is second pick?
Yeah, I think from the side of Revival, it's not as clear-cut as Zion. Zion right now, you can obviously tell, okay, Mango's definitely going with the Esmeralda to the XP lane. You got Diggy as the roam, and then you also have the gold laner Erythel. But on the side of Revival, just 2 of these, Marsha and Paquito, could go everywhere. Could go, Paquito could go into the jungle. It could also go to the XP lane. Marsha, on the other hand, could go into the XP lane. Could also go to the roam as well. And when Marsha starts to invade you hard, I think Zion has to be careful. Remember, one of the keys to victory for the side of Revival is to be more confident to try to invade because they're always the one that's getting invaded.
That's right. I feel you should suddenly flip the table. Like, hey, you're gonna invade me, I'm gonna invade you. Then, like
a Spider-Man meme.
It's like a Spider-Man meme. Like, no, it's you. And then, as you can see right now, Karina is being picked up right now. Like I said, the Karina is nice and open for the taking, and it could easily take out the Claude. But Claude has a very fast and very, very slick toolkit right there. And not only that, we have Lilia. You have the black shoes. You can go all the way back, reset your HP. Paquito is really pretty much slick, and the Marsha is pretty much tanky. So I don't think there's much one shot to be here. Oh,
this is actually quite interesting coming out from Revival. Yeah, that is definitely going to be a jungle Paquito, Grok going to the roam. Ryan definitely will be using that Marsha. Once he gets to the late game, all he has to do is 1 punch Supergirl or 1 punch even Latte. Definitely, you're going to see those HP bars just dissipate while he runs around with 3. But from the side of Zion, it's a very heavy team composition. They want to fight S5, whereas from Revival, I think there's a lot more flanks opportunities coming up. They can fight from front to back.
That's right.
They can even come for the flank. So that's something we should look out for from the side of Revival.
Exactly, and Azura X on the Eve, I feel it's a very good way to round out the front to back composition. It's a very good, nice team fight orientated draft.
Yep. Well, going into the game, ladies and gents, I think both these two teams, they got what they required. They went to the supermarket, picks up all the things from the shelves, and they're looking good. What do you think about that, Scrubby?
Yeah, I think the teams definitely know what they're going for this time. Like you said, both teams very, very inclined to fight, especially on the side of Revival, that huge, bursty team comp kind of composition here. But of course, we have to see how it plays out in reality. This is game number 1 between Zion Esports and Revival. Ladies and gentlemen, it's going to be Zion on the blue side and Revival on the red.
Right off the bat, emblem track Vanix using the jungler emblem. That is definitely going to be a tank Karina. Zion requires that tankiness, so I'm very glad, especially when Latte goes in for that Diggy, more of a support role. You know that Latte is not going to do, not going to take enough, not able to sustain enough damage before he goes down. So Zion, Vanix need to step up just a little bit. Another emblem track from the side of Revival. LY4 going for high and dry. This is also, like I said, the flavor of the month. This Paquito LY4 needs to play aggressively using this emblem, but we need to see. Right now, he's still farming in his own side of the jungle.
Yeah, he's going for the kills, right? Hence the emblem. And on the opposite side, Vanix going for the Demon Slayer instead. So we can probably expect to see Zion aim to take a lot more of these objectives. I think LY4 especially hasn't so far seemed to have a great time in the jungle as well, so maybe this is the way to go. A very aggressive player kill oriented type of play style that might actually get him ahead, especially in the early parts of the game. Now on the top side, you mentioned the Diggy and Irithel as well. Super kind of like babysitting compositions here, and we know that being able to use the alarm bombs from Latte to poke out Peace is going to really slow down his farm here, and that's not going to be great.
Yeah, apart from the alarm bombs using to poke out Peace right there, you can also use alarm bombs to set up a bit of a vision, especially because don't forget, these alarm bombs putting at the brush will be able to scout out Revival's movement, and you know, Revival getting scouted out, they're looking at the turtle instead.
Yep, already rotated down. You can see the team's just setting up for this right now. Going to be Vanix pulling it, but LY4 goes in. Latte immediately drops to the ground and he retreats, but is caught out by the real world manipulation in the backline. Ryan finds Azura X on the chase right now. Will he get the kill? Doesn't quite just yet, and the turtle is left alone for the time being. Both teams disengaging from this.
Both teams disengaging, but it's still Zion sticking on top of that turtle. LY4 got what he wanted. Using the high and dry, goes for the kills instead. Zion's the one with the better objective control with the Demon Slayer emblem. So I think Zion, a good start for now. Looking at the goal lead, especially still favoring for the side of Zion, but we shall need to see towards the later part of the game when Ryan starts to pick up, you know, at least 2 Garden Helms. That's when he starts to punch.
I like that you said at least 2 Garden Helms.
I was thinking 2 or 3. I was like, you can never have enough Garden Helms on Marsha.
Yeah, you can expect that. I mean, it definitely helps the kit as well. But on the top side, looks like a rotation coming through here. QDX Love as well as Swolt. I don't know if they see Zion coming as well, though. Vanix on the backline going in. QDX Love with the wall and the stun onto Latte, but the rest of Zion are here to help QDX Love force the back. The real world manipulation gets the shots onto Swolt. It's going to be Vanix that cleans that up for the team.
Yeah, Swolt using the ultimate just to try to get way back, but he actually magic ultimate himself back into the snapping jaws of Zion. Of course, Revival did it really well in terms of setting up for the gang. Unfortunately, it's Zion that's the one that walked away. Let's take a look at the emblems. As what I mentioned, it is the mage killer from the side of Vanix. Of course, the emblem for Irithel is the one that allows her to sustain in lane. Not only just that, towards the later parts of the game, those movement speed is definitely very crucial. However, average for the side of the Cloud standard emblem in order to, you know, get your farm quicker, and of course mystery shops so that Swolt get the items required. Swolt will be able to clear the mid lane very quickly and force Azura X. If you notice Azura X movements, it's very hard for him to leave the lane.
Yeah, well, he is now, though, I think, looking for another opportunity potentially on the top side. Looks like they decide the better of it, but you can see both teams already positioned. They want some control of this top before the next objective spawns and just looking potentially for this next opportunity.
Looking for our next opportunity indeed, but I don't think they should push it super aggressively because, you know, Turtle has spawned, Vanix has to stay as alive as possible. LY4, you know, getting that 1 kill is great, but I want to see more. We need to see him picking up Supergirl or even pick up Latte. That's good as long as you scale out quickly. You farm Latte as much as possible, especially when you go for a very aggressive emblem, but now they're setting up, the wall has been built.
Yeah, they're already starting it. Vanix quickly secures the turtle as well. LY4 tries to go in for Mango, who's taking the flank here, but Revival, I don't think they can take anything from this fight at all. And Peace, at that time of the fight, didn't actually have his ultimate, so not a very good timing there, it seems.
Not very good timing for the side of Revival, I would have to definitely agree. Vanix has overall control, but oh, he's getting caught out.
Yeah, Vanix trying to make an escape here. Will he be able to? Supergirl comes in from the back as well. Shots from the top. Will not be able to secure a kill just yet. LY4 and Swolt on the run. They actually saved their teammate there.
Yeah, heavy crossbow coming in, dishing out damage, pushes Revival away. Vanix got shot down a little bit low. Here comes the blazing duet as well by Peace.
Yeah, but I think he's just trying to use it to clear it up. It's not for damage.
Yeah.
So far he's been using pretty defensively, and that's not great. Granted, though, this is still a Claude in the early game, so it's okay. I think that he uses that for now. He will need to save that in the later part of the game, though, because on the side of Revival, you know, the whole setup, QDX Love with the wall, with that emblem as well to reduce the cooldowns, they're really aiming to set team fights up as much as possible.
Yeah, looking at the core item, but hold on a second, real world manipulation being built up already, but then again, you know, it is you know, Revival locking Zion up in the side of the base. It is not Revival locking Zion, it's themselves locking themselves with Zion.
Yeah, there was no way that QDX Love was going away from
Yeah.
that, I think. Just that whole box, zoning that out. A huge win for Zion because securing that top turret now is going to create so much space for them, deny Peace of even more space, and now the next
upside.
objective, not to mention one kill though, actually, it's going to be Peace taking down Supergirl.
Yeah, I think that was a blazing duet for the use with Peace. Latte coming in to try to clean it up. 2 members already. Definitely a dead Peace right there, but it's all good. But now Zion doesn't have damage though.
Yeah, the time journey popped preemptively, seeing as QDX Love was coming in, but doesn't seem to have the wild charge in any case, giving Zion the opportunity to start on this turtle, but Revival looks like they want to contest this. LY4 is heading back to the buff for now though.
Yeah, Revival. I'm okay with how they've moved so far. They do pick up quite a good fight against Zion, but then again, you know, I think Ryan was jumping the gun a little bit too much earlier in the first team fight. But now, you know, as we go towards the later part of the game, I think Revival might take this. Peace will come in for a nice juicy flank with a blazing duet, and Ryan will create so much havoc at the back line. Zion needs to try to find a way to protect Supergirl or even Azura X.
The thing is, they might actually be able to, because looking at the draft of Revival, hold on though, Mango, Peace is on the run here, swapping lanes, trying to farm up, but Zion does not let up at all. Azura X though actually goes down in the middle of that fight. Revival, a small win for them there. Potentially looking for more. QDX Love rotating to the mid lane. Zion recognizes this, so they're quick to back away.
Yeah, quick to back away. I think LI4 did what he needs to. Pick up one person, move on. I think this is a different LI4 this time around, going up against Zion. So much on the line for Revival to prove. Same could be said over to Zion. They need to take this point, but Revival is not gonna give it up without a fight.
Yeah, for sure. You can see them just pressuring down on the lane so hard, where Vanix and Supergirl are at this moment. But you mentioned earlier, setting up the team fights, right? I think Zion, they have so much movement speed though on the side of Iritel. They have the time journey as well to help them dispel any of that lockdown. And they also have Azura X for that whole zone denial. So even if Revival wanted to go in for the flanks like you mentioned and create some disruption in the backline, it is so much easier for Zion to go in and out and slip out of these fights. So I think maybe Revival might have a hard time finding the members of Zion.
So it's all about surprising or flanking, right? But look at how Mango is positioned, look at how Lam is positioned. They're always roaming around the river, not giving information over to the side of Revival, but also getting information for themselves. Now, Beauty, I think his role in this particular team fight is very important. The wild charge needs to be landed properly to knock out Azura X in the air, but bottom lane is already go down.
Oh, QDX Love caught out there, does not get away. Swell is the next target, so quick, Vanix on the fingers. The kill going to Azura X instead, and it's 2 down on the side of Revival. They've also taken away that tier 1 turret from that, but LY4, he spots out Supergirl. Goodbye! Puts him in the dirt immediately, and that's 1 down for Zion. Important key member, especially now that they want this Lord. But maybe this is the bait. They're still going for it anyway, and Mango, he finds LY4 in the backline, zoning him out completely from taking the buff and doesn't get it. The Lord still goes to Zion. My goodness.
My goodness, Vanix was actually just holding on so much precision in this one guy. LI4 tries to steal it away, but he wasn't able to make it in time. Mango was sticking to LI4 as much as possible, but Revival, they do have the better tempo right now. They're gonna build up the wall, the real world manipulation to just protect the mid lane turret.
Yo, I mean, this is what we talked about in the key to victory, right? Maybe Supergirl, okay, I don't think that was intentional. I'm sure he didn't see LY4 there in the bushes, but that bait that we were talking about. And let's look at exactly what happened early on.
Yeah, so what I saw for now is just Azura X holding on to the real world manipulation. He knows that Ryan's doing so much pressure at the backside, but I think the main thing is Mango sticking on top of LY4. As LY4 dances around, keeping tabs on LY4 is very important. But now, going in, Mango trying to open up the map, but then there's the Lord marching down bottom side.
Yeah, he takes some damage here. Revival forced to try to protect the bottom turret, does not manage to do so. Lord still crashes down on it, and they're left to defend this with whatever they have. Zion, they're trying to make a 2-prong attack here in the mid lane as well. Azura X trying to siege together with the minions.
Yeah, I feel like Zion has left the mid lane turret up way too long, so they're cracking open the sides, then they can actually really start to pick apart the mid. But hold on a second, Peace going in.
Dives in with the Blazing Duet, but the time journey is pop and he doesn't do much at all to the members of Zion. And the box, the grid from Azura X comes down, doesn't get anyone as well, so they both disengage. But this is what I mean, it's so difficult to get into the depths of Zion. Yes, you have the Blazing Duet, but once you pop that, Zion can also disengage from you. And just look at the sprints that they have as well.
Yeah, like 4 sprints and 1 retribution. I mean, it's kind of brainless coming out from Zion, but it's required, right? Especially with Swirl, definitely has the Ice Cream Wand already built up, and you have to run away from the Wild Charge. Peace will definitely come at you with the Blazing Duet. You just sprint away. So what Zion is doing, let's bait Peace into us. We run away and disengage. One piece is done with the Blazing Duet. We re-enter with more damage because as long as Supergirl is alive, he lands down a heavy crossbow. That's a lot of damage. Constant DPS that they're landing on top of Revival's drop.
Yeah, I guess the rest of the members can for Revival, they cannot just rely on that Blazing Duet anymore, right? The damage from Swirl has to pop off as well. Now again, Peace trying to get Mango with the ult doesn't do quite enough damage as he might have hoped, and Vanix just invading the jungle at will.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. Revival now doesn't really have a big damage, and now Zion will try to handshake a fight. Mango has baited out the Blazing Duet away from Revival. Zion's trying to make some good plays, especially with the Lord coming out at 10 seconds. By then, I think Peace's Blazing Duet is up, so Zion has a very slim window for them to take this enhanced Lord.
It has to be set up well though. Like we said, QDX Love needs to find that correct angle, needs to find out on the right people. There is Supergirl, but earlier on we saw, even if he dies, there is still Vanix, there is still Azura X. So it just seems so difficult for Rival to get this one correct. And right now, even Mango, he's gone all the way down just to set up for this Lord. Force the rotation from Ryan to clear up those waves on the base turret. And they're giving it up.
Yeah, they're giving it up. I don't really like how Revival's doing. They're giving the Lord over to Zion. Zion Mango has successfully catches 2 though.
Yeah, on the back line and just zoned so much of Revival away. They didn't get anything at all out of the fight. They lost the Lord, they lost the bottom base turret. I don't know what to make of this.
It's a very tough side of Revival. Zion has done every single thing right. Mango pushed out shelf bottom, forces Ryan to react, and then after that, come in for the flank, make sure that Peace is stayed away from the Lord pit, and so that Zion can successfully take down the Lord. So Revival probably lost too much. Looking at the items, Wind of Nature is very beneficial for the side of Everthel to counteract against the Blazing Duet. Same for the side of Claude as well. But once again, that is a tank arena. There's already Garden Helm being built up. Even the Antique Cuirass as well, so that you can counteract against LY4's damage. But LY4, look at that items for War Axe, Bloodlust Axe, even Hunter Strike, and even Malefic Roar as well. If Zion were to allow LY4 to the backline, that backline will melt.
The real world manipulation comes out to start the fight. Ryan dives in. LY4's trying to flank from the back, but the damage is enough to come through. Latte goes down first. It's a trade across as Ryan dies as well. And now Zion, they find the opportunity onto Peace. They manage to get that front line, and now they have the chance to siege together with the Lord on the base turret. They go straight for the core and more shots from the top just to be able to secure this game. Number 1 goes to Zion.
It was a little bit iffy in the earlier parts of the game. Revival starts to bear some teeth, but Zion in the end of the day was the one that triumphs. Zion, I think they were really cool, calm, collected. They know even though LY4 was ahead, 2 kills, 3 kills, it doesn't really matter as long as Zion has the eyes on that prize, which is the objectives. Remember, it is Vanix on that jungler emblem that allows him to secure objectives even better. LY4 went for the kills instead. Yes, they are able to pick some people from Zion apart, but Zion, Mango was the one that created so much pressure on the offside, coming in for the flank. Everything is beautiful, nice and dandy for Zion to take this victory.
I mean, it seemed like they really had a game plan, right?
Yeah.
Revival, they picked the right. I think the draft would have worked out for them.
Yeah.
It just that they didn't seem to be able to find the picks that they needed, the flanks that I thought their draft was going for.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of opportunity for Zion to Revival to try to find a flank. But Zion, I think the information gathering, the auto alarm bombs, and even Mango as well. Latte, I think he's very suicidal in terms of giving those information away. That definitely helped and allowed Revival to cannot find an opening into their backline.
Yep, and very well done game from Zion right there. It's an open and shut case, right? Literally open and shut. The reason why I say this is because the objectives. Zion really went for all the objectives. They went for the turtle, they went for the Lord Steel. Everything was on point. It's how a standard Mobile Legend game should go, right?
Yeah,
We will take a look at the item right there, and I did notice it is a full tank Vanix with the Curse Helm Anti-Cuirass along with the Radiant Armor and the Garden Helm right there. I mean, look at Latte right there. Normal build right there. Vanix normal build. Mango goes for a semi-tank build. So this somewhat helps as an Esmeralda. You know, it gives you that Enchanted Talisman, gives you that mana regen, so you can just start spamming, and a very, very good flank because 4 sprints. Literally 4 sprints and 1 retribution. This is how objective they are. The reason why they use sprint is also to gain more map control, gain more space, you know, so they can gain more information on Revival right there. And, you know, Revival, they couldn't do much. They gave away 3 turtles, 1 level 1 Lord and 1 level 2 Lord. And literally, you know, Zion just snowballs.
Yeah, and not only just that, right? Look at Peace. Peace has already accomplished all the core items, the Demon Hunter Sword, the Golden Staff, and even the Wind of Nature, just in case Supergirl decides to go on ham. But there's another big item from the side of Supergirl, is that has claws. Yes, Peace can come in with my Blazing Duet. Yes, I can go with the Wind of Nature. You can't kill me. But as long as Supergirl does the damage, he's able to, you know, maintain and sustain for the next fight.
Yep, and Zion all across the board right here with the rich guy for Supergirl Vanix, aka the carry, sandbag on Mango right there on that Esmeralda, and then Latte, of course, the forgotten one. This is what a standard, you know, ML award should be given, you know? This is how it should be given out. And as you can see on the kill score, 9 to 5 kills only, not that much. Although LY4 did manage to get the first blood, very good aggressive fight, but they still lost the turtle. It was right at that first turtle fight, and you know, Zion gets the first turtle, and then Revival, they did rotate, you know, in the very, very early game, they did rotate well, but the execution just wasn't there. Right? There wasn't much execution from Revival.
I think the most important thing, the improvement that I see from the side of Revival is at least they're more confident. At least they are more aggressive as compared to what we've seen thus far.
Yeah, and I think the draft matched that as well, right? You can see that, unfortunately, still going the way of Zion and the MVP for the game. Mangle, like we said, one person zoning out almost the entire team of Revival.
Yeah, the Falling Star Moon catches 2, 3, you know, pushing down bottom side. Not only just the micro that he's good at, he knows the limits of this hero, he also understands the macro. My team is actually wants to take the Lord now. I shove bottom lane. When, you know, Zion saw Ryan at the bottom side, Marshall desperately trying to clear wave, I go in, I flank.
Yep, and that's the whole purpose of an EXP laner is for you to zone, is for you to get all your objective. But right now, let's take a look at the highlights that is coming up right now. Very interesting place. You can see a lot of things going on, but you know, we'll break it down for you guys. You know, it's very small little place, right? It's the small things that matter. This is the Revival rotation, right? But the real world manipulation just stops everything, and then Soul just gets caught out right in the middle. Supergirl with a sprint and instantly demolishes. Look at that. Literally, real world manipulation stops the play of Revival. That's the most crucial thing.
Yeah, I saw twice Swirl actually using the ultimate back into the enemy line. So I think that's a misclick, I would say, coming out from the side of Revival. I think they need to really be calm, cool, collected, like how Zion handles it. Yes, there's an LY4 coming in to try to steal away my Lord, try to steal away my Turtle, but hey, Vanix, you know, is like, you can come in, sure, I have my Retribution ready.
Yep, real world manipulation keeps getting popped up, but oh, the DG ultimate somewhat kind of helps. Ryan went for a very good aggression. He gets the kill, but then look at the reversal. The snowball was just too much to handle, and Mango right there in the front line, dealing all the damage, dealing the slows, and Vanix for the cleanup. This is what a open and shut case look like, right?
Yeah, and not only just that, I think Zion identifies the main damage dealer. Not only just that, the main damage dealer. It's more like they know the pattern of the damage from the side of Revival. Revival is this one-shot wonder. I want to come in for the flank. I have a big bursty damage, but once I finish everything, I lose my resources. I have nothing left. So what they do is they kite backwards using Time Journey, using the sprint. You saw there's like this one big convex or concave. I don't know what's going on. They just allowed, you know, Revival to come in, and then after that, they just re-engaged and they wipe it out.
Yeah, and I think that's just perfect, right? When you see a draft play out the way it was supposed to work. Not quite the side of Revival, but it's Zion recognizing what Revival wanted to do with their draft and actually being able to counter exactly that. Not just in the pick of the heroes itself, but the fact that they picked 4 sprints for them to be able to disengage and re-engage once they wanted to, because they know that, you know, as long as the fights keep drawing out even longer and longer, it's to my benefit.
Yeah. It's definitely to, you know, Zion's benefit, especially Supergirl on that Aerithel.
Yep, 100% on Supergirl. I mean, during the game, we can already see that Supergirl is already lane gapping. right? Very big lane gap against the on Revival marksman, right? On the Claude. The Claude didn't have time to snowball, like you said. He did manage to, get a little bit of items. He was missing, I think, 2 more items, 2 more full core items. He's still a little bit behind, but on the other side, Supergirl had full items, even with the Heart's Claw. You want to try to compete with me? No problem. I still have a Wind of Nature, right? You have the Wind of Nature, you can contest 1v1s. LY4, good skirmishes. He had very, very good skirmishes, but it's to a certain extent only. It's a Paquito, right? Like you said, once everything is done, you have nothing to use anymore. It's like a Eudora. I threw everything out. I'm just a sitting duck.
Basically, I threw all the decks on the floor and it's like, okay, now I have to try to pick it up. And then when I'm on the floor trying to pick up the cards, pick up the pieces, Supergirl and the rest of Zion just zones in and just starts kicking you on the ground.
Yeah, exactly. But
that's actually gruesome.
You know what else you can just keep using and pick up all the time? Your Frank OCBC cards.
I did not plan that. I did not plan the cards.
That's good.
I swear to God, I did not plan the cards.
Good cards.
Yeah.
So you can also flaunt your MLBB pride in real life. Use your Frank by OCBC cards. They are very, very proud to support MPL Singapore again for season 4. So thank you for coming on board to support us as a partner in this season. Now, from now till the 9th of October, sign up for a Frank X MLBB debit card online and you can choose from 5 limited edition MLBB card design. We've all seen these card designs before. Come on, you know you want one on your card. If you are the first of 275 eligible applications, you will get a surprise MLBB epic skin that's worth $25 when you apply and spend at least $200 with your Frank debit card.
I think the most important thing is that whenever I see this ad-lib coming out, it kind of reminds me, hey, my Frank debit card is actually expiring this year.
It's time to get it renewed and get a new
reapply.
card
Every
design.
time it comes out, it's like, wait, I need to go back and renew. I need to go back and renew, but I always procrastinate.
Well, I mean, speaking of renew, what do you think Revival can renew about their strats right there? You know,
Where's the plastic knife?
I cannot with these.
Production, where's the plastic knife?
What kind of strats do you think they can renew on? I feel it's very kind of one-dimensional. You know, not to throw any diss or any hate towards Revival, but it's very one-dimensional plays. As you know, Zion is playing more of passive. It's like chess. You know, if I start on black, I can be a little more passive. I can go aggressive. Whereas white, you're forced to go in a certain direction. And I feel that Zion is forcing Revival towards a certain kind of draft, a certain kind of play style. You know, with that diggy first pick is very, very important. Hands down to potato right there.
Yeah, and I think you pointed out that correctly, right? The fact that it was one-dimensional because Zion Esports just read that exactly.
Like a book.
Like a book.
Straight up like a book. And literally, Potato was holding a book, right? Was he holding a book? No, I'm just kidding. But yeah.
Okay, on that note, when you pointed that out, the first thing that came into my mind is the fact that, in the earlier parts of the game, what I realized was Zion was just purely reacting to what Revival wants to do. However, in the end of the day, it was Revival that loses the objective fights. It was, Revival that loses out the objectives. Yes, you can get Supergirl. Yes, you can get someone from my team. But, Zion's the one that go around securing objective. Ultimately, in the end of the day, objective is the one that wins the game.
Yeah, but the thing is, in the previous game, Zion banned out the Bowman as well as the Akai, which really prevents LY4 from taking these objective-oriented junglers. And I don't know if that was a pick that forced him to go into the Paquito, but what other options could he have looked into then?
Wow, so many more options.
Yeah, I think if you really want to go back in the past when LY4 was running around as a jungler, bring back the Granger. Bring back the Ancient Shin.
Granger.
This Revival going into this particular series, I think they've got nothing left to lose, right? They are figuring out their roster, they're trying to figure out the game strats. I think why not just go in a little bit blast from the past? It's worked for LY4 before in Season 1. Why not do it in Season 4?
Go for comforts.
Go for comforts.
Go for comforts. Even if it's not meta.
Even if it's not meta.
Even if it's not meta. I'm looking at all the off-meta heroes right now.
Yeah, your notebook actually dates all the way to Season 1 if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, all the way to Season 1. It's a very OG right now. But I feel there's a lot more versatility. Let's say the mage. You could even go into a Cecilion. It's a very good late game orientated hero. The snowball is really awesome. With bad impact on the first skill for Cecilion, you just keep stacking and stacking. Even with Radiant Armor and Athena Shield, you're still going to get affected by bad impact, right? To a certain extent, because if you were to drag, let's say around the 12 minute or 10 minute mark, that bad impact is going to hurt you a lot.
And I like that idea, but going to the draw very, very soon, ladies and gentlemen, you know, the Sicilian does give you a fighting chance towards the later parts of the game. All you have to do, we just hold on until 20 minutes, and then I start to strike, and hopefully Zion makes a mistake.
Well, the question is though, can they go into that? Can they hold out enough to go into that late game as well? Because I think the previous game ended at around 15 minutes, which is probably... Claude didn't even manage to scale that far ahead as well. He, I think, only just got his items up. So let's take a look. I think the drafting phase for this game number 2 is ready for us. What they will go into next.
Same bans. Still same bans coming out from Zion. They are trying to deny the LY4 Balmon right here, right? Along with the Julian. I mean, the Julian is really strong on his own already. A level 3 Julian is scary enough.
Basically, you unlock the full potential Julian at level 3. Unlike other heroes, you know, you unlock the full potential around level 4.
Level 4, yeah.
Yeah, but another thing that you have to think about when teams start to ban away the Balman, ban away the Akai, because the ease of execution is also another factor you have to consider. What the Balman wants to do, run up to your face, dash up to your face, I start spinning, if I miss the retribution, I have the lethal counter, or, you know, I can run up to you to go in for the cleanup, lethal counter, and I just, you know, snowball from there, and it's a very easy hero to play. Definitely Zion doesn't want to give it over to LY4 for the comfort.
Yep, and it looks like Beatrix is going to be banned away again, and I just had a little thought at the back of my head, right? Like...
Vertigo thoughts!
No, vertigo thoughts! It's poisonous!
Yes.
Don't fall for it. But, not to throw any shit or anything, but QDX Love was kind of a little bit of... gave me a little bit of underwhelming feeling right there. QDX Love kind of underwhelmed me with the Grok, right? There wasn't much impact. You know what I mean? There's not much, I wouldn't say juicy ultimates, but there was a little bit of zoning. But as compared to Mango zoning with the Esmeralda, I think QDX Love could have done the same, but you're only limited by a Grok, and that's where your mobility comes in, because Grok is a very slow-moving hero. He's a very gigantic he has a very gigantic hitbox, you know, and literally you can just get bursted down very easily, and you know, QDX Love didn't do much impact, but as we speak right now, Zion is going to be banning away that Faramis. So Faramis, really good, have Cult Altar, gives you a second chance at life, but that pullback from that Faramis is going to be very, very crucial. It's equivalent to a Diggy second skill, right? A Diggy second skill is very crucial. It kind of creates an invincible barrier. You know, that little reverse time coming out from Latte, you're holding everybody back. So it gives, you know, LY4 couldn't enter, right? They didn't give much space for LY4 to go in and try to, you know, go for some sort of flanks or anything, because there was a Diggy. So as you can see right now, Zion is going to be banning away the Akai, and Azura X using his magical fingers, magical hands. Oh, he's doing the magic spell. Yes, he's doing the magic spell.
I'm actually worried about what Vertigo says on stream sometimes. Like, seriously, like, are you jinxing?
No, I'm not jinxing anything, man. You know, I don't jinx people.
Alright, the most important thing that we have to cover, Revival self-banned Archive. We talked about this. This is something that's easy to execute. Revival, on the other hand, we saw in game number 1, they're not exactly a objective-based team. They're still hungry for their kills. They're bloodlusty about those kills. They want blood of the enemies spread across the land of Dawn. So Revival taking over the Akai, and now first pick goes over to the side of Revival. They will first pick the Diggy instead to actually deny it away from Latte. Zion, on the other hand, bans away the Valentina. What's open now? Like I said, the 1-1 is still open. You can go for the 1-1 and the Phobias right here. You basically pick an OP and meta hero,
and your counter pick.
Your counter pick as well. Therefore, sometimes I think there's a lot of discussion where the first pick or second pick is the better pick.
I feel it's second pick because, you know, you have a blind pick and a counter pick, but at the same time you have 2 picks, right? So you can pick and pick away your counter pick, which, you know, denies the opponent of any sort of counters. But as we, you know, there's pros and cons of everything, right? For first pick, you get to prioritize the hero that you always want, and you know, that has essentially no flaws. But as you can see right now, a Paquito and a Lilia again from Zion.
This is Zion releasing a statement towards Revival.
Yeah, like, we don't need to change the draft.
Yeah, not only just that. You pick my Diggy, I'll show you what you can do with your draft against us in game number 1. Literally giving a masterclass over the side of Revival. Now, Revival goes for that Clint, a very safe marksman in my opinion. But the vital weakness of a Clint is when you start to build super tanky heroes, and that's where the clean will start to fall off, especially if he's not farming up, especially if he's getting caught and there's a lot of distractions. For example, the Marsha going for your backline.
Yeah, and the Marsha rushing for your backline. But I feel, with clean second skill, you kind of have a sort of escape mechanism. But if that Marsha were to hunt you down with sprint, I mean, you can't run.
There's no way to run.
There's no way to run. Like, a clean, you have to gap your opponent, right?
Okay, as a marksman main myself, 2 heroes in the whole Mobile Legends Bang Bang hero pool that I'm extremely afraid of. Natalia and that Marsha. So that's something that Zion could actually look out for, especially going into the next pick. Now Revival, picking up that Esmeralda for themselves.
Okay.
Don't forget, Zion's draft on the other hand is Paquito, super wide open, could go into Vanix, could go into Mango. There's still this potential problem of a 1-1 and Phobia's pickup from the side of Zion, but it's up to them. But this, I think it kind of solidifies what Zion wants to do. They're going for a dive comp.
Very good dive comp, especially with the Matilda Flying Eagle right there will bring your, you can bring somebody along with you, granted if you hit the right timing. So the combo for the Matilda Flying Eagle is that you use your dash or basically your second skill, someone will click to follow along, and then that's where you can lock onto your enemy with the Flying Eagle. You get the double knockback, and it's going to be especially good with a Lilia or even a Paquito to get up close and personal with your opponents, really close the gaps. No one is going to be escaping from a Matilda Flying Eagle.
Yeah, but now looking at the bans right here from the side of Zion, I think they could start targeting bans. Junglers, once again, LY40 is already slightly limited already, but instead they're looking at Xaviers, they're looking at Sicilian. This is something that, they could potentially look out for. We limit Swirl, make him not comfortable. Revival, on the other hand, I think they could go for, bans on the marksman. Just ban out Supergirl for now. Hopefully, P should be able to win it out, and then we play towards that gold lane.
Yeah, I mean, I feel the goal lane is super essential right here, but it's all up to Supergirl to get a Clint. What do you think is a very good counter to Clint? To me, honestly, I feel it's going to be a Brody because he has extra range. But this Clint, to reverse my opinion right there, Clint has crit. He's a crit monster. So Irita was a crit monster also because the skill kit just literally crits you down all the way. So there's essentially no item to counter crit apart from Twilight Armor.
Yes, in a sense, to get as much HP as possible, you do have some innate armor to kind of suss it out a little bit. But you know what? If there's one marksman to counter all marksmen, the king of all marksmen, queen of all marksmen, Popo and Cooper. Hands down. Right. Because of the fact that you are such a big lane bully in the early parts of the game. You have a long non-committal stun towards the later part. Just in case if you fall off, you become something like a Selena. You have the trap to provide the vision, so you're self-sustained. You don't need a babysitter. I mean, Popo and Cooper, definitely my biggest favorite, but I hate to play Popo and Cooper. But in the meantime,
point and click stun too.
Point and click stun too, and now Zion going in for the ban on top of Sicilian is like what I mentioned, Revival. They may not want Revival to go towards the later part of the game, therefore they take away the Sicilian. Now Revival picking up the Dyrop to counter ban something that counters the Esmeralda.
I feel Uranus would be good here, honestly. Uranus would be great, but Matilda has a shield, Uranus has a shield, so that Esmeralda would literally just cut your shield away. So what I feel right now would be great is a Marsha.
Yeah, definitely. I was talking about the Marsha earlier just now. I think Zion could actually pick that up, but if they pick that from the Marsha instead, but no, instead they're going to go for the Baxia to limit the healing from the side of Esmeralda. They identify the threat of the Esmeralda, but this it also means that, all cards are out for the side of Zion. They know what they want to do. Vanix definitely go in the jungle. Latte on the Matilda. Mango definitely have to go into the AXP lane. Yes, the Baxia could go to the AXP lane, but you want to use the fact that he could rotate from one map to another extremely quickly and, play against Revival on their own kind of speed. Bring them up to your level, bash them down in a 1-2 solo punch. Zion looking to secure a 2-0.
As of right now, it's going to be Revival on the last 2 pick right now. What could they possibly do to round it off? It's going to be a Eve pick and a Thamos on the jungle. All right, that's going to be a very big game changer there, honestly. This Thamos could literally soak up all the damage and return all that damage back to Zion, and at the same time, so I can just stand at the back, real world manipulation, literally burst down everyone from far, far away. Ryan with the engage with Falling Star Moon, and then Peace on that clean with the crit damage, and QDX Love, you know, using the reverse time to hold anyone back from running away, especially Vanix or Supergirl.
I think what Revival has secured for himself is actually quite good on paper.
Right, it's a very good front and back.
Because
front
first
and
of
back.
all, I can use Sword on that Eve with a real world manipulation. You try to knock me with the Mathilda ultimate, I just go in with the Digi Time Journey.
Yeah.
And not only just that, while you are right inside my box, I will slow you infinitely. Not only just the real world manipulation, I still have the Thamus with the infinite amount of slow. Then alongside Sword, you do have long range option from the side of the clean. This looks really good on paper, but they really need to execute it together to the T. Zion would end off the draft with a carry.
Wow, with a carry. So that's going to be true damage coming out from Supergirl right here. I'm not sure if Supergirl is going to be going with the sprint or the flicker, because, you know, with the sprint, you know, you gain more movement speed, because carry's ultimate grants you slower movement speed, but it gives you double stack per basic attack. So that's going to be a true damage proc right there from the passive. So Zion, Revival, game number 2. Guys, please take it away.
This is a very interesting draft, right? And it feels as if like Zion was making and forcing Revival to play into their hands, especially with the 2 late game bans onto Xavier as well as Diggy. So I don't know about you, but I'm super stoked to see how this is going to turn out. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the drafts locked and loaded. The 2 team compositions are ready, and here we go, loading into the land of Dawn. It's going to be game number 2 between Revival and Zion Esports. Revival on the left in blue and Zion in red.
The 4-man stacking on top of LY4, making sure he gets a head start. Revival playing, I don't want to use the word precedent, but they really want LY4 to shine. That's how Revival is going to play into this game number 2. On the other hand, Zion, you know, it is up to Vanix. You know, just will be able to out-rotate LY4 very quickly, gang the top side, make sure they have a winning gold lane, because Supergirl needs some babysitting. That's why Latte is there.
I mean, that's important, right? LY4 has not had the games of his day for sure, and making sure that he gets some of that farm, especially as a Thamas, you want to be able to get that early game lead, and that seems to be beneficial. I mean, he's going up top now, looking for something. Latte takes a lot of damage. One more shot does not quite secure it yet. LY4 is around the area, but it doesn't look like he's going for it just yet.
I like what the LY4 is already doing right now. Like, look, already on his side of the map, he's already got the orange buff, he's already got the purple buff. He was already poised and set to basically, you know, counter jungle against Zion. This is a very aggressive Revival team this time. They're starting to gain that confidence, you know, baby steps, up that steps, and they're starting to take a bit of a stride. But now, I think all eyes on Revival. How are they going to play around this turtle pit right here? Looking at level 4s from both these 2 teams. Sword needs to get that level 4 as quickly as possible. There's only 10 seconds left for him to do. Azura X, on the other hand, Power Spy has been hit. He could already start to do the damage. He doesn't technically need the magic boots, but the magic boots is something that, you know, it's a bonus.
Definitely. I mean, if he gets into a sticky situation, you're going to count on those black shoes to get it out. Actually, Azura X going to be pulled back in, right? Revival taking quite a bit of damage there. Zion now has the advantage and the higher ground, because they've managed to push out the mid lane. Again, Mango causing disruption in the backline. Turtle is at half health. Revival wants to contest this, but it doesn't look like they can at all.
I don't think they can. Time Journey will be activated. Mango gets dragged back into hell.
Yep, and real world manipulation tries to get as much as possible from Zion. It's still, well, I think it's not too bad from Zion. Yes, they lost Mango, but then they did get the objective after all.
Yeah, and that's the first blood QR code. Quickly scan it, and let's get back into the game, because now Zion looking to up that tempo right here, looking at Peace, super low right here, they're gonna gank.
Yep, the circling eagle already popped. That is a dead piece right there. QDX Love cannot do anything about this situation. Zion Esports getting what they wanted and immediately just backing off back to the base.
What I like about the Azura X earlier just now, remember I was talking about, you know, when the first turtle spawns, you need to get your level 4. If you notice how Azura X playing super aggressively, knowing that he has the power spike against Sword, pushing Sword away. He doesn't get level 3 at the turtle fight, and that costed Revival the first turtle. Now, Revival still has a fighting chance. Don't forget, Peace will do a lot of damage towards the later part of the game. LY4 as a Thamus will be able to tank. It's up to how Revival play and hold out for the next 5 minutes.
Yeah, for sure. And the point of getting LY for that farm in the first place at the very beginning of the game was so that he can have an easier time. Together with the ultimate from Swirl, it's supposed to get him these objectives. So losing that first one, I say, isn't ideal, but let's look at what they can potentially do now. LY4 taking some damage. Zion just zoning out them out so much. Revival losing that gold plating off the top tier 1 turret. Zion is going to also retreat.
Yeah, I think Zion did what they need to do. Just take down gold plating. Remember, it's up to Supergirl to get as much farm as possible. Even though there's like a lot of people for the time, Revival, this gives a lot of free real estate. Just take a look what Mango is doing right here. Counter jungling. I want to take a look at how Mango is doing because if he has an orange buff on him, that is a big win over to Zion. Okay, he doesn't. That'd be funny if he doesn't.
No, not that much yet. But Zion does have a lot of control. They've always managed to sync up the wave such that they have the advantage over these objectives, and they're doing that again. A knockup onto LY4 forces him back again from this turtle, losing the second one.
Yeah, and now they're gonna try to gang the top side instead. QDX Love and Peace get shoved back into their inner turrets instead, giving all their gold plating over the side. Zion Vanix takes quite a bit of damage. Real world manipulation goes in, but it's not gonna be enough for Zion to push them away from their turret.
And it's very defensive.
Yeah.
That real-world manipulation from Swirl was only enough for Zion to stop pressing on their advantage even further. It didn't zone them out from the first tier turret at all. So that was basically for Supergirl to take. And, well, take it, they did. And now, again, Revival on the back foot. Peace being forced back into his second tier turret, or maybe forced to make a lane swap at this point.
Yeah, Peace is supposed to get gold lane priority up top, but it's surprising the fact that, you know, Latte's positioning and also babysitting has proven so well. If you take a look right now, Supergirl already rotated down to the bottom side. Ryan will be going up against them. We need to see a bit of a lane swap happening for the side of Revival to react. Allow the Esmeralda, allow Ryan to play at an unsafe lane, get Peace up. He's already has an endless battle. That's the first step, but he needs more.
But Zion knows this too. Just look at the rotations coming down the bottom. They probably already anticipated that Peace is going to be there. Azura X still in some trouble. Here comes Latte for the rescue as this is the grid that comes down. The counter aggression onto Zion. They trade out 1-for-1 between Swirl and Azura X.
Yeah, they're just trading away mages for now, but at next 26 seconds when the turtle will be spawned, Zion should be at just in time up there, but big key real-world manipulation has been used by Swerve. You would not have the real-world manipulation for side Revival to zone Zion away from that turtle, so that's something they need to put into play when they're going for this turtle contest.
I mean, even if they did, you have also Latte on that Matilda, so you can be sure that he's going to look out for that ultimate and probably use that to stop him as well. Even if it doesn't, Guiding Wind is there to help his teammates get out.
Yeah, take a look at emblems once again. It is Carry using the same emblem as what he did for Irithel. They need the movement speed, they need that HP to stay in lane as long as possible. Killing spree for Clint, that has been the preferred emblem for MPL Singapore in terms of the Clint. You've got a massive armor penetration, you also got that re-engage kind of style going back into the fight after one kill. Another thing to take note is the average for Ryan. As long as he's swiping heroes or at least anything, he's actually gaining gold so that he could scale faster as compared to Mango.
Yeah, like the emblems, the way that they've drafted, it all points to Revival looking like they want something more aggressive, right? The thing that confuses me is it doesn't seem to be playing out like that in the execution. And remember when we talked about the keys to victory, it is for Revival to play confidently, play these fights confidently.
Ryan?
But right now in the backline, Ryan actually getting found out by Zion there, so not gonna have any engage happening as of yet. But yeah, Revival.
Yeah. You're asking for confidence. I was looking at Ryan, I was like, oh, is that a Ryan ultimate to catch 3? But unfortunately, he's going to just swipe and walk past everyone from Zion. That would be a very good catch if Ryan were to be able to do so, but Revival wasn't there to follow up. And now, once again, it's Zion, you know, pushing Revival out of their own jungle. Nowhere is safe. It's Revival right now roaming as 4 in order to allow LY to get the farm, but same goes to Soul for the side of Zion. This skirmish may actually cost Revival.
They're hanging around this purple buff here, trying to steal it away from LY4 once again. So much invested in just trying to protect LY4. He does still get it, but like you had to have your entire team basically help you there.
Yeah, an entire team to basically protect LY4. In the meantime, don't forget, Mango off the other side of the map is just farming out of control. There's always this lingering threat that's in the minds of Revival. Mango could be in any rush. Mango could be anywhere right there. He is a Paquito, but he's playing it like an assassin, and it's definitely scaring Revival a lot in terms of their pathing.
Yeah, just hanging around now. It's going to be Zion unleashing out this first Lord of the game. Again, playing the objective game so well. And so far, it's just been a little bit similar to game number 1, you know, a slow burn towards the side of Revival, where it feels like they're being choked out objective by objective, lane by lane. And it doesn't seem like they have an answer to that just yet.
Ryan tried, this time around playing a bit aggressively and also a bit more confident, but Vanix will try to pull the trigger. He's running around, he's looking for someone to crash a pod. Zion, already setting out the Lord. The Lord is already for the HP.
Mango taking so much damage. LY4 tries to go in the backline looking for something, but the real world manipulation is going to be the engage here. Zion Esports not fazed by that at all. And I think they still secured the Lord there. Vanix got the Lord still amidst all of that chaos.
Yeah, and once LY4 is down, you rest assured Zion should be able to pick up that pieces from Revival, but Revival will try to do some damage. This is pure damage control right now. They crack open the mid lane turret, but Zion does have a Lord marching against Revival.
I guess that's not too bad, recognizing that they had the mid lane advantage in terms of the push and going straight for that mid tier 1 turret. So still one structure in their favor gives them a little bit of control. If not for now, then at least the next objective as well. So now all they have to do is to turn their sights to this top side as Zion look to siege on with this Lord.
Yeah, Sword does have the real world manipulation. Expect him to use it to break out the siege. Ryan just standing in front, not allowing the Lord to basically close it all the way in. Position for Mango is in the mid lane trying to crash the mid lane turret. This top lane is just a distraction. The main prize is that mid lane turret for Zion.
Yep, so tit for tat. You take my mid lane turret, I do the same with this Lord push. I get one off of your hands too. Azura X going quite deep here, just baiting out skills for the black shoes. Mango tries to go in, but it's gonna back out. And right now the real world manipulation finds him in the backline as well. He's not dead. He's not for long for this well, and it's gonna be pressing onto the rest of Zion. The circling eagle comes in as well. Doesn't find anyone on the side of Revival, just trading out Sword for Mango. I guess pretty good trade.
I would say it's a pretty good trade coming up from, especially for the side of Zion, right? You take away Sword, especially when Sword is in a real world manipulation. However, I think that was a blind one coming out from Revival. It's a very defensive one once again. We need to see more aggression coming out from Revival. We need to see the teeth. We need to see the fangs. We need to see hands from Revival for now. Zion, still in the dominating seat in terms of the map control, in terms of the turret. They already took down the Lord. It's now Zion's game. Vanix has been controlling the map, has been ganking right. Supergirl, left unsupervised for the side of Revival. Ryan can't find that flank on top of Supergirl.
It's gonna be Zion finding it instead onto QDX. Love again, the ult thrown out just to prevent the siege, but it's no use. They sacrifice Vanix though. Ryan manages to get away from the grasp of Zion, and it looks like they have to disengage for this moment. Azura X taking a lot, does not have the black shoes, but still gets out of that fight. So Zion recognizing exactly when they need to get out of that fight, and they do so successfully.
Yeah, I like the fact that when I asked for Revival to have hands, there you go. One hand for the side of Vanix. Taking him down is good. Now, what are you going to do about this? Revival pushing the lanes instead. Look at that. It's going to be Ryan top side, Peace and Swirl at the bottom side. Just in case if someone from Zion comes over, Swirl is there to land down the slow field to stop Zion from progressing even further. But now, the Lord has spawned. Zion has Vanix already. Could just spin and roll over there. Revival does have map and Lord priority right now, but they just need to stay there. But they left the Lord pit alone.
I mean, it's a little tough for them, right? If you look across the board, they are a little under level compared to Zion. Peace is 12, and Supergirl has 1 level on top of him. This game, as it drags on longer, is only going to be even more unfavorable for the side of Revival. That's quite, I mean, it points to the genius of Zion choking out their late game, but right now it's going to be Ryan trying to choke out the members of Zion. Latte pops that circling eagle to get onto him, and the rest of the members crash down onto him as well. He has nowhere to go, but the time journey saves him from that siege, and it's going to be Zion surging onto the Lord now. They have this higher ground to take this objective. Revival, they don't want to give up those, still hanging around the area, and LY4, he wants to contest it this time.
Oh, reward manipulation go in. The ultimate will be activated by side of Azura X. Ryan goes in. LY4 finds a backline.
Yep, and now Zion into a full retreat back into their jungle. Revival this time getting the better of Zion, and they have to be careful though. The minions are pushed up, so they need to take this objective in order to pull it back into their favor.
Yeah, putting it back to favor is very good. Now Zion, if they really want to fight this and handshake this fight, they have to fight without Supergirl. It's up to Zion to try to do it. Ryan going in, time journey activated. It's LY4 that secures the Lord though.
Yep, and now pushing on, they managed to already get Supergirl and Azura X, so Revival has the advantage.
That's
Somehow
the Revival.
they managed to turn this back into their favor.
I asked for hands and they literally grew a punching glove. That is what we need from the side of Revival. More aggression, more confidence. Ryan has started to zone out. They catch out Supergirl. After that, Revival capitalize the fact that Zion doesn't really have damage dealers anymore. They take away the enhanced Lord, mind you. Revival with this, there's enough standing gold for them to take. And then over the sudden, you see Revival gaining more gold as compared to Zion.
You can be sure they'll leverage this. This is, I think, the first objective probably that they managed to secure so far, and it's super huge for them, but it doesn't seem like they've made it in time to get to the base turret. So they've so far stripped Zion of all their other turrets, but the only ones left standing are the base turrets. So Revival hanging around, looking like they want to look for more. Mid goes down, so they've actually cracked the base open faster than Zion has.
Yeah, now the Revival, I think they really want to try to end this with a GG push. Real one manipulation goes in.
Yep, as well as all the ults. They're trying it. They're trying to go for Zion. It's all in, but here comes the counter engage from Latte. The circling eagle goes in. He takes too much damage, though. Goes down. Peace gets the credit for that, and Revival presses on. Mango trying to retreat, and it's Azura X, another damage dealer, and now left 3 standing on the side of Zion. I don't know if they can make this push. The top side, the creeps are coming in. Revival, they want to take this to game number 3. Mango tries to do what he can here, but he actually goes down, taken down by the members of Revival, and the damage is pouring out directly onto the core. Revival ends this in a game number 2. It's gonna be game 3 this time.
The best thing about this, Scrubby Cheeks, is the fact that we're going to the game number 3. And this is Revival that brings us to the game number 3, the first game number 3 in MPL Singapore. I asked for hands, they grew a punching glove with teeth.
They really lift up to their names this time.
Yeah, like finally, this is exactly what we need to see from Revival. Some form of coordination. They literally revived. It was so bleak for a moment of time. It was going to be a 2-0, and then somehow something happened. They pick up Supergirl, and then after that, you know, they start to recycle the heroes Zion. This is surprising.
This is surprising indeed, and probably my vote might come true. Revival might take this game away from Zion.
I feel like you were going against it just because, but you might actually.
Yeah, I mean, look at the chance. You give Revival a CM, they take a whole mile.
Look at it.
Revival.
Look at it. He's trying to justify it. He's trying to justify his trolling during in the predictions. But this is surprising coming from all of us on the desk. You're not supposed to be surprised. You voted for Revival, Vertigo.
It's surprising because I didn't expect how they would pull it off. I thought they would snowball the game, but it was a mini little snowball, right? It's a tiny little fishball, right? It's a tiny little fishball. You know, they took that game. They took the Lord right at around the 13 or 14 minutes mark. Very good backline rush from LY4 to take out Supergirl, and that's when they know they are lacking damage. No true damage coming out from carry, and then that's where LY4 is going to make the call. You know, let's take the Lord, let's get the map control, let's get more, more space on the map, and then just go ham at this and just destroy everybody on the side of Zion.
I like the fact that this particular game started off with a 4-man LY4 level 1 secure on the orange bar.
Yep.
It started from there.
Because Tamus is kind of slow, you know, in a very early stage, especially on level 1. So as you can see right there, it is a full tank LY4 on the Tamus right there. You have Curse Helmet, Radiant Armor, Blade Armor, and a Corrosion Scarf, just in case, you know, for a little bit of attack speed. All the items looks fine. Esmeralda building the same thing. Swirl on the Eve, normal stuff. But Peace going for very high damage output right there. True damage from Endless Battle. You know, BOD for the base damage. Malefic Roar for the armor pen right there. And QDX Love actually going for an NOD. So a little bit more damage coming out on that Diggy. He wants that time bomb to be more painful. But look at Mango right there. Going for the semi-tank. Supergirl going for a full 2 attack speed and 2 tank items right there. Latte going the normal stuff. Vanix going for tanky. Baxter of course. And Azura X, normal build right there for the Lilia. So everything should have gone well for Zion.
Yeah, everything should have gone well for Zion Vertigo. The most important thing that I'm looking at in terms of the items, Revival has somehow picked up enough items to allow Peace to start dealing the damage. Just take a look on that chart. The carry Peace, 72k damage. Ryan is the sandbag, tanking for most of the team. LY4 following suit as well. Zion unable to find anything, and in fact, taken more damage than Revival.
Yep, way more damage taken and given out right there. Peace, like you said, Clint is one to be afraid, right? You're supposed to be afraid of Clint, you're supposed to be afraid of Beatrix. It's just too scary to go up against a Clint. But Supergirl on the carry didn't actually snowball, right? Got caught off by LY4 at that very last moment, and then just couldn't do any damage towards Revival right there, because LY4 can take all the damage you want in the world. QDX Love can just use, you know, the time reversal and just go away, time journey, and then Ryan there to soak all the damage.
And, you know, looking at how Revival is doing it, look at it. 100% swirled kill participation, QDX Love 91%. QDX Love has been impeccable, but I really want to take a look at the MVP coming out from Revival. This time, it will be Clint. Peace doesn't want peace. He is here and he wants war.
He
really wants to take at least one game, and they finally did it with this particular build. The killing spree allows him to continue on the chase, and look at that, it's just pure damage. I want to do as much damage as possible using that Clint in the late game.
Even with the sprint, you know, he's like, you know what? You know, I don't even need Heart's Claw. Let me put on a killing spree and I just keep going on and on and on. But nobody builds Heart's Claw on Mr. Clint right here, right? They're going for full potential damage, exactly like a carry, but the carry kind of built more towards that semi-tank build, going for the attack speed and the tanky items, you know, because of backline rushes, especially like LY4. The more you hit me, like your favorite phrase, spiky durian. Blade armor.
You're giving me that PTSD that I had a long time ago. All right, but the main problem is this. Let's take a look at the highlights as well, because I want to see how Supergirl was positioning. Usually, if you want to go for a very tanky carry build, you want to try to stay in the fight as long as possible. But let's take a look. Give us the breakdown.
Look at LY4 here, taking so much damage, but QDX Love gets him out right there. Swirl gets caught out, you know, instantly gets demolished. It's gonna be Azura X also. So this is a 1-for-1 trade, right? So this is the Lord fight right here. Look, Mango goes all the way in, but look at QDX Love trying Azura X holding 3 men right there, right? Zion kind of gained a little bit of ground, but the Lord is still gonna go towards Zion right there. This is the impactful fight right now, right?
Yeah, I remember I was talking about baby steps, right? And then, you know, you start taking strides, and now I feel like Revival finally jumped one floor.
Yeah, they literally leaped, you know, one small step for Man, giant leap for Revival.
I know you're gonna pull a Neil Armstrong reference right there, but look at Latte. You know,
it's just Latte couldn't do anything right here. There was just too much damage to be taken. Look, Ryan jumps in, falling Star Moon. Azura X uses the Black Shoes to go all the way back, but to no avail. There's no way to escape from that, because the amount of damage coming out from Peace, coming out from Esmeralda is just too much to handle.
Yeah, Peace almost literally melted the whole roster of Zion in just a blink of an eye, especially going to the later parts of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at one point you said, right, he didn't seem to have the damage that he needed. And I think right after that was when he picked up the BOD and started doing the damage. And the fact that they also got Supergirl at a really timely moment was what really changed the fight for them.
Yeah, and I think they've hit one of the keys of victory, right? Really tried to find Supergirl. Unfortunately, you take away the main damage dealer from the side of Zion, and then after that, you start to recycle. You go into this very hard cycle that, you know, Zion Esports just doesn't like it at all.
Yeah, so they nailed it. Find Supergirl. And let's see if they will actually repeat that, because this is Revival's very first game, very first win that they've taken out of all the matches that they've played so far. So let's hope they can actually repeat this strategy that they find, maybe take a second game, clock up this set to a first set match win to their name in this season so far. We'll be right back with you after this break, so don't go away. Revival reviving themselves and coming back in this game against Zion Esports, clocking that up to a 1-against-1. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 4. I'm Scrubby Cheeks. Here with me is Jace and Vertigo on the desk for the rest of this match, which has been taken to a game number 3. How do you feel about it?
I know Vertigo is a very handsome guy and everything. He has a lot of good traits. And all the girls out there, please go and date him. Please do not learn his puns. Please do not learn his puns. Thank you.
That's very random.
You were doing the revival thing.
Oh, I mean, it's in their name.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's in their name.
That's their purpose.
Yeah. The point
even
is
the
to
manager said,
revive.
They're just
revive.
just waiting for this, and I can't believe we actually had to go into game number 3.
Our first one of the season 2.
And for revival, this is the statement series. Maybe the API was right after all. It wasn't a mistake.
It is so apt. It is so apt. The first game 3 to revival.
Exactly.
Wow.
Like of all the content direction that we could go, we could branch off. We weren't expecting this.
Reverse sweep.
Well, thoughts. That is a very valid question.
Right? I feel it's the win con right here is the Diggy. Whoever takes Diggy will win the game. It shows in the stat.
All right,
right?
Diggy ban next.
The sample size of 2 games?
Yes, on the sample size of 2 games between Zion and Revival, whoever took Diggy actually won the match because Diggy, time journey right there, actually cleanse you. It's a free purify. And it's not a single target. It's a full team purify. So what's the stats, Jace?
Me, as a stats guy, from what I've collected, it's an 80% win rate for this Diggy. It was banned 6 times, picked 5 times, win 4 times. Something's wrong with my calculation.
So you're kind of right, but 20% short.
Yeah, I'm just 20% short. It's like
20% short.
It's like the meme, you know.
But the sample size is a little bit too small, in my opinion.
6 and 2. I mean, that's all we've got so far in the season, you know.
6
but
and 2.
sure, I mean, we're gonna clock that up to another game, so more games, and we'll find out if really Diggy is the win condition to being able to win that. There is a point to it being a free purify, and I think the way that the teams play when they want to engage and disengage, that's where the Diggy really has a huge impact. Because if they're playing to that style, then yes, that's why the Diggy makes a difference. But other than that, is there any other condition that you think is going to help Revival take this one? Are we going to see another 4-man group up at the jungle to enable LY4?
Yeah, I think LY4 needs to be enabled to revive. For Revival to go. Oh no, here we go again.
It's spreading.
For Revival to get this series. Seriously, you saw what happened if you leave LI4 unchecked. I think Zion, for a period of time, they kind of stopped invading. They thought they've got this game in the bag. They start to, try to push down the lane instead. But, LI4 silently pushing the boundary a little bit by little bit.
Yeah.
And this is the exact same play style of RSG Season 1. They protect LY4, they allow LY4 to scale, and he will deliver. He's the main tank that catches on top of Supergirl.
Yeah, I mean, LY4, give him a CM, he'll give you a whole mile. Right?
I like the fact that you went from metric to imperial.
Yeah, I like to go that way.
We don't really measure in miles here.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
Give him a CM, he'll take a KM.
Okay.
Yes, there you go.
That's more Singaporean.
Give him 1 centimeter, he'll go 1 kilometer. Right? Give him enough space, give him enough farm, he will catch your backline. And we are gonna go to game number 3, banning phase and pricking phase right now. It's gonna be a Balmond ban and a Julian ban. I'll be repeating the bans, who knows? Will Zion ban away the Diggy? No, they won't. They will ban away the Eve. They feel that the Eve played a big part. So I feel the Eve combined with the Diggy will be detrimental to the team.
Yeah, I can't believe I need to go into my Excel sheet. And
Yes.
I wasn't expecting game number 3. So I only created like 2 rows of the whole draft.
Add 1 more row, man.
Yeah, I'm adding it right now. And looking at the bans right here, Zion banning away the Bauman, the Eve will follow suit. Revival takes away the Julian, the Beatrix once again. This is the exact same ban coming out from the side of Revival in game number 2. This could be the winning ban. I'm not surprised if Akai will get taken out by Revival as well.
Yeah, the Akai is very hotly contested also, not only because he's tanky, not only he has a very good sustain, but the amount of CCs with heavy spin and the first skill coming out from that Akai can literally pin you down and just change the whole momentum and tempo of the gameplay right there. So it depends on what are they going to be drafting and banning for the last hero right here on the side of Zion.
Yeah. I think Zion has started to realize that, hey, Swirl, you know, these real world manipulations.
it's kinda hurt.
Kinda hurts. It's you're not joking. You're actually hurt, and you know the real world manipulation was the one that allowed Revival to hold down the fort. It's hard for Zion to siege in.
Diggy?
Yes, they do have the Lilia, but now looking at the bans right here, it's really wide open for the one. Like I said, the 1-1 has not been pick and ban in
Yeah.
this particular series. Both these two teams doesn't favor it. But that Diggy for Latte could be that hot commodity for this series.
Yep, let's go. Diggy on the start of Zion. So I feel Diggy would be a first pick again for Zion because they're not afraid to first pick that Diggy because they know Diggy is, you know, in their favor right there. But speaking of marksman, coming from your point of view, Jace, I feel a 1-1 would be great, you know, combined with a Diggy.
I feel like the 1-1 being a first pick is not ideal anymore after what I see.
Second or third.
Yeah, maybe second or third. It is more towards in the favor of Revival to pick that 1-1 instead if they really want to go for, you know, what happened. It's something that, you know, it's proven in meta, but now, looking at Revival, it's LI4 going for the Akai and he's going back to old reliable. That Clint will get picked up. It's the one that allowed them to win. I will repeat that once again.
What do you think is a good goal lane gapper here to fight against a Clint?
Popo and
Brody?
Koopa. Popo and Koopa.
Popo and Koopa, really?
Always
Still
Popo
sticking
and
with the Popo and Koopa.
Definitely. Like
I like it. I can agree with you on that.
Yeah, like lane bully, as long as you know how to play against the cooldowns of the Clint. And yes, I know the Clint, technically speaking, could penetrate you, so it's up to how you position the Koopa properly. Yeah. Your main goal right here is once you see Peace using this first skill, you go in, you let your wolf to bite him.
With the ultimate on?
No, even without ultimate. I'm
Even
talking
with
about like
lane
early.
bullying.
I'm talking about game number early game, level 1, level 2 kind of stuff.
Okay, and as you can see right now, Zion is going to be picking up the Paquito and the Esmeralda, of course. If Esmeralda if Esmeralda's not going to get picked up, of course it's going to get picked up by Mango, his main man on the Esmeralda right there. But Swirled on that Sicilian though.
The last time I checked, our comms doesn't send down there, even though they're really wearing those very fancy looking headsets. There you go. The Sicilian that I was talking about comes into game number 3. It was banned out by Zion in game number 2, and now Revival with this going to a later part of the game, there is a fighting chance. Don't forget, Zion going for, you know, Diggy is not really a very tanky roamer. It's not something like a Kufra. It's not something like an Atlas as well.
One hit.
Yeah, Zion will need to be careful regarding position. They need to find a way to catch either Peace or Swirled, the main damage dealer of Revival. But you know LI4 on that Akai, the heavy spin will push you away.
Yep, but at the same time, you do have Time Journey though on the side of Latte on the Diggy.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it kind of prevents heavy spin from doing anything. It prevents you from getting pinned onto the wall. You can, you know, literally get the team out of a 2-man pin. But as we speak right now, Revival on the second ban phase right now, they're gonna be banning away that Claude because Supergirl on the Claude is kind of scary. And the D-Rough ban again. Honestly, Supergirl could go for a 1-1 right now. Literally hunt down Peace or Swirl on, you know, very squishy heroes.
Yeah, but based on the past 2 games, I feel like both these 2 teams will not even think about the 1-1 at all. I think we just close that chapter of the book. I agree with Revival's ban right here on top of the Irithel. You don't want something that is able to close that distance very quickly or kite you away. Especially, you know, when Akai is chasing you down, the Irithel is still doing damage while, you know, Akai is trying to land those skills. Same could be said over to Swirl. You're still doing damage as you're moving towards, you know, this awkward Tyrannosaurus. I like to use the cold Sicilian back in the good old days. You know, you have a lot of damage at your furthest reach, but you can't seem to hit something
that's
near
close to you. So like a T-Rex because of his tiny arms.
Yeah, but it's an inverse T-Rex, right? You can reach for long, but you can't reach for short.
So long arms but tiny feet.
I don't know where you're going here, Vertigo. I'm so sorry. You exist in a different plane of existence in terms of this puns. I'm so sorry, Vertigo.
No, I'm just describing it, man. Like you said,
Alright.
like very good long reach, but you can't reach anything near you. So like you have like a T-Rex if they have long arms and tiny feet because they have giant feet and tiny arms.
Alright, you know what? Let's start with the T-Rex analogy.
But,
Zion, speaking about reach, looking at that Ruby. Ruby is something that, you know, if I'm not mistaken, Ryan plays to great success as well. It's a massive big hook, big CCs, even though they do have the time journey for the side of Latte to kind of counteract that. But you don't want to give too much CCs. Now, Revival, this is a very late game draft coming out from side of Revival.
Yeah.
You know, Uranus going towards the later parts of the game. Not only just you can use him as a tank, you can use him to cut waves and effectively cut up to 2 or 3 waves if you're really good at the Uranus.
I mean, a Uranus is getting countered by Esmeralda though, so that's free shield cutting to a certain extent. So we can see how Mango actually wins against Ryan here on the Esmeralda. But yep, the Pupo and Koopa, like you said, gets picked up, and Azura X is gonna go for their Lunox. And to round it off, we have the team for ultimate healing right there with the Estes. QDX Love going on the Estes with the ultimate healing. So Uranus with the consecration, so much healing coming out already with the hybrid regen on the support emblem, and QDX Love to provide even more healing.
This is the
team.
Yeah, this is the 4th time in MPL Singapore for Lunox being pick or ban, right? For the side, this time around, Zion, this Lunox will be crucial in finding that Uranus, but I'm looking at the STC, this burst healing coming out for the side of Revival. Oh boy, what a match.
This is going to be intense, man. And that Lunox, I feel that this Lunox has a very good high burst potential. I mean, there is a special combo for Lunox for you to go in, instantly burst any squishy heroes. But with that said and done, let's go to match number 3. Jay, Scrubby Cheeks, please take it away.
Here we are. This is all it comes down to. One last game between Zion Esports and Revival. Who will be the one to emerge victorious between these two who have played out of their minds for the past 2 games? We are here. Game number 3. Zion on the blue and Revival on the red.
QDX Love on this Estes. There's always this problem when I go into, you know, pub games or ranked games. Like, the Estes being picked up, but it's always like, you know, your jungler is not tanky. As someone from the side is not tanky, you're like basically 4+1, excluding the XP laner. Your burst, Estes needs to heal a tank. That's how, you know, you try to out-sustain the damage coming off of Zion. And now, you know, Revival, not only just they have the sustain on the Estes and the Akai, they also have this big bursty long-range big bursty damage from the side of Peace and Swirled. Zion, I think they need to try to find the dive bomb. It's up to Vanix with a Paquito to try to quickly get up to speed to shut down Revival in the early parts of the game.
It's going to be tough, right? Because like you said, the healing on the side of Revival, what they're looking to do is really to keep their team together, to heal the team with the Uranus, with the Estes, and in the meantime, they also have the ability to get in and out of fights. Peace can keep outputting that DPS. Swole, yes, is skill-based, but he has a combo that can keep resetting every few seconds as well. On the other hand, Zion, the moment they go in, that's pretty much it, save for the damage from Supergirl. Azura X at least has that burst damage. Mango goes in with the Falling Star Moon. It's very, very committal.
Yeah, Revival, if they really want to do this, I think just have to be careful about how Zion plays this dive comp, right? Estes needs to be kept alive as possible. Peace and Sword, your second 2 members. But looking at how Revival is going to do this, if they really want to send the Uranus to cut the waves like what they're doing right now, going into team fights, I really want to see them using Akai as the main feature, but Mango jumping in.
Yep, LY4 looking like he's already secured the Lord. Actually, Vanix with those fast hands secures that with the Retribution, and it goes away of Zion. And this time, Revival, they lose such an important lead that they had.
And not only just that, Peace off the other side of the map gets taken down. Supergirl hits level 4, way on point. Zion, you know, Revival start to grow hands. Zion is starting to put them back into their body.
Oh my goodness, this is so devastating for Revival. You thought you had it. LY4 leashed it all the way to his side as well. And like you said, Peace going down 1 death so far isn't going to look good for him. Right now, they're using the opportunity to pressure him even more into his heart. So once again, game number 3, and still Peace has not seen a lot of peace.
Yeah, Peace right now. I think Zion putting a lot of pressure up top this time around. The turtle will be at up top. LY4 already there, looking for some nice juicy ganks. Does not have the heavy spin for now. Okay, just as I said, he has it right now. But there you go, the traps. The Popo and Koopa, this is where, you know, Zion really shines. But what I really want to see is, you know, Latte spending more time elsewhere on the map, you know, securing more leads. But looking at how Zion Revival are playing the XP lane, Mango's on the wrong side of the map. Uranus also Ryan is also on the wrong side of the map.
That's the right side of the
Oh
map.
yeah, sorry. I'm sorry.
Yeah,
Yes.
for both of them, it's
I
the
haven't
correct
casted
side
for
of the
Uranus
map.
game for a long time.
That being said, though, you can see even though they're proxying, it's really it's down to who does it faster, right?
Yep.
Because when you can join your fights faster, it's definitely going to help give an edge to the team. And just Azura X hanging around and making sure that Ryan does not rotate to help as well. So really helping to provide that vision right now, potentially setting up for something at the bottom as well.
Yeah, Zion, I think they really need to up the aggression right here. Their draft shines in the mid part of the game, especially when Azura X has already hit level 6 by now. Should be able to do a lot of damage against Ryan. Someone needs to answer towards Ryan from the side of Zion. Someone needs to answer towards Mango from the side of Revival. But here we go. The turtle has spawned. Both these two teams look to contest.
Yeah, LY4 does have the heavy spin, so he can pop that.
Azura
and
X.
here you go. Pins actually Azura X instead of Vanix. So will he still be able to secure that? The Retribution has used, but again, it goes the way of Vanix. And now Zion press on the advantage. Everything has been spent on the side of Revival, and still they don't get this objective.
They don't get this objective as well. Azura X will jump into the Brilliance to get out of dodge. Hats will land down another bad impact. That will be the death of him, but there are a lot of pressure on top side. Supergirl wins the lane. Peace right now looking to rotate over to the safer parts of the map, but then again it gets a little bit messy. But let's take a look at the emblems coming out. Something interesting to know for the side, Vanix going for the killing spree because of the long sustain. Usually it is, Paquito's recently going for high and dry because you want to go in, secure that kill very quickly, walk out. But knowing that they need to deal with, the burst hitting from the side of QTX Love, you need more sustainability. Weapon Master for Supergirl wants to get the most bang for the buck, especially in the early parts of the game where, every single item is a massive power spike as compared to the counterpart. Mystery Shock for Sword is interesting. Maybe getting the Clock of Destiny faster is beneficial, especially for Sword to get the stacks going in for the Clock of Destiny quickly.
Yeah, right now Revival, I mean, they're playing behind. They're playing a little bit behind, right? And it's going at a slower pace, I think, even compared to Game 2. So now on the bottom side, we can see them rotating, having to protect this bottom tier turret. Again, Peace being forced to swap the lanes a little bit, and Zion is responding really, really quickly to that.
Yeah, Zion's responding really quickly. I agree with you, Scrubby Cheeks, but hold on a second. It's gonna be Zion trying to come in for that, but there's always this QDX Love, constantly healing up Peace, but they're gonna have to commit.
Yeah, Vanix goes in for the flank, immediately melts down Peace. Nowhere for him to go. Together with that, they also get this tier 1 turret. So both the top and bottom have been stripped of those defenses in time for this turtle that's going to pop up on the top as well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the items right now, right? Looking at Hunter Strike for the side of Vanix already, that is a big, massive item to relocate and continue on. On top of the movement speed bonus gain you get from the Hunter Strike, on top of the killing spree, you will be able to chase down key crucial targets, such as even, for example, Peace earlier just now, but the turtle has spawned right here as LY4 gets dragged all the way back. LY4 looking for the spin, but LY4 is getting too much damage.
Azura X pinned by LY4, and he's going to be able to take the credit for that, but the rest of Zion come in crashing onto him. Supergirl gets the credit for that, and all this time, Vanix was on the objective as well. So Zion once again emerging top, leveraging this opportunity that they have and making the best use of it.
Yeah, making the best use. I agree. Peace at the bottom side, taking down the turret instead, while Revival is while Zion is focusing on taking down these turtles. Revival doesn't need to handshake these early game fights. Revival just need to hunker down all the way to 15 minutes. That's where Swirl starts to pick up an item. Look at his kill score right now, KDA right now, 0-0-1. He's not dead. As long as he stays in lane, he's actually gaining stacks, and that's what Revival desperately needs going into the later parts of the game.
Yeah, I think that was great, right? For Peace to also be able to stay at the bottom lane and farm up, because I think he is still actually 2 levels down below of Supergirl. So it's not great for him to be able to play from behind. Like you said, in the previous game, he lacked the items that he was supposed to get, didn't have the power spikes on the damage. But the moment he had it, that was when it started to change the game. Down bottom, Vanix actually gets 1 up on Ryan, falls as a result of that, and Zion pushing again the objective game.
Yeah, the best part about what Zion did, they reacted towards Ryan, right? Knowing that Ryan was trying to cut a wave or basically trying to push down the bottom lane, Zion sends 2 all the way down to deal with it. Uranus can be easily countered by burst damage, something that Mango technically can do, but more importantly, Vanix can definitely fulfill that role. Another thing that we also have to point out is, Zion right here has the clean bottom lane against Revival. Revival, on the other hand, I think they just need to try to hold it down, but not to lose too much structure, especially around the mid lane. But as, the side lanes gets taken down by Zion, they will start to encroach the mid lane as the Lord has spawned right now for Zion to take.
They can try to encroach on the mid lane, but right now there's a lot of priority and control going over the way of Zion. Top and bottom cleared. Bottom has 2 turrets gone as well. So this really offers them the opportunity to start on this Lord here. But you know that Revival wants to take as much as they can. They have to be careful though. It's huge reliance on these ultimates like LY4's Heavy Spin.
Yeah, LY4 has been spin. Speaking about which, it will be used. Mango is in no man's land right here. Latte leading the charge. The Bad Impact starting hurt. Ryan chasing him down. Time Journey activated.
Yep, Ryan goes down. It's gonna be the Lord that's in favor of Zion though, so will they manage to take it or will LY4 try to steal this one? He still has the Retribution, but he doesn't have the Heavy Spin available, so they're gonna have to make the sneaky play here. But Azura X gets bursted down on the side of Revival, and it's gonna be still Revival trading 2-1 in favor, I think, of Zion since they got the objective.
Yeah, Zion gets the objective, but you're starting to see Revival starting to grow fangs. The damage coming out from Sword and Peace is starting to come online. This feels like a replay earlier just now when Revival start to get the edge. They become a little bit confident in terms of the pathing with QDXL behind and supporting them. But Zion was the one that still gains that objective. Revival has been focusing too much on kills in my opinion. I think they need to try to play the macro game like how Zion is playing against them.
They did lose that turret in the mid though, so Zion also being chipped away slowly by Revival on their defenses. That being said, they have the Lord coming down the bottom side here, so it's up to them to make the best use of it. Mango again setting himself up, falling Star Moon into the front line of Swole here, but a Bad Impact immediately popped to fend him off, so that's one huge ultimate baited from the side of Swole. Doesn't have that for the next engage.
And not only just that, right? Zion was the one that actually loses more resources. Not only just Mango. Okay, Mango's ultimate came back just online, but Latte's Time Journey is not available anymore going to the next team fight. LY4 does have that Heavy Spin. Latte used a Time Journey right at the edge to allow Mango to get away safely to try to buy some time. I think that was a miscommunication coming out from Zion. I think Mango needs to slow it down. Not too greedy, do not try to fight. Revival looking to try to push the mid lane in, but Sword is right there, landing down the Bad Impact, clearing the waves, getting the stacks he needs.
Yeah, even though it's used defensively, it's still very effective to clear the lanes and to make sure that it forces a retreat from Zion. And not to mention, there's also the healing. Again, one more Falling Star Moon in the backline of Revival. LY4 tries to go in to the front. They lose Latte though, so it's a 4v5 now up against Revival, and they still don't get the objective. It's so hard for them to crack this one.
It's really hard to crack this one, mind you, Scrubby Cheeks. This is the Revival that we're waiting for, especially going to game number 3. So much resources going in to try to crack open the mid lane, but unfortunately they will not be able to find anything at all. And not only just that, they lost Latte. It's something that they really have to be worried about, in my opinion. Going into the later parts of the game, you saw Sword start to do damage. Peace start to do damage as well.
Yeah, we talked about how Diggy was also very important to the team, right? So the moment you lose him, it's difficult for the team to be able to re-engage into that. Vertigo, you were the one who pointed out, Diggy as the win condition.
Yeah, Diggy was the win con, but Latte gets killed right there. So I'm not really sure how Revival is gonna actually take advantage of this. Since they have the Diggy down, Heavy Spin can be used, Sanguine Claw can be used. All those CC will play a big part, and because Bad Impact is starting to scale.
Yeah,
we're already 13 minutes, 14 minutes in.
Around that.
Around there, right?
Yeah, around that. But I don't think it's the minutes that makes the most important thing. It's the damage that Sword can output right now. Couple that with Peace. While the members of Zion will start to tumble, trying to tumble towards the back line, but while they're retreating, Sword and Peace, they will output the damage while you're trying to go for them.
And this time it's Revival that's reading Zion.
Yeah.
You know, in the first game, it was Zion reading Revival and the way that they play. This time, Revival knows Mango's gonna hide somewhere.
Yeah.
He's gonna come out with the Falling Star Moon. And the moment they do that, they'll be able to anticipate it, play against him. So far, that's been working out for them.
So I guess Revival is doing a plot twist in the book right now. They're like, hey, here's the front cover. Try to read it. Look at the content page. Okay, here's one game to you. Second game, they're like, you're halfway throughout the story starts to change a little bit, and then, you know, game 3.
And then the main character dies?
Yes, and then plot twist. Side character wins everything.
The villain wins everything.
Yes, the villain wins in
this
this
is-
story.
Who exactly is the villain in this story?
I don't know. It's either one of them this time around. Both of these two teams neck in neck. I think the funnier part is the fact that, you know, Mango really needs to slow down just a little bit. I think he's a little bit over aggressive trying to turret dive. You can see how much they want to push in the mid lane.
Well, I think they also have to respect the late game potential of
Exactly.
Revival, so they're trying to close this out as soon as they can. And we're gonna go back into the game as soon as we can as well. We're just sorting out this technical pause, and the moment it's done, we'll be right back into that. But how is it looking so far? I mean, the late game potential is undeniable from Revival.
Undeniable. We're not going to sugarcoat it. It's actually looking very bleak for Zion. Revival, yes, they lost quite a lot of structures, especially on the bottom side, but don't forget, Ryan as a Uranus is a one-man army. He can hold himself down against Zion. He's there just for bait, but he's not only just a bait. This bait can actually start to push down lanes, and before Zion commits to, you know, other places on the map, all of a sudden you have a Uranus in your base cutting 2 waves at once, and you have to respond to it, and this gives a lot of space for Revival to move around the map.
It's kind of like adding to their win condition, right? Yet even if I cannot get the team fights, I have that Uranus to be able to cut all the ways that I can and force you to basically play across the map and react to what I'm doing, making you, well, basically forcing a 4v5 play. That would be difficult for Zion, given that they don't want any of their members, and especially not Mango, who's been the one initiating the fights, to be out of it.
A bit of a reaction coming up from Zion this time around. Mango not looking for the flanks. Both of these two EXP laners cutting the waves. This is up to Zion versus Revival 4v4. But looking at the draft coming up from Zion, they don't really have a strong frontliner. It is Revival. They still do have LI4 as the Archive. Don't forget QDX Love constantly healing him up. Zion needs to overcommit a lot of damage into taking the LI4 before going into the backline. But same could be said over to the side of Revival as well. They can easily dive, they can easily bum rush you with, you know, the ultimate of QDX Love, and then just go towards your backline, Supergirl, and even Azura X.
And they're still going to emerge victorious on top of that, just because of the healing that QDX Love has available in his kit.
Yep.
Whereas on the side of Zion, they don't have that. I mean, the most they have, right, is Latte popping the Time Journey and coming back, Azura X with the Brilliance as well. And Revival has been baiting that out so well.
Cooper gets taken down a little bit low, taking some damage from the Lord, but the Lord will get resetted. This Lord dance, like what Churros like to say, it's getting pretty tense. Both these two teams, they don't really want to give that. Revival creating some pressure around the mid lane as well. Zion will respond with Mango all the way down bottom. It's up to Ryan to set it all the way up, but looking at Vanix trying to come in for the flank will get scouted out by LI4.
Yep, and now Zion taking the lead instead to create the pressure that they want to force Revival to clear up the waves. Mango causing some trouble in the mid lane and actually getting the bad impact away from Swolt. So maybe this is the time for Zion to be able to start thinking about pulling the trigger.
Yeah, but the problem is all the damage done by Mango gets denied by QDX. So look, Swolt is already back up. QDX Love is a portable base. As long as he's alive, Revival can mount this attack over and over and over again. It is Zion that's losing resources and HP, and they are forced to go back to the base, reset, and come back. And during this time going back and forth, they lose time, they lose map control, they lost a lot of priority. It's up to Zion to guard this Lord for now, but I'm not liking the chances as we're going into the 15-minute mark. Revival Swirl does do a lot of damage, and Zion needs to start to respect that.
I think they
the
do,
main.
and they're being really cautious around this Lord here, but they're pulling the trigger already, recognizing that Zion has less members than they desire. LY4 using that heavy spin, but he doesn't get the objective. The members of Zion, they're back. Mango going into the back line as well, trying to output damage onto Revival, but the healing again comes in to save them, and Revival now taking the higher ground onto the Lord.
Yeah, while Zion needs to go back and recall, Revival can mount the attack again. They're back in fighting form, 5v5 right here at the Lord. They're here to stay. They don't want to give the Lord over to Zion. It's up to how, Vanix or how Mango actually find the flank, but Mango will be tight enough. But that's a big pick off for the side of Zion.
Piece is down. Their key damage dealer is down. This is the pocket for Zion to quickly take this objective if they want to close the game fast. You can see they're around the Lord here, but they still have to be cautious. LY4 is here with the retribution, with the heavy spin, and the cooldowns are reset on Revival. This is intense.
This is intense. Revival, if they really want to make this, they have to put it. Vanix kicks out Ryan 4.
He's melted to the ground now. Revival is short of 2 members. LY4 goes in, but Vanix secures that with the retribution, and now they slay LY4, puts him down in the dirt. Zion, this is their advantage. If they want to quickly press it, they have to do so.
That whole Lord fight lasted for 2 whole minutes. Revival, patient, trying to bait Zion in. Bait Zion into an overcommitment, but it is 0x that caught Peace. And then after that, Revival's whole damage just crumbled, and now Revival forced to defend.
Exactly what Revival did to them as well in the previous game, catching out Supergirl just at the Lord and being able to take that objective. Just 2 teams taking leaves out of each other's book, and you can see how costly each of these mistakes will be. Mid tier 2 turret goes down as well. The Lord is marching up to the bottom base turret, gone, and now Revival left standing on 2 base turrets, top and middle as well. Zion doesn't look like they're gonna give up at any moment.
Yeah, they do have the high ground. Sword does a lot of damage. Desperately trying to wave clear, but there's a Lord that penetrates the bottom side. It's up to Revival to try to hold. They do have 5 members, and now Zion has to pull the trigger.
Mango again goes in. The bat impact instinctively pop just to get rid of them, but Zion, it's a full retreat to make sure that they bait out all these ultimates.
Yeah, but not only just that, Zion got what they wanted. They take down the bottom side, they take down the mid. It's only the top side that's the sole standing bastion for the side of Revival. We thought they could actually take this game number 3, especially they do have a late game draft. This is where they should be able to shine, but the gold lead has started to show from the side in the favor of Zion.
Yes, I mean the gold lead, yes, they have it in favor, but the thing is, we've always talked about Revival's composition, right? You have to be aware of that damage. LY4 goes in. The healing is enough to keep him alive with that heavy spin. And now Zion, they try to counter aggress on this. Vanix takes so much damage. Has to back out of this though. Mango as well. The flank with the falling star moon. Will his shields keep him alive? No! It's gonna be Swirl that puts him completely away from that fight.
The stacks coming up from Sword is starting to show Zion a major disrespect from the side of Mango on top of the damage of Revival. They will have to defend this with a 1-man down. Don't forget, Zion, they're fighting in a choke point. That's where, Sword will get massive returns on this bad impact, and now they are starting to take resources away from Zion to bolster their own defenses and bolster their own offense. Revival right now takes out another turret.
I mean, you talked about the gold lead, right?
Yeah.
Yes, they had a lead, but now they're slowly using that, choking Zion out of their farm and closing that gap as well. Creeps have short up to the mid-base turret of Zion as well, so Revival, this might actually be their shot. They're starting from scratch again. There is a Lord coming in 5 seconds, and this might just be the determining factor of the game.
Evolve Lord. Don't forget, Revival does have the better sieging units as well, and now Zion only just except for the bottom lane, 2 base turrets left. Vanix trying to look for more. I don't really like this positioning coming off of Vanix. It's a little bit of an overcommitment. Don't forget, any damage that you do to Revival, if you don't put him down, they're gonna climb back to you like cockroaches.
He is hunting for Swirl though. That damage onto him, unfortunately, still had QDX left pocket healing him to make sure that he was alive. But you can see Revival, they have the confidence to take this one.
Yeah, stunning it down. Man, the Lord is already half HP. QDX is constantly healing up anyone that takes a bit of damage. But don't forget, Zion does have 2 open lanes. There's a lot of pressure on the top, and and the middle and the bottom lane. Revival needs to start to slowly respect. While Revival descending, Swirl all the way down to respawn. Ryan gets caught out of position. Will be able to jump back in safety. No one should go down for both of these 2 teams if they really want to secure the series.
I mean, now it's all about who pulls the trigger first, but before that, they have to control the map. If Zion keeps forcing the hand of Revival, for example, earlier on when Sword went up to clear the waves, that could be their window of opportunity. But right now, though, again, Zion, they don't have that healing potential like Revival does, so it's very dangerous for them to keep baiting out ultimates or skills.
Baiting out skills and ultimates, I think really exactly what Zion or Revival wants to do. Revival needs to try to find a way to remove Latte's time journey, but speaking of ultimates, Mango jumping in on the backside, causing some havoc, but not enough to secure the deal for now. Zion will start the Lord as well. LY4 chasing, he does have the heavy spin. Latte as well with the time journey. The Lord gets taken down by Vanix, and now Zion will run away with the prize in the bag.
LY4 doesn't even pop the heavy spin, and Revival couldn't get into the pit in time, it seemed. And right now they have to defend against the minions coming up the top base turret, as well as this Lord marching down the mid.
Scrubs, I was expecting Revival to try to respond and try to fight, but Zion, the fast fingers, they are able to sneak the Lord away right in front of Revival. And this is something that, Revival needs to try to defend. Don't forget, this is an evolved Lord. Scrubs, they need to defend this.
I don't know if they can. I mean, yes, they have a lot of ultimates. The heavy spin can come out as well, but it's really down to this last stance here. The Lord, though, gets quickly taken down. Revival still managing to keep their hold.
Revival, they don't want to go down without a fight. They do have most of the full items already, as you saw earlier just now when the item panel popped up. I think it's not about items anymore. It's about the positioning. It's about who pulled the trigger, who gets caught out of position. It's up to Azura X to find peace or use Swirl to grab Zion. You hope Zion makes a wrong mistake and then, punish them with tons of bad impacts.
Let's talk about that last Lord fight, right? Because it seemed like Revival was really in place for it. And I fully expected them to jump in. They had almost all the ultimates up as well, with the heavy spin as well as the Blessing of the Moon Goddess. So I'm not sure what went wrong there.
I think Revival, I think the tunnel vision on top of Mango. Mango is always there. This unseen EXP laner just gives a lot of question mark over the side of Revival. Look at how Revival is pathing. They want to fight S5. Even Ryan, as the Uranus is sticking, you want Ryan to go around to try to cut the waves, but Revival is not allowing him. They need to fight S5. That's where they have the strongest strength. Now Zion, yes, I know they're spread out. If you notice the big concave that Zion has gone out, but if Revival catches any one of them with a 5-man stack, you better be sure that that's a dead Zion member.
I'm sure of that. And the thing is, it's so much harder for Zion to catch Revival off guard as well. Even if they do, they have the healing, that's number one. And right now, at this point of the game, most of them have immortalities. Especially, even Ryan has one. So you basically have to kill them 3 times in order to take down the team of Revival.
There's from this screen right now, there's 3 immortalities. You have to kill Revival 6 times. They'll come back. Oh, I don't want to use this pun. They'll revive again, and they'll heal back up to combat shape constantly with this QDX Love Estes. And now, like I said, use Concave, Revival, if they walk into someone, they 5-man stack. Zion needs to be careful, but the Lord has spawned once again.
Yep, this is the Lord. I'm really hoping to see Revival take this time. I don't think they want to let this one go, because with this one, they could potentially close the game. They do have to make sure that the minions are pushed up in their favor, though. So still scattered across the map. Latte actually down bottom together with Azura X.
I don't like this positioning from Zion. It's a 3-man at the Lord Pit. Revival, if they know Latte is not there, you better be sure Revival would jump in, heavy spin, catch Supergirl, and then after that, do Revival things, and then come back into the series. Don't forget, they do have super minions marching towards them. They need to take this Lord now. They have to force the issue. Revival, still hiding behind, as they're still hiding all the way back. Zion, on the other hand, they're starting to push the boundaries. They want to see how much they can push before Revival reacts.
They're hanging around the Lord, but they don't want to commit. It feels like the two teams are looking for opportunities elsewhere. If they manage to catch someone off guard, that's going to help the fight a lot more. So, and I think it feels like it is more on Zion to be able to do that, especially because Revival is perfectly fine fighting as a team.
Yeah, perfectly fine. I agree. Zion, on the other hand, look at Vanix's position. I don't think Revival knows where Vanix is. That's why Peace and QDX Love, they're sticking close by, but at the same time, Supergirl, using the Wolf as the punching bag, try to bait out the Lord. But on the other hand, Zion playing very safe. They're hiding in the trees. They don't say anything. They're waiting just to say hello at the very last moment when Revival gets caught with their pants down.
Yep, just freezing the waves up top, and once they clear it, they can go straight to the Lord, and that's going to set up so much control on their side, forcing Revival to react to the creeps up top. Bottom side also, they're pressuring down onto Ryan, who has pushed the waves up all the way to mid, but they do need to rotate back. Revival is pulling the trigger, heavy spin onto Supergirl. He's all alone, no one to save him. My goodness, he's shut down now, and the bad impact comes out onto Vanix being chased down. He manages to get away now, but Zion completely moved away from the Lord Pit. They are displaced from this.
Oh, Supergirl, 60 seconds on the clock. Revival, this is time for you to take down the Lord. No one. It is absolutely free, and Revival may have a fighting chance going in. Now, using this Evolved Lord, they need to try to crack open the defenses of Zion. Queue it up before Supergirl comes back online. That is a massive mistake from Zion, and now Zion has to pay.
They were waiting so long, trying to set up the map for themselves to take this Lord, but the moment they showed that they were down, two of the members down chasing Ryan, they pulled the trigger, and right now, Supergirl down. This was what happened last game. They don't want to lose that member. 25 seconds on the clock with the Lord coming down the mid lane. This is so dire.
This is so dire. Zion, look at Vanix. He's trying to set up the flank. This concave is a little bit too wide, and now Revival will try to pick.
Oh my goodness, 15 seconds. I don't know they can do it. Azura X, one more hit to his immortality. In the backline, Vanix causes some trouble. Swalt is trying to do it, but it doesn't matter. Revival actually goes straight for the core to end this game.
Revival coming back from the dead, 2-1. Look at LY4. He's like, yeah, finally. Something.
LY4 made the play.
Exactly. I finally did things, and not only just that, look at the smiles. Finally. One game from Revival coming back from the dead.
My tears are gonna come out, man. Finally a game on Revival's card.
Tissue, please.
Tissue, please. Give me my tissue.
I mean, you can see the relief on their faces, right? And Zion, well, I don't think they were expecting this at all. It feels like they were really quite taken aback by this, and I'm sure a lot of us are as well.
They're wearing the smiles upside down, and before the series start, they were almost smiling. They're confident to walk in. It is Revival that doesn't have the confidence, when all of a sudden they wear that smile upside down. It's a frown. Revival, on the other hand, this is their game.
This is their game. What a big turnaround. They played the patient game, right?
Yeah.
They were patient. They were, they waited for the right moment. The reason why they won that last Lord fight, it was not because Latte wasn't there for Supergirl. Because, Revival, they were a little bit iffy, right? They were like, should I go in, should I not? Because they did not have any information on where Mango and Vanix is. Mango and Vanix, they were literally all over the map, right? And then Latte, along with Azura X, they were camping in the bottom lane, trying to catch out Ryan. And then that's where they see, wait, if Latte and, Azura X is on the bottom lane, that leaves only Mango and Supergirl alone and Vanix alone. So let's go for Supergirl. Since, we already have that information, they're probably elsewhere on the map. Let's go in for the kill. Supergirl gets taken down, 60 seconds on the death timer. Go all in hand.
Process of elimination. Literally, that's how you decide when to go in. Zion, on the other hand, I think that concave was spread way too wide. Let's take a look at the item builds.
Oh, 75k. 75k on the side of Revival and 71k on the side of Zion though. Look at the items on that Archive. Typical Archive build here, but Peace going for the Scarlet Phantom with the additional crit and that immortality to top it off just in case. But look at Swerve. Look at Swirl right there. Golden Lollipop, Lightning Truncheon, Blood Wings for that extra HP, along with the Enchanted Talisman, along with that Ice Queen Wand and the Divine Glaive. This is a full damage Swirl. Not even a boot. He's like, you know what? Screw walking. I'm just gonna go for full magic right here. I don't need to walk.
Screw walking on boots, right?
Yeah.
I just need more wands. I just need more staffs. I just need to dish out the damage against Zion. I just need to evaporate the squishy lineup of Zion before they can do anything to you. And just in case if oops the daisies, I actually went down, there's always a slow from QDX Love. There's always the ambulance from this Estus. This Estus created this portable fountain to allow them to springboard and have like a forward operating base at the Lord Pit.
But the damage still not coming out from... Wow, okay. I take my words back. I thought the highest damage is gonna be Sword, but it looks like it's gonna go towards Peace with 88,000 there. But Ryan taking 200k, finally taking, hitting the big 2 mark there. I mean, it's a Uranus, right? So why not? And a QDX Love with a total of 6 of 6, and Sword there with a 583 GPM. So Swirl here definitely, on the ball right now, playing that snowball game, going towards the late game. Bad impact will hurt you. Like you said, you asked for hands, they gave you glove, but this time on the third game, they gave you boxing gloves.
No, they already have the boxing gloves in game number 2.
Loaded glove.
And now they have feet.
Oh, wow.
They're incorporating boxing and kick at the same time.
So it's kickboxing.
That kind of goes back to your heritage.
Oh yeah, that's right, man. Muay Thai, heritage boy right here.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the MVP. I mean...
Swirl. LY4, okay.
I feel like everyone for the side of Revival did exactly what they need.
I think there's a small little bug there. I don't think it's Purify. I think it's a...
No, it's Retribution. I mean, he played the jungle, so
yeah,
it would have been a Retribution.
Yep, and 233 right here with a 482 GPM and 100% kill participation. So this is the LY4 that we all, live to love right there.
Yeah, basically doing an RSG Season 1, we basically protect LY4. You bring LY4 to the later parts of the game where he has full farm, full item build, and then he start to scale. The problem is that Zion kind of left LY4 unattended.
Yeah,
unfortunately.
Again, like we said, LY4 was the win condition. I take my words back. It's not the Diggy. I mean, the Diggy maybe is more towards Zion only. Yep, and we're gonna get to see the highlights in a bit, just a little bit. But LY4 made a lot of plays, but Vanix was just the kind of obstacle for LY4. But then LY4 managed to overcome Vanix. Fast hand stealing with no shade throw, but age gap. He has faster reflexes.
That's a lot of shade throw.
Yeah, that's a lot of shade.
I'm sorry, guys.
Really. That's a lot of shade.
My apologies for the shade
started from the
throw.
kickboxing, it goes through the shade, but okay. But let's take a look at highlights. Ready to go? Take us through what happened throughout the early, late, and mid.
Let's break it down right there. Look at this. Zion gained that map control. LY4 runs in, goes with the heavy spin, but the time journey just stops everything and denies LY4 of even pushing anybody back. And this is the fight. Right, Supergirl. Look at Mango. Again, going for the flank. Very good, strong flank from Vanix here. Gets a knock up onto Ryan only. But QDX Love gets the healing on. Healing of the Moon Goddess. Mango gets taken out. And LY4 with the big pin on Supergirl. Latte not there to help him at all. And just like that, is definitely going to go towards Revival. Look, Vanix try to push some damage. But look at the healing from QDX Love. Yeah. This is the power of Estus. And this is an open and shut case. Literally, Lord starts marching in. Azura X with the flicker. Immortality still on. There's nothing Latte can do. There's nothing Mango can do. And just like that, the game is going to go towards Revival.
Yeah, I'm still in shock.
You might actually be right, Vertigo. The fact that the Diggy is kind of the win condition because Latte also wasn't there to pop the time journey for Supergirl that caused his death. And with that 4v5, it was very hard for Zion to fight back in that Lord fight. So yeah, I guess you're right after all. The
Minus one Diggy.
Minus one Diggy. I mean, we're gonna be seeing more Diggy. I feel that a lot of team will keep an eye out for a Diggy. They're like, should we take a Diggy or should we just ban the Diggy away? I feel that Diggy plays such an important role. People think like, nothing. This Diggy is just it's not even a thorn to me. It's literally a blunt knife.
It's an egg.
It's an egg.
It's an egg to them, but
I
think
if the egg is hardened, you throw an egg at you throw a hard-boiled egg, it's gonna hurt.
Yeah, it starts to hurt actually, and I think Zion made a mistake, especially to the later parts of the game, where Latte wasn't there. There's no time journey. Revival identified that. They put the trigger at the right time and they close out the game.
Yep, this is huge for Revival. Unfortunately for Zion, they didn't manage to clinch this set in their favor, but we definitely want to hear what went on with Revival that made them take away this set. So let's hear it from Cheryl.
Alrighty, wasn't that just absolutely amazing to watch, especially as viewers? Now we have waited and finally, right now, our very first 2-1 match right here so far at week 2, day 2. And of course, our very first win from Revival. And right now beside me, I do have team captain from Revival, LY4. Right beside me, we do have so many burning questions. They literally came back from the dead, true to their name, Revival. So really aptly named, yeah? So we do have questions for you. Now, game 2 for Revival, it felt like you guys were constantly on the back foot till the last lot fight. Now, what were you guys feeling throughout the game? What were you guys thinking?
Definitely because it was due to our draft picks as well. So we opted for a more late game type of team composition. So in our mindset, we knew that we are going to win the late game. We were just trying to hold out the early and mid game and not to lose too much. Yeah.
Oh, well answered. So then why did you pick Thamus into Baxia for game 2?
Honestly, I would have picked Karinai. I also don't know why, but I had a feeling to pick Thamus. Then I'm like, I'm just going to go Thamus.
So go with the gut feeling
the
first.
gut feeling, yes.
Right, or is it like a comfort pick for you?
It's definitely a comfort pick for me as well. If not, I won't pick it in the tournament.
For sure. All right, so for game 3, almost slipped out of your grasp. Now, what was the tipping point for your game to win?
I think it was quite similar to like game 2 because our team was very towards the late game type of team composition. But it was quite scary because our whole base was like empty. We didn't have any tower left. So definitely we felt quite stressed and pressured. But we just kept on. I told them we can win, we will win. Yeah.
Right, so really a team morale and a boost is super, super important. Now, just some fun and lighthearted questions. Now, the ultimate power bank that we all need to power through our day. We all need an Estes in our life. Now, did your team pick Estes just to use the new blacklist skin?
Definitely not, but Estes, I mean, against RSG, I think we have picked Estes too, so it's like one of our picks. Yeah, and we are blacklist fans as well.
Alrighty. So how does it feel to finally live up to your name and Revive coming back stronger, taking the win, and the first 2-1 match right here at MPL SG Season 4?
I think it's definitely a huge morale boost for us because we have so far played 4 matches and we've lost all 4 matches. So technically this is our first win and we won through coming back the games. So yeah, very happy and excited, satisfied.
Yeah, it's literally you guys got the whole immortality item, came back from the dead and just wiped out. Really, really awesome. Thank you so much, LY4.
Thank you.
Thank you. Fantastic. Now, this is why right here at MPL SG Season 4, really anything can happen. It's a free-for-all melee situation. Nothing is given. Never rest on your laurels because it can be taken from you. So yes, there you have it. Our very first 2-1 win right here at MPL SG Season 4. And this is week 2, day 2. So of course, I'm sure all of you guys, audiences, will be very excited, for matches like this. So do stick with us as we do have a next match that's going on, which is match 3 for week 2, day 2. And this is none other than SMG SG versus RSG SG at 4 p.m. Let us know your votes. See you then.
At some part of me is like it's a bit salty about losing to them. So
okay.
I would say like they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players, Sing, Jason, they all that batch.
So it's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
The RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your sort of your mind on the current meta, the strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are screaming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. Yeah, I think we'll keep that a secret for now and we really on the game itself. Yeah, it's best to keep things low profile sometimes.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports, the top two teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season RSG and Esports will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for M4 slots this season.
So you guys talk to like RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together like frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because like we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. Yeah. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level like one day lah. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. Yeah, that's the 2 points I would say.
Thorns remain should petals hurt.
Who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't play much for the tour because in Laos don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah. And I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the weakest.
What's the difference between the Zion in Season 3 and the Zion in Season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces, like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, we have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah, we have an ATV session.
I'm jealous now, man. They even went to a haunted house. There was an ATV session. After they had great food. After that, you guys, wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for proof my parents. For like playing game is also earn money and I can survive myself.
I think it's a point to prove, right? Because we are a team with old players. And they haven't been active in the competitive scene. So if we were to win, it will, redefine the definition of a Singaporean MPL player.
Who do you think is the weakest team?
Stellark Esports.
Oh, I wanted to bring out Stellark Esports. I wanted to bring out your point of view. So yes.
They might have a bit of a communication issue. They used to be ex-teammates as well. Yeah, so, and they have new members if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they will be one of the weaker teams. But we have always seen dark horses surprising us.
Yes.
Tell me everything about Anya. What is his weaknesses? What are his I don't know, guilty conscience about whatever it is?
Yeah. I think his downfall is that he doesn't have anybody teaching him how to play. And previously in Impunity, I think in one of his streams, I heard from somebody said that like I nerfed him lah. So basically, because I was like trying to tell him like what to do, then it's like he says that like Ram nerfed him. So we shall see this season whether like he really performs. If he performs, means yes, I really did nerf him.
So in this case, now that you're no longer with him in the team,
he should be performing.
He should be performing. Both of you answer together. Who is the weakest player in the team right now? Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. Have you all got an answer?
Right now, I think Davey, I would say, but he's also improved a lot because he go from the goal lane to the Roma in one season, which is not many people can do. I think Ben also because I think he stopped for one season. So I think he's trying to improve a lot. So
at least in scrims, you know.
Yeah, he's trying his best.
That's good.
So
that's good.
This is good to see. Everyone has the passion to do well.
Is there somebody you really look up to this MPL?
My ex-teammate Odir Bambi. He's the only person I'm looking for. The reason, I just generally love this guy.
You love cartoons, right? And you love Disney. Who do you think is a true old man, true experienced team? Is it Stellark / old man, or is it Team Flash?
In terms of veteran players, I think they are both on par.
Weakness. What kind of weaknesses have you found about either of these teams? Do you have anything in your mind right now?
To be honest, I don't have anything.
Don't have anything.
Yeah,
Just go in whack only.
Yeah. I mean, if we confident in ourselves, just go in confidently.
Just go in.
Yeah, go in confidently.
Okay.
I mean, if you're confident you can win, then can win.
Okay.
Do you think you guys are really prepared to really try to go all the way to like, let's talk about M4, let's talk about big ambitions.
We all want to go M4.
Yeah.
That'd be great, man. Like,
Win MPL, then go M4. Like
How
new
much?
team, no more evils in RSG.
Oh yeah.
That's time for a change, man.
Yeah. You were basically just saying that just now, right? Time for a change.
Yeah.
You know, time to have new faces. And speak about new faces, you've already integrated them into a very good, nice team. You spend a lot of time integrating them. Apart from that, how is your trainings going on for now?
We got on and off season. So during the off season, we are more like chill. We normally have scrim at night, but not most of the time. But during the on season, when we are more focused towards MPL, we have like offline training. So we gather and like we bond as a team because this team is quite new. So we try to get a good bonding and like have better synergy all together.
Yeah, team chemistry is very important, especially for a team. Who do you think is the best players among your team first? Let's go.
For me, it's Supergirl. He
We're gonna point to each other, right?
Yeah. Cause like during skins, he'll like keep like trying out new things. Then in MPL, he will perform very well. Then like carry the whole team.
Yeah, I remember like season 3. He was like the win condition.
Everyone is a good player themselves, but I'm sure there's always a leader in the team. So hopefully like that leader can just help to carry everyone. We just have each other's backs. So like whenever one player's like doing badly or anything, just say, hey, no problem, man. Like carry me the next game, and this game I'll have your back. Something like that.
What do you hope to see more in MPL for now?
I hope to see that in the future we'll have like a full-time career out of this thing.
Yes.
Because I know it's quite hard in Singapore to make this a full-time job.
I actually hope to see that maybe one day organizations will start bringing overseas players, foreign players, something like Indonesia and Philippines. I think it will make our scene more interesting as well.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you? Alan, the one who gave you the mark. So you are the problem? Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body. No way! I will get rid of you! With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Playmates. Hand over the stone. Interesting proposal, but no. Get him. A bit early for warm-up, but I'd be fine with it. Even if you have the heart of animal, I, Guzhin Taxley, will never surrender!
Okay, so I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man, you have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's
Yeah,
great.
It's too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. You know, and he did well, I would say. He got 2 MVPs and he was playing his Link, I think. He might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown as a person, so kudos to him.
How do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During like ranked games, we are just like we are more calm and more playful. So we somehow we can bond better. But during like script and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful, so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot lah, Carrot.
Carrot.
During regular season last season, right? Like we were doing our ping test. Like wherever I go, he just wanna kill me. Like I wanna get my level 4, you know. I want to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, you know. I wanna show off like, hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. 4 blades, but he just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? So I had to tutor him a bit. So worst player, man.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent?
RSG.
RSG, yeah, the reigning champions, defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously you have to aim further. So we gotta like beat the defending champions. So after fighting last season, then I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop their track to the final.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
Slate Esports. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports is I actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented like Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
It's chosen by
like,
toxic.
For me, like the name of the team, like it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like Evols could have had LI4, but then like it would still lose. So, like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this. Before this, I chose Ram as the worst player. It's because we cannot do the objective. He always missed the retribution. When we played 20 games and 19 out of 20, we missed all the turtle retri fight.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming you will be able to steal the turtle lah.
William is talking about securing all the turtles and bots, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many are stolen.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many lords and turtles away from
We will try.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen now. But we'll do our best.
For you guys, as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Spancat, can you stop being a tier C MM?
At a point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier.
Oh.
Right. So I would say if they are doubting my Beatrix, they can go ahead and open it. Then we will find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special
sauce?
Yeah, the secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals, and after like losing game because we messed up our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans, and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that now people will supporting me for this season because I'm only one the last player here. I hopefully that now people will sharing me, sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him then I see him as a good potential. So I went to add him and I talked to him, asked him to make a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly keep telling him come. So and now he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Guzhen's visuals up to 2022 standards with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhen in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhen's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dog.
But LI4, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what Swaz mentioned, this team was being formed just recently, so I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential, and I believe I can help them to grow to a higher level.
Oh, I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. They don't even bother to. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So sometimes sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then I know that when I lift up the trophy, it will be worth it.
Okay, so some slight internal conflicts, but I'm sure you guys will work it out. Towards as we hit towards the main stage of everything.
You know that the team is new and you guys are doing a lot of bonding recently. So how is it going? How is it progressing right now?
It's definitely progressing in a very good manner. On the first day of training, when I joined the Discord, right, I thought I was playing with 4 mutes. Everyone don't talk. Really? Everyone is so shy that they don't talk. But now, it finally feels like team. It's feeling like team now.
That's really good.
Let's say you guys make it all the way. You guys represent Singapore for M4 that's upcoming, right? Who do you want to beat there? Who is this ultimate rival across the region that you definitely must crush?
The representatives from NA or something, because there's always this discussion over the internet about whose server is the hardest, right?
Yes.
Is NA server the hardest, or is always Asia server the hardest? And last M3, we were expecting to win BTK, and some part of me is it's a bit salty about losing to them. So I would say they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players, Sing, Jason, that batch.
It's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your your mind on the current meta, the strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are scrimming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. Yeah, I think we'll keep that a secret for now, and we're really on the game itself. Yeah, it's best to keep things low profile sometimes.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports, the top 2 teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season RSG and Esports will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for M4 slots this season.
So you guys talk to RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together like frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because like we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. Yeah. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level like one day. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. Yeah. That's the 2 points I would say.
Who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't play much for the tour because in Laos we don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah, and I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the weakest.
You know, what's the difference between the Zion in season 3 and the Zion in season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, we have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah, we have an ATV session.
I'm jealous now, man. I mean, they even went to a haunted house. There was an ATV session. You know, after they had great food. After that, you know, you guys, wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for proof my parents.
Welcome back to MPL Season 4. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Vertigo. Joining me is going to be Abstract and Scrubby Cheeks. Boy, am I excited to be here, man. We have a insane game just now. We had Revival. Oh my god, with the reverse sweep. I didn't curse it, but it actually happened.
You didn't curse it.
I didn't curse it. I predicted it.
If you follow the casters curse, he actually didn't curse it because he voted for them.
Yes. So I already preempted it, you know. It was already in my mind. I already saw the future.
Well, technically speaking, having the team called Revival, you know, coming up short for the past few days, and then coming in today, they are looking great. They are looking strong, especially against Zion. Zion has showed us a very different kind of game so far. Like yesterday's game, we even had like a surprise coming from them, and then another surprise coming in today. Of course, not in their favor. But, you know, we're gonna scrap that aside for a while, or rather for now, because this upcoming match is going to be the match that all of you guys have been waiting for. I will say that a lot of you guys have been looking out for this for, well, quite some time.
Yep, Team SMG up against RSG. Everyone seems to be in the favor of RSG, but I feel SMG is hiding something, right? Again, it's me. I always do my thing, you know. SMG, I feel they really have something, right? Like they beaten Flash 2-0. Nobody expected that, and you know, I saw it. I saw the future. I put my hand on my magic book and I said, give me the answers for today's match. Then I'll be like, and then I get my answers. Oh, okay. And then I put down my prediction. I got 50% right. But today, I'm 100% right so far. And,
for now.
For now.
Okay, so have you put your hand on your book yet? What was the prediction for this
prediction
coming
was
match?
SMG 2-0.
Okay, you heard it first from
2-0.
Vertigo.
Okay,
SMG.
No respect for RSG. Hello, no respect, Abu.
2-1. Oh, he's telling me, change the answer. He's telling me, you know, 2-1.
Capable of human language, I see.
Exactly. It used to be a human, but he morphed into a book. You know, he have reached the higher power. And speaking of higher power, let's see what power or things, or you know, rather what the players have to say for this. And there you go, ladies and gentlemen. And this is going to be the win condition for SMG SG right now. Is to be basically what you can see on the screen right there. You're going to be playing safe to win lanes and take objective, get vision before initiating objective, or even team fight. Watch out for Bray. And I was just about to touch on that. Bray is, you know, a lot of people have been saying he's the child prodigy. You know, he live and breathe Mobile Legends Bang Bang, right? He literally lives ML. And Bray, I think Bray is a very dangerous weapon that you have to use, but like a weapon, he's literally like a glass cannon, right? He may be strong, but if there is a crack, he's just gonna go down. But that's where Lawsy come in, right? That's where Lawsy come in. Lawsy is there to support, you know, take care of his little brother, support him as much as he can, do the game-changing plays, right? We've seen how Lawsy get a nice little 4-man Fatal Links yesterday on the Atlas. Crazy insane. But who knows what he can pull off against SMG SG. But for the side of RSG SG, this is their win condition. Lockdown Dairy's room. I'm not really sure of that. Dairy is more of an info seeker, in my opinion. And they say it right there, to be aggressive in the jungle. It's Bray. He's definitely going to be aggressive in the jungle. Create space for Bray. That's right. And but I do have to take note that Baby Cakes is the secondary revolver, right? He can pop off at any moment given, right? And you have 505 just behind the scenes, just slowly bursting down, giving out the damage, pushing out the damage, and Lawsy there for the game-changing play. Diablo with the flanks. You know, we all know EXP love the flanks, right? Flanking is important, but how well can you execute that flank?
When it comes down to RSG's roster, you know, looking at Bray and Baby Cakes play hand in hand. In fact, not only the both of them play hand in hand, the way that they approach the game also goes in hand, you know. Bray always is the one that kind of like opens spaces for Baby Cakes in order for Baby Cakes to get a good farm, for him to have a perfect game, those kind of stuff. And in the event that Baby Cakes actually doesn't get that kind of perfect game, Bray would definitely still have some kind of tempo ahead of him in order for him to be the win condition instead of Baby Cakes when things doesn't go the way that they wanted.
And I think with the recent meta shift as well, you know, the shift to the gold lane meta, it's been banking a lot on Baby Cakes. But let's take a look at the predictions and what you guys out there think about this matchup between SMG and RSG. A lot of votes swinging in RSG's favor.
Not a surprise.
Not a surprise. I mean, the 35 and 38% right there. You know, I'm on the side of SMG SG. There's just a little glimpse of hope. You know, just a small little glimpse of hope. But RSG, they're a mountain. Like you said, they are a very strong mountain, but mountains do crack if you go, you know, hard enough. You just keep going at it. Eventually, you find the crack, you find their weak spot, go for it. It's like fighting a final boss.
Yes. You know, you know what they say. The river does not cut the rocks because of his strength, but because of his persistence.
Wow.
Wow, wisdom with the wisdom. Wow, my guy with persistence right there. That's why he's one of the best.
Not what it's not word to word, but it's somewhere along the lines. But I know that the keyword is persistence. At least I remember that.
It would be funny if the entire metaphor was wrong.
I thought he was going to say about the flow. I thought he was going to say about the flow, like because the flow will make the rock smoother, and then eventually it will, the whole mountain will melt into the water.
The river cuts
So
through.
it is just for SMG to be water.
Yes, be water.
Persistent,
Yeah,
be
be
water.
water.
Adapt to
Yes.
RSG strategies
Exactly.
and be
Be
able
water,
to
be fluid.
overcome them.
Yes. You know what Bruce Lee says,
water.
be water,
My friend.
Adapt or something.
Yeah,
along
if you
the
pour
lines
water
like
into a
that.
teacup, it becomes a teacup. You
Yes.
pour water into a teapot, it becomes a teapot.
Yes.
So he's basically saying shapeshift, you know, try to read your opponents better, you know, try to be whoever you want to be.
And that's very important coming into this drafting phase because they really have to be able to read the strategies of RSG here and likewise for RSG onto SMG. Now, we are in the first phase of the picks and bans here. So on the side of SMG SG, actually first priority ban going on to the Eve, Valentina as well as the 1-1. Going really quickly, RSG taking out the Diggy and the Faramis.
Now, most of these are something that we are not too surprised, of course. Now, the question is if whether RSG wants to go for any form of respect ban towards Bento in a while later, right, when it comes down to phase 2. Because the thing is, so far when it comes down to SMG, at least from the games that I cast, I'm not too sure about yesterday's games, but Bento didn't play so far. Did Bento play yesterday actually?
I think he did.
It
He did?
was...
He did?
No, I don't think he played yesterday actually. Yesterday
Oh, okay.
was not. Marsha actually is going to be the
Ooh.
first pick here, but so far the Beatrix has been let through. I'm really surprised it hasn't been picked up either in the bans or as a first pick.
Indeed. I would say that Beatrix is definitely going to be one of the priority picks here. So that is definitely something that we should be looking out for. Julian is something that we should be looking out for as well. And not to, and of course, we have been looking at Julian going into the mid lane quite a lot. So even if the 505 does pick up the Julian, that does of course hint a lot as to the style of play that they want to go for. But the thing that I'm surprised is the fact that they have decided to go for a Claude pick coming into their first/second pick. So that means that right now they are looking into an early and late game composition, something along the lines of being able to be sufficient in every single phases of the game in order to build tempo.
Yeah, and the fact that they're going for the Claude and the Julian, it's very bursty, very CC heavy on the side of Julian as well. But picking the Claude into a Marsha seems a little bit risky to me as well, given that the Marsha can, you know, really easily disarm that Claude, prevent him and take him out of that fight. So you basically only have the Blazing Duet to count on and your team to be able to set that up for you. I'm really curious as to what SMG is going into as well. And you mentioned, Abstract, that there is a slight change in the players as well. I'm not sure really who's going to go into the gold lane because I imagine Bento or Rum are usually EXP laners here, so it's gonna be quite curious for me to see who's gonna be playing there, but it's gonna be followed so far the draft with a Popol and Koopa as well as a Lilia.
Honestly, right now, whenever I look at Lolsey, the first thing that screams at me is Franco.
What about Atlas?
Franco sticks out like a sore thumb to me,
Oh, that's
at least
true.
right now.
That's true.
But you spoke about Atlas, it makes sense.
Because the
Atlas,
Diggy.
Yes, Diggy has been banned, and Atlas definitely does put a pretty good mark onto their name because they have a Julian, great startup, great way to start the game, of course, great way to continue the AOE effect as well as the crowd control from what Atlas is able to bring onto the board with his Fatal Links. And let's not forget that Baby Cakes will be able to have all of that time to wind up in order to get himself into the midst of the action, all the way to the back lines with his Blazing Duet.
Yeah, it's quite curious that both of these teams haven't picked up their roamers yet. Well, technically can be flex, but I wouldn't imagine that these heroes are going to roam. So leaving that on the table, it's as if they have something up their sleeves that they're gonna surprise us with. Diablo with that signature pick onto the Uranus, followed by a Matilda ban as well. So taking away potential mobility options, alternatives for SMG. SMG gonna go ahead and ban out that Atlas in anticipation of the Diggy ban as well.
Now, looking at the way that both RSG and SMG might want to go, I think that Esmeralda may actually be a pretty decent ban coming in from RSG. Oh wait, never mind. They have a Marsha over at SMG side, so it may not be that big of a deal anymore. Here's the thing that I'm looking out for is the fact that for the side of RSG, they may actually want to look out for. I lost my train of thoughts.
What do you think they should look for?
Right. I remember now. Angela. Because here's the thing, right? Because we're looking at Baby Cakes as playing as a Claude. You definitely want to find a way to consistently put yourself in the lane and find your way to overpower against Rum that might be playing as the Purple and Cooper. Purple and Cooper is very self-sustainable in lane. You can definitely bully the heck out of most, if not all, the other marksmen in the lane. So right now, you wouldn't want to pit this Claude against this Purple and Cooper unless the only way that Baby Cakes can sustain in the lane really is all about Blazing Duetting the creep waves. Otherwise, you would need a soft support in order to be there to really just babysit this Claude most of the time. And Angela comes down really nicely for me. And not to forget, Esmeralda is something that can really counter against this Uranus in the early to the late.
I'm also surprised that they've taken out the Bauman and not left that option for themselves. Bray so far in this season have been playing a lot of utility type junglers. He's been using Akai, I think, for at least 6 times now so far in the season. So for him to take that out as well as the Bauman, SMG SG banning out that Fanny could be an indication that he's going back into a little bit of an assassin, especially now that they've picked up the Grog along with their draft.
With a Grog in play, they do have the early game momentum that they're trying to look for. Early game from the Grog as well as the Julian. Late game coming in from the form of this Uranus as well as Claude. Bray really needs to look for a hero that can really scale pretty darn well and of course get himself the power spike in the mid stages of the game. And understandably, it kind of seems as though Karina is a hero that they gotta have to look out for. And SMG, if they want to, they can snipe that Karina away, leaving not a lot of choices available for RSG.
Yeah, I think a Karina or maybe a D-Roth would be good here.
Honestly, a Ling will be a little bit too late though, so that is going to be a problem.
Okay, Karina and the Yuzong.
Okay, Karina still stolen.
Okay, so the Karina is going to get taken away here by the side of Team SMG. And the Yuzong though, that's we didn't see a Yuzong so far, right?
No,
I
we did
don't
not.
think we have. It feels like a throwback to like season 2. Season 2. It's been a while since seeing that. But I think Bento does play a lot of Yuzong, so it's pretty high on the comfort pick list, I would imagine. That means though, it's gonna be a Marsha roam here, which I personally haven't seen in a while.
Or Sky Guardian here, maybe?
I'm trying to find out what exactly they're trying to go for. There could be a possibility that the Julian may go to the jungle. In the event that Julian goes to the... Okay, no, I don't think that's going to be happening.
Oh,
wait.
Yeah, it's going to be a Julian jungle and
505 Selena.
It is.
Yes, it's a 505 Selena. We'll be looking forward to a lot of nice abyssal arrows, just catching everybody off.
I was opening up the possibility of them picking out a specific... a gold EXP jungle. No, I was specifically looking for a soft tank. soft tank in order to uphold baby cakes in the lane. But unfortunately, because of the clashes of both the Grok as well as Uranus, or rather mostly on the Uranus, that is a problem. Because I was hoping that Grok will go into the EXP lane, and then we have a soft tank, and then Julian goes to the jungle. But that means that we don't have a proper mage player. So pretty unfortunate.
Yeah, but it looks like both of these drafts are locked and loaded on the side of RSG. Very, very heavy in terms of CC and team fighting potential with no Franco, but we have the Selena for those lockdowns as well. But SMG probably ready to respond to that. So here we go. Take it away. First game between these two teams.
That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It is going to be the first game of SMG up against RSG. Two of the G. Hopefully one of them will say GG by the end of the game. And yep, SMG looking pretty fast. I mean, it's Jox. I mean, we've seen how Jox actually, went from EVOS and then now into a brand new team, which is going to be SMG, and a very good invade there coming out from Dairy, and Joe immediately securing that level 2. This is the basis, or rather the result of babysitting the mid lane.
So, of course, looking right off the bat, both SMG SG as well as RSG SG, both of these teams does have understanding as to how they would want to play. They started off in their own specific jungle and then wanting to move on to another part of their game. So looking at how things is looking out, RSG definitely does have a strong early game start with the Julian, Grok as well as Selena. Really high burst amount of damage, and no matter what it is, SMG will have a problem, be it Popol and Cooper or Lilia. I'm not even sure if whether Lilia will be able to pull off Dark Shoes in time in the event that RSG actually finds a pick onto Lilia. Yuzhong might not have that kind of time to really work his way in order to get himself into the Black Dragon form as well. So this strong burst amount of damage from RSG is going to be a main problem that I see. As such, SMG, they can't exactly be the one that plays defensive. They need to be the aggressive one. They need to be the one that starts fights and really single out one person before they actually get a collateral damage.
I feel it's all on, on that Yuzhong player right there. I feel he is the main playmaker right there, right? The main playmaker. But then, everything comes into account too. You have your jungle, you have your marksman, and that's where all your damage starts coming in. But a Grok though, I'm not really sure about the Grok, right? Like a wild charge, yeah, I'm okay with that. But all your power, or rather your damage, is coming through magical damage. If you think of it, you have Julian, you have a Selena, and then you have a Uranus. That's 3 magic already. So it's definitely a 3 towards the magic side and a 2 towards the physical side.
I don't see quite a bit of a problem when it comes down to that. Like, imagine, if SMG is really afraid of magical damage, then they will build Athena Shield in the early stages of the game, correct?
Yes,
that means that they have invested into magical defenses. Whenever they invested into magical defense, that means that they are 3,000 gold behind from making a physical damage defense. That means that Claude is essentially 1 item ahead of all the other players.
That's true.
So that means that Claude will be getting a really nice boost in terms of damage, dependent on how the opponents, which is SMG, wants to react to it. But unfortunately, I think that they all understand that they shouldn't keep an eye out for Athena's shield first if they really, really want to. But this is really just based on balance. Who wants to pick out, and who do you think is going to be the biggest burden? Or not biggest burden, sorry. Who are you specifically getting targeted? Like, for example, backliners, you would definitely want to pick out some physical defenses. Frontliners, you will want to pick up some magical defenses.
I think that's why, they drafted Marsha for the first pick, because Marsha is such a priority towards SMG SG right there. They want to rush at backline. They want to catch 505. They want to catch baby cakes off guard. These are your only few squishies. Bray is definitely going to build semi-tank right there, and then Lolzy is on the tank, but Abyssal Arrows lands down onto Rum right there. He's going to miss the screen by a little, and just as I said, 505 is going to get taken out right there. First blood is definitely going to go towards Jox.
Marsha is definitely a good hero coming into the name for SMG, knowing that Dairy is naturally a very aggressive player. In the meantime, top lane,
oh, Bento there with a very, very good sustain coming out with the Shah residue, and Diablo not securing a kill, even with the gank coming in from Bray. And Turtle in favor of RSG SG right now, but SMG, they are signaling towards the turtle, but it looks like the turtle is going to get resetted right now.
There's definitely some kind of zoning that SMG is trying to go for,
Big Black
even
Dragon.
trying to expand onto the Big Black Dragon, and of course draining onto Bray.
Oh, Bray is going to get so low right now, but Joe is also very low. He pops the Black Shooter, but the turtle is going to go towards Bray again. Bento getting taken down, but no, Bray and Lawsy is going to get traded back in return, and Lawsy and Diablo living life on the edge right there, trusting in his healing powers. And what a skirmish coming out from SMG.
Really a trades after trades after trades, of course. 3-2, and RSG, even though they are 1 kill down, they still have definitely some form of goal advantage. We're still very early into the game, so it's not too big of a worry when it comes down to goal advantage. But with this recent replay, we can definitely have a better understanding as to how the fight eventually went, with Bento starting up the fight first, immediately jumping onto Bray, forcing Bray to release a lot of that damage that he's able to deal, be it enhanced chains or perhaps enhanced scythe. So because you jump onto Julian first, you force him to go for the enhanced sword. So this means that there's not a lot of damage, there's not a lot of crowd control as well. You resort into escape.
That's right, resorting into escape right now, but as we can see, the goal lane babysitting coming out from Dairy again, but I feel the only mistake that SMG SG made right there, yes, they got 2 for 2, but they kind of missed the turtle right there because Jox just wasn't there.
I'm relatively surprised that Dairy is actually going for babysitting services down to the bottom lane. Not too sure how much Ram has been paying him for that, but not naturally, because Dairy is playing as a masher. I thought that he will be playing a lot more aggressive. I thought that he will be moving around a little bit more, this kind of stuff, instead of just going down the bottom lane, just staying all the way there. But perhaps SMG, they definitely realized that, okay, Ram, he's going to be one of our win condition. And not to forget, there is a Selena on the opponent side.
Exactly, and that's the squishiness coming out. 2 bites and, oh wait, actually 1 little bite onto 505 and easy does it, but here comes Baby Cake. He's gonna go low right now, he's gonna be a big turret dive. Dairy taking all of it, placing the West, he's not gonna do anything. 505 tries to run out. Dairy takes all the turret aggro. It's still worth, it's a double kill, but look over on the purple buff right now. He's gonna get, not gonna get stolen away. Bray is gonna get slowed down by Joe here. Bento and Jock to the rescue, but here comes the S2 coming in from Bray. Is it gonna be enough though? Diablo getting away and a big disengage coming out, and what a purple contest, forcing Jox to use that retribution. As of right now, it is going to go towards RSG favor right now because that's 200 IQ plays, forcing Jox to use that retribution. So there is no retry battle. Here comes the wall onto Joe. Can Joe get away though? Abyssal Arrow is going to catch down onto Dairy. Down goes Joe. No black shoes available though. Very good communication coming out from RSG SG right there.
5-5 in 5 minutes into the game, almost at 15,000 gold.
Oh, wow.
Yeah,
5 on 5.
Yeah, 5
on 5 on 5.
5-1-5.
5 on 5 on 5.
But anyways, it does definitely seem as though both teams are relatively neck and neck, and I wouldn't say that any of these teams does have any advantage just yet. In the meantime, I think that pulling off the emblem will be able to give us a very a great overview as to the entire team. And noticeably, I've been talking about unbending will, of course, onto the masher. The lower HP that you have, then the more damage you deal. That is the main cause of damage that you would want to see from the masher. In the meantime, Mystery Shop coming for SMG. But speaking of mystery, definitely
big stun onto Baby Cakes though by the 2-man knockup, and the blazing duet comes out. Down goes Ram. Dairy trying to push some damage down onto Diablo, and he's gonna get secured down onto Jox. Jox pops the other one onto Lawsy, but no, it is gonna be a 1-for-1 here. Ram getting taken out for Diablo in return. What a trade from SMG. As of right now, they're just trading hands. They're just showing, hey, I have this card. Do you have this card? They're like, yeah, I have this card too.
Honestly, when it comes down to RSG SG's very strong early game start with the Selena, the Julian, as well as the Grog, I'm very surprised that we are looking at this state of the game. SMG SG is doing a fantabulous job. No, fantabulous? That's not a word.
It is.
Fabulous. Wait, really? Yeah. Fabulous job in dealing with RSG. And speaking of which, they may even want to continue to take this frontline fight as Dairy went straight into the face of RSG. Realizes that this may not not be the best case scenario for them to continue, as thus they immediately fall back to the top lane and wanting to exert a little bit more pressure as they prepare themselves for the turtle.
Exactly, in SMG SG right now, as you can see from the way that they are standing in the map, they are trying to get this turtle right now because RSG SG, they have 2 turtles to their name. SMG SG, they desperately need this turtle. It is so crucial to them. They are ahead of goal by just by a little bit though, but here comes Dairy going head in. He is going to bulldoze his way all the way, trying to catch out 505, trying to catch out Baby Cakes. But here is Lousy for the zoning. Is it going to be enough though? Lousy runs a little low, but here comes Bento with a big black dragon. But down goes Lousy. 505 runs a little low. He gets away, but here comes the Petrify and the knockup. But Beret is going to go down right there. And Jogs securing their first and last turtle for SMG SG. SMG SG, victor of the fight.
They may not have found Baby Cakes, but finding Bray is definitely important. Remember how we talked about the win condition? That is it. It's a vice versa thing when it comes down to Bray and Baby Cakes, especially when we are looking at heroes. The more you cripple the Julian, the less you will be able to be consistent in the early game. As such, he won't be able to deal that much damage, resulting this Julian to be more of a utility type of Julian, constantly going for enhanced change, enhanced change, enhanced change. Something that you will always see at the end stage of the game of what Julian usually do. In the early stages, you will always want to see enhanced scythe, because that is the most power damage that you can deal as a Julian. That is how you assassinate people. And only team fights, then enhanced chains. But in this case, they would want to use up that early game power. They would want to be as explosive as they can. But because SMG has already shut down Bray twice, I believe that RSG, they have got quite something in store for them.
Blazing Duets coming out, but all the way rushing in is going to be Bento trying to catch down onto Baby Cakes, but no, that was just a big zone coming up from Bento, and SMG SG taking the first tier turret in the mid lane. And meanwhile, as you can see on the map, Bray is still waiting. He's going to catch out onto Ramramam. He lands down and enhanced chains, but he is going to walk away scot-free with a Purify. And Joe forced to pop the black shoes right now. Ramramam runs to safety, but all the way behind is going to be Jox with the damage, but not enough to take out Diablo with the healing.
Even though the Karina is playing as a mage Karina, still not the kind of damage that is possible to melt down a Uranus. Understandably, right? Uranus is always very tanky. Even in the early stages of the game, a single charge of the ultimate is going to be more than enough for you to regain all of the health that you have lost in a short amount of time. SMG versus RSG. This is the result that we are, or rather some of us, would be surprised. A 3,000 goal lead in favor of SMG. And the way that they have been doing all of that so far is really just pushing all of their objectives with a lot of these turrets taken down. Dairy is also doing a very good job trying to zone everyone else out and really just opening up the map, while Bento comes in at the nick of time in order to zone anyone else away, knowing that Baby Cakes is just not quite up to task yet.
Oh, Abyssal Arrow lands down onto Dairy, gets the knockup, but he is going to get knocked up by the wild charge again. And here comes Baby Cakes with the Blazing Duets, but no, he's going to get taken out. Ray manages to get away, but down goes Jogs and Dairy. No trade coming out except for 505 right now. Runs very, very low, trying to catch down onto Bray, but no, the enhanced chains is going to get him down. Double kill coming out for Bray. Bento coming one step too late. And just couldn't win the fight.
Pretty much a caster's curse, I gotta say. Always saying that he's coming in the nick of time. This time, a shy bit too late. Understandably, he went all the way to top lane, and he knows that he does have the mobility with the Black Dragon form. He can come down any time. But the problem is that SMG SG, they don't really have a very sustainable composition. Whenever RSG tries to go for the aggressive, there's really not much that you can do. You can't really escape. You don't really have any form of escape mechanism. The one thing that you have really is about zoning. So Bento plays a very big part in SMG in order to push Baby Cakes away. But the longer this game drags, the better it is for Baby Cakes. Because even if Bento comes into your face as a Claude, you will take up a fight with him in the later stages.
Exactly right, and we have the Lord marching down the bottom lane right now. SMG SG, they're trying all they can. During their previous fight, Dairy took all that damage and all that ultimate. Heavy CC lock down onto Dairy, and let's see how SMG deals with this. What is their answer? Look at Jogs just waiting in the side, but Bento and Diablo here going for that wet noodle fight, and down goes the tier 2 turret, and Jogs is forced to run away. Abyssal Arrow catches down onto Dairy, but no follow-up from RSG.
with the Lord marching down in the bottom lane, pillaging everything that SMG SG holds dear. The middle lane creeps is going to be pushing in, and so will the top lane creeps. Bento tried to go face to face against Diablo, but unfortunately, knowing that the rotations for RSG is heading up north, he gotta have to do nothing. He can't do anything but to surrender the second tier defense turret to the hands of RSG, because his life is very important. You can't afford to lose a Yuzhong before a fight even began. And speaking of fight, it definitely seems as though Longzi is going in for a wall charge.
Jogs all the way from the back trying to catch out onto Bray, but no, Bray is going to be in the victor of that fight, but 505 goes down. Baby Cake goes down. It is going to be a 1 for 2, but look at Bento, he runs a little low. Dairy runs low too, forcing SMG SG to go very, very passive. That's a victory for SMG SG right there. 2 for 1. Baby Cakes and 505, your main mage and your main marksman for your jungler. I feel that's worth.
Unfortunately for RSG, that wasn't exactly the most ideal fight. Most of the reason is due to the fact that Lolzi's wild charge didn't really connect onto anyone and misplaced Lolzi, right? Kind of pushes him in a different position, which is rather unfortunate if you ask me. You see, Lolzi immediately went in for a flicker and tries to go for a wild charge, shyly missing out Ram. The only thing that got caught was, of course, Cooper. And from that point on, the fight has been split into half. The back lines coming in from SMG is able to melt down the front lines that tries to overextend, and then the front lines of SMG literally just ran into the face of RSG SG, and that is Bento. Just zone everyone else out.
Yep, that's Bento in a nutshell. Bento in a bento. Right there, and as we can see right now, Baby Cakes just picked up that Malefic Roar, so he is going to hurt you guys, especially towards Ram, and Joe especially, so because they are so squishy. SMG SG right now, they did build up that Radiant Armor, like you said, Abstract. They are going to be investing in this magical defense as we speak right now. The Lord is up. RSG, they do have the man advantage, but SMG SG, they do have Karina to try to go for the steal, but Bray on that Julian can also go for the steal.
Late game, understandably, is always going to be an issue for SMG, and it's always a cause of concern. You don't really have a very reliable source of damage other than Ram, which stands at the back. Unfortunately, once it reaches the late stages of the game, Baby Cakes is then will be able to dive in very simply.
Oh, good damage
Speaking
from
diving.
Good damage from Joe though, but here comes Longzi with a wild charge. Joe is going to be able to pop all the way back, and down goes Bray. What a catch coming out from Dairy right now, and Diablo is going to get knocked up all the way in, but Joe is going to be able to run away. Diablo still standing strong throughout this whole fight. 505 here trying to do something about it. Abyssal Arrow comes out, but no contest for the Lord. RSG SG, they're just trying to get some information here. They have no information where Baby Cakes is. Blazing Duet has already been used. He does have the support emblem though, but look at this. Blood Wings coming out for Jox. Is it going to be tanky? Is it going to be strong enough? Pupo and Koopa right now looking a little low, but Joe gets caught by the Abyssal Arrow.
They bought enough time. RSG SG has bought enough time for Bray to come back up in 2 seconds, but unfortunately it kind of seems as though the Lord is about to go down. Who's going to be the one to get it? It's very likely going to be SMG SG with the retribution.
Yes, it is, and down goes the Lord. It is going to go towards SMG SG right now, but the Blazing Duet comes out. Down goes Bento, but look at the magic kill right there. Mega kill coming up for Joe, but here comes a Winter Truncheon. Double kill coming up for Bray. 3 men down on the side of SMG. 3 men down on the side of RSG. 3 for 3 right now. Jox and Joe standing alive. 505 and Diablo standing alive. SMG SG takes the Lord in that fight.
Definitely not something that RSG is looking out for. They tried to drag on the fight as long as possible in order for Bray to come back. But right after he came back, he immediately fell short again. This really comes down to the front liners of SMG. There's not much things that this Julian can do. Go in, enhance chains, you gotta have to go back out. They did not really manage to capitalize in the early stage of the game. In order for them to survive in the late stages of the game, the mid stages of the game is where things started to get a little bit grim, and that is where SMG started to get themselves the curve, the tempo, and that is why things are looking very well. But from this point onwards, 16 minutes onwards, Baby Cakes is going to go online. Diablo is going to get so much tankier. This is going to be a tough fight for SMG, and they're going to have to get the priorities right.
Yep, and SMG, as we speak, like you said, priorities, they finally get the tier 2s on the top and the middle turret, along with the bottom turret right now. Tier 2 has been taken away. RSG SG right now, they only have their tier 3s. up and online, not even touched yet. But SMG, they finally get their priorities right. As you can see, stealing away the purple buff, trying to deprive RSG right there, denying Bray from that purple buff right now.
Honestly, right now, what I'm looking out for is that the big bad wolf could not find the piggy's house.
Oh, that's true.
In fact, the piggy's house is the this is no longer a straw house, a wood house,
a brick
or
house.
a brick house. No, I wouldn't even call this a brick
Cement house?
We are almost looking at a steel house.
Steel house!
This is almost a steel house because right along for RSG's games and all of RSG's games so far, they have been doing very well with one exception, right? That, of course, is the game that has been postponed.
Yep.
We will talk about that in the future. But RSG, they have got 2-0 victory in the most convincing manner. Right now, RSG seems like they have another competitor which they would have a problem with. This could possibly be their kryptonite, which is going to change the narrative of the entire competition by a crazy bit, and absolutely fabulous to watch.
This could be the second kryptonite that, you know, the MPL has to offer, hiding in their pockets towards RSG SG right now. But as you can see on the map, they're all just grouped around. They are just literally camping around, trying to wait for resources. 51k to 50k. Let's take a look at the item. It is going to be a full damage Karina. Nothing surprising about that. And we have a Athena shield on Rum on the Pupo and Koopa. But as we speak, Diablo here with a wet noodle fight up against Bento again. But SMG, they have the position for the Lord, but SMG could literally, RSG SG, sorry, could literally walk right up to the back and just stab them straight in the back.
It's not exactly gonna be easy though. The main thing that we want to look out for is the fact that 505 is able to land one of her Abyssal Arrow, and of course landing on the right person. In the meantime, Diablo, he's already tanky. There's no way he's gonna die over one or two persons. RSG, they really want to find an opening, and they did manage to blast down 2 health bars off of Dairy. That means that the opening part of the map for SMG is dead. SMG can't open the map much anymore. RSG then find this as an opportunity that they would want to get as fast as possible. And with that Abyssal Arrow, they have information. They know what's coming. And with that, Longsi puts up the Guardian Barrier to push SMG away, but Bento starts things off with a Black Dragon form.
And a Black Dragon form here with a big zone, and down goes Bray. No retribution. Is it gonna go towards SMG SG? Yes, it is. Down go Longsi. 505 runs low, but Bento and Dairy is gonna go down right now, but they're unstoppable coming up for Joe, along with Rum and Baby Cakes run so low. SMG again taking the Lord away. The Evolve second Lord right now. SMG SG, well done to you guys. It is a 3 for 2 though, but it's still in favor of SMG.
Unfortunately, SMG, they don't have a frontliner that would help them push the course with the Lord. So the only thing that they are doing right now is extending their health bar, extending their life. They wouldn't be able to do much from this Lord. So honestly, it kind of gives RSG another lease of life to get a better and stronger play. Bento is the one that started the fight. They immediately jump over to the back lines. That allowed Dairy to push his advantage right in the face of Bray. They understood that they gotta kill the person that has the retribution in order to bring down the Lord. And if they bring down the Lord and not a lot of players died, then great. That is gonna be the GG push. But from getting the Lord onwards, everything shambled, everything fell apart, and SMG didn't have anything else to work with the Lord. Anything but a small mistake, right? This is one of the biggest things that SMG would want to do. That is probably the biggest thing that they would want to capitalize on.
They can't choke now. SMG SG, they're literally on a pedestal right now. They are 1k ahead only. I do not know how. RSG only has 2 turtles though, but still very good. Close equal goal right now. But look at Bendo getting locked down. Where's the rest of SMG SG? He's gonna get instant lockdown, and Joe not pushing out the damage. Rum gets stunned up right there. And RSG SG with the CC layering is thicker than a cake right there. RSG SG, 1,000-layer cake. Just locked down onto Bento, not even granting him to use his Petrify at all. Not even the Black Dragon form. Still up for Bento.
Bento, cheeky boy. We have 505 that threw 2 Abyssal Arrow over to that brush. He evaded both of them with great agility. But unfortunately, the one thing that he can't stop is going to be the Abyssal Trap, because the Abyssal Trap immediately exposes whoever's in the brush. So once that happens, Bento knew, time to bail.
Time to bail.
But unfortunately, we're looking at a team that has got quite a bit of lockdown. And right after bailing, he used his Furious Dive in order to get away from Lolzy's Guardian Barrier. But one thing that he did not expect is gonna be another Abyssal Arrow. Because 505 Abyssal Arrow, then Abyssal Trap, right?
Yep.
So his Abyssal Arrow has already went off cooldown, and that is perfect time for RSG. It kind of seems as though it's a bait from 505.
Could be a bait.
Not too sure if it is, but that is a well-orchestrated play coming from RSG. They didn't really quite capitalize that into anything else except to gain more momentum, or rather, gain more control, free real estate in the lower quarters of the map.
Oh, Bento going for a light winter truncheon this time. He does not want to get killed, but as you can see, Baby Cakes here starting off the Lord. 505 throwing out the Abyssal Arrow, kind of misses. Abyssal Trap comes out into the bush right now, but Dairy trying to get some information here. Baby Cakes tries to shimmy the Lord away. Lord dance the Lord away, but he's just gonna get resetted.
This is really gonna boil down to execution. Initially, we were talking. I was talking about how SMG SG doesn't really have a very good chance in the late stages of the game. Honestly, I still feel that way. But Dairy, I think that I've been underestimating the burst damage that he has whenever he charges onto an enemy, and I think that his targeting is gonna be really important. As long as Dairy is able to land the charge onto Bray, Bray will have a lot of problems. And likewise, if he lands on Baby Cakes will have a lot of problems. That is what RSG have to do. They have to zone Dairy away. But being tanky, being the roamer, being someone with 3 health bar, this is not something that you can easily do after all.
There's no way to escape from Mr. 3 bar HP there, but as you can see right now, RSG, what they're trying to do, they're trying to pull the Lord out, they're trying to lower the Lord, they're trying to lure SMG out of their rabbit hole right now, but Dairy, he's just been scouting, he's giving the information, and here comes the Guardian Wall coming up. Baby Cakes trying to shred the Lord away, but Dairy is still giving so much information, but Diablo here up against Bento, they're just wet noodle fighting at the top lane right now, but oh, here comes Diablo trying to put some damage onto Bento right now. But Lord knock up here. Here comes Baby Cakes along with Bray. Joe, are they still gonna go in though?
Honestly, right now, things are looking pretty well for RSG, right? Because when it comes down to Diablo, he will definitely be able to throw on a lot of impact in the side lanes, right? Not necessarily in a team fight. He will have impact, yes, but not as much as what Bando is able to bring onto a team fight. So they weigh the pros and cons, and they realize, yeah, you know what? Diablo can actually go and split push a lot. But in the meantime, Jox runs in on 505.
505 is gonna get taken down right there, but Bray is gonna be able to trade down for Jox, and down goes the Lord. It's gonna go to Baby Cakes is gonna run so low. Here comes Diablo trying to go for the flank right there, but Dairy runs very low right here. He's trying to take down Baby Cakes, but no, he's gonna get mega killed right there. Jox and Dairy goes down, but the Lord still goes towards SMG SG again and again and again. The third Lord, enhanced Golden Lord coming out for SMG SG right there.
Honestly, right now, the more Lord that RSG loses, it doesn't make any difference anymore. You know, right now, yes, the Lord is high and mighty and beastie and whatever other verbs you can put in onto the Lord. He's gonna be tough to bring down, but I'm pretty sure the RSG will still be able to bring it down after all. But now, there's no damage except for one. One person is getting damaged from losing all of these Lords.
Oh, who is?
Of course it is Bray. This is going to be some kind of mental game on the Bray.
Yeah.
Understandably, as a jungler, if I am losing Lord time and time again, the second Lord that he lost was because Dairy stole it.
Yep.
This Lord that he lost was because Joe stole it. How would you
Exactly.
feel as someone with the retribution? You would definitely start to have some emotional damage. And honestly, this is the point in time where RSG may start to tilt a little bit, and it may swing in favor for SMG.
You literally stole the words right out of my mouth, man. I literally wanted to say emotional damage towards
You could have
Bray.
said it with me.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Bray, scratching his head like, oh, what's going on, man?
Honestly,
I'm missing my red tree.
He may be confused as well. I believe
Exactly.
that he's relatively confused too. Because Bray as the Julian, let's be honest here, even though you have the Feather of Heaven, you won't deal much damage to the Lord. But there is, out of all the hero pool, there is one hero that is going to be super strong against this Lord, and you will always win this Lord.
Mia.
And steal everything. Not
Mia.
Mia.
Oh.
Someone is even better than Mia.
Balmon?
Lunox.
Oh, that's true.
Lunox burst the crap out of this Lord. The higher the amount of health it is, I don't care about that. So honestly, right now, I mean, I would love to see a Lunox in this game. But we don't have it right now. The main thing is we gotta have to work with the lineup that RSG and SMG have got for themselves. And we're starting to see a wet noodle fight everywhere. You're talking about top lane, top lane, top lane. But now, it's everywhere. Every single team fight is a wet noodle fight because honestly, we don't know where it's going to be, if whether there's even any impact at all.
It's just all out brawl fight. It's like a fight club, you know, just go all out ham. You know, there could be results, there could be everything. But let's talk about the win condition for SMG right here. I feel they just continue to keep on stealing the Lord, and then RSG will start to fall behind because the Lord will progressively get thicker and stronger and, you know, just more tankier.
SMG SG, the main thing that they want to look out for is actually opening up the map and getting themselves the vision. In order for them to get the vision, of course, it is going to be Dewey's job. And once they have the slightest glimpse as to where most of the players is, that is Bento's job to come in to really zone out Baby Kicks. That is their main win condition. In order to zone Baby Kicks away, the rest of the party will be taken down by SMG because of Rum as well as Joe. Let's not forget the fact that Jox as well as Dewey also have their own specific bursts of damage. As long as Baby Kicks is not there to provide for the team, SMG SG will be able to floor it all. 4 against 4. RSG SG would not be able to do much. Bray doesn't really have much damage at this point in time of the game. Selena doesn't have a lot of damage this time of the game. And let's not forget, Grok wouldn't have that much as well. Diablo is the one that could deal some damage perhaps. Maybe
it's a slow burn. It's a slow burn. He needs to get his passive up to 4 stacks on the enemy, and then it starts to hurt. But
the main thing is that he needs to be sustainable.
Exactly.
So SMG's win con is actually really simple. Single out Baby Kicks or zone him away. While RSG, they actually have quite a lot in their mind. They can't burst this lot fast enough. So that is definitely one of an issue, right?
They need a lot right now. For RSG SG, this is their win con. 1 Lord is all it takes. 1 Lord is all it takes.
Honestly, even if they get this Lord, it doesn't mean that they will win the game.
Can they though? But look at Baby Cakes running very, very low. Pops the immortality. Dairy with a good rush on the backline, but Bray forced to use the enhanced sword to run right out. He is going to be able to pop the immortality. Baby Cakes blazing to west, but no, he's going to be very passive. He wasted it.
It's a time.
He go all the way back.
This is a time, ladies and gentlemen, for SMG SG to actually snatch the Lord for themselves. But in the meantime, Diablo, right now, he is still very healthy. He is not going to the casket anytime soon. But a wild arrow came out of nowhere. Almost used up Jox's immortality. Never mind,
Diablo.
take that back. 2 immortality popped.
Diablo here, still standing strong, but is he going to die in the hands of Bento though? Jox running so low because of the Abyssal Arrow and the damage coming out from the Lord. It looks like SMG SG, can they contest this though? Because Jox had to go all the way back into the base just to heal out right now. The Lord is at 1/4. Is it going to be enough? Joe, can he steal it?
Just a little bit more!
He pops the Purifier, but no, it's not enough. But Joe couldn't steal it away. 505 runs very, very low. Jox not being able to steal the Lord. Finally, a Lord in favor of RSG SG.
That...
Finally, the Lord!
Finally, right? That is exactly what Bray would have said. And probably the rest of the teams from RSG would have said. Finally, we got the Lord. The Lord is now marching in the northern side. This means that Uranus will be able to successfully push all the way down to the bottom lane. Yes, they do not have Bray, but that might not be that big of a problem to a certain extent because Dairy is not there. Remember what I said? Dairy is one of the win condition coming from SMG, and that is to open up the map in order to scout out where Baby Cakes is or where Baby Cakes is not. So now, SMG, they got some problems in their hands.
Look at Bento here popping the Black Dragon form. Baby Cakes run a little bit low, but look at Joe in a very bad position with the Guardian Wall. Dodges the Abyssal Arrow, but here comes Poopo and Koopa. 505 gets down, but look at Davey rushing all the way into the backline. Is he going to be able to get him down though? But no, it's not going to be enough. He's going to be able to play passive. But look at the Rum. He's going to go down. He's going to get locked in by a big Guardian Wall coming out from Lousy and down. Oh, the suppression comes out. Winter Truncheon coming out from Bento, but it's not going to be enough. And look at Joe. He's trying to run. He's trying to survive. But no, Diablo is just pushing out too much damage. Look at the damage coming out. 505 don't get taken down. But here comes the Winter Truncheon coming out from Jox. He's going to get taken down also. And Dairy just gives up. Stands still in the middle of the base right there. And it is going to be going towards RSG SG, ladies and gentlemen. Just like that.
What a game. A very long extended game coming in from both teams, super close.
But unfortunately, Team SMG, they just couldn't find the opening in order to snipe out the Claude, and that is a very big problem. They can't snipe out the Claude, and if they do not find out the Claude where it is or do not zone him away, they don't really have the damage to get the team wipe. And that is the main problem. I'm not too sure if Scorpio Chicks have got the same idea as me. Come on, let us know what you have. Well,
I mean, you pretty much said it, right? The Abyssal Arrows, the amount of CC available on the side of RSG SG. In the beginning, honestly, I was a little skeptical because the way that these arrows were hitting from 505, it was really tough. You either hit on the Koopa or you might hit on Joe, but then he pops the black shoes. And in the early game, it was very difficult to get a kill because of that. And I think 505 up till the midpoint was probably 2-4 and 4.
Yeah.
So it wasn't an easy time. All the way up to that Lord at around 19 minutes where he hit, or the 22-minute mark, where he hit the one on Jox. As he was trying to get the Lord, I felt like that made that big play for them. Looking at the items though, I mean, I'm not sure if really it came down to this 3 Guardian Helms on Masha again, together with the Twilight Armor and the Blade Armor. Even then though, just because of the kit, he did so much work. He went all the way every single time into the back line looking for baby cakes. And unfortunately, it wasn't enough. The rest of RSG with that CC kit, with the entire team fight oriented drafts, was able to zone him out.
well, in the end, the 3 Guardian Helm, 1 Toilet Armor is always the best kit that you will want. It's
the best.
To burst someone down, right? Okay, disregard all the macro skills that you need to play a specific hero. Technically speaking, once you have these 4 items and you're playing as Masha, it's pretty much brain dead. Just run and ulti someone and run back.
Oh, we hit a new high. 372k damage taken by Diablo. Okay,
Was that the
honestly,
highest?
that's the highest already. Because it's a Uranus, right? It's literally 372k. I feel, okay, honestly, I couldn't even reach that. My highest was 350k only. And this is 20k more. That just shows how much zoning that Diablo actually gave.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we're not sitting on the pro seats, right? And it's them instead. So, I mean, Diablo, we've known he's always the sandbag, always able to zone, and his comfort pick here, Uranus, did a lot. Every single time Bento went into the fight, into the backline, he was there to also try to replicate the same. The only thing was, I mean, Bento, that was the play. They wanted to pick off someone in the backline, they wanted to dive all the way, find somebody and maybe make it a 4v5 fight. On the flip side though, RSG SG slowly adapted to that and was able to do to counter that. So there you go.
Whoa,
the one who soaked up the most damage. Diablo with that sprint, with all the items, he actually has the Enchanted Talisman here also to reduce the cooldowns and to provide some of that damage, but the rest of that, all shields, all HP to add to those defenses.
I was expecting him to go a little bit more utility, getting himself the Ice Queen's Wand instead of a Queen's Wings. Honestly, I don't remember seeing a lot of Queen's Wings. I'm not too sure. Maybe I'm guessing myself.
I feel it's more of a standard build. It gives him a little bit more HP, but the Oracle gives the healing. The Dom Ice though, the Dom Ice is the important one, along with the Athena Shield to stop Joe. And I think the Dom Ice is more towards Yuzong.
The Dom Ice is for Yuzong,
Yes.
and the Claude is there up on the side for the Purple and Koopa.
Yes.
So the main thing is that there is a lot that you will want to look for when it comes down to Dom Ice, and that is why Dom Ice is so good.
Yes, always buy Dom Ice. I always get it on the first item no matter what. It's a must buy.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to play that role, right? And it's given how much the healing is always very effective on the opponent's team, especially in the EXP lane. And like you said, Bento, he was, for me, a key player in this game as well, going into the backline. But let's see exactly what went down and how they played that out in this match highlight over here. So I think this is one of the early fights. You can see Bento, again, he dives right into the backline, zones out a 505, and then isolates, I think that was Bray as well, there you go, and prevented them from getting the objective. So in the early part, SMG really dominated by using this strategy, being able to split up the members of RSG. But I felt that somewhere along the way, they slowly learned to counter that, and you can see RSG trying to pick that up, and even as we go later into the game, Diablo dives even deeper and replicates the same thing that Bento does on this Yuzhong. And even Longzy using that Guardian's Barrier just to zone out Bento as well and prevent them from picking off the rest of the members. Again, just one
Guardian's
member
Barrier
Bento.
after another one.
And it's so difficult for Bento to pull off the same strategy. So I would give props to RSG for midway through this fight adapting to that strategy.
There is a lot of factors that would really help both of these teams achieve victory. But for SMG, most of these causes are all in the early stages of the game. But I understand their problems as well, right? Because the early game, the opponents definitely have some tempo. Once we reach the mid stages of the game, this is the point in time where SMG will have that power spike. And during that power spike, they need to find a way to push and end the game as soon as they can. But they definitely gotten themselves that gold lead. They definitely got themselves the item lead, whatever lead that you can possibly imagine, SMG has got it. But the margin of error is so small, big, small.
Tiny.
Yeah, this margin of error is so small. Wait, sounds weird. Margin of error
is big, so there's a
huge way.
more-
No, I think it's
space
small. Like you
for
can't
you
mess
to
up, right?
Yeah, it's more space for you.
I
to mess
used up a little bit too much of my brain juice. What I meant to say is that they don't have a lot of time to act on it, and they can't overextend or underextend. Easy way done, layman term, I'm busted.
Don't use big words.
Don't use big words,
Don't
you know?
need to- just
don't need to say anything about river cut through, water cut through.
water cuts through the river. But hey, you know what else is easy? Nice and easy, not so difficult like this. There's no brain involved in this. This one is literally just easy. Just close your eyes, you can do it. Which is gonna be the Frank OCBC. Thank you so much to them. You can flaunt your MLBB pride IRL too. Sorry, OSIM. So the chair that we're sitting on, you know how easy it is? Look at the nice designs there. I love the color scheme coming out from Optimus Prime. And we are sitting on a Bumblebee right here. Team Bumblebee, I don't like Optimus Prime. Because Optimus Prime is too overrated and...
Cause it's justice?
Yes, it's justice, but you guys always forget about the sidekick. You guys always forgot about the tank. The guy who does the most, which is Bumblebee, aka the roamer.
Well,
He's
the
a
Roma
roam
are
player,
all
by
the
the way.
sandbag, right?
Yes,
He's
exactly.
a roam player, by the way.
All the roam, all the EXP, big shout out to you guys, especially.
Hey, okay, now shout out for me.
Yeah,
I'm fine
especially
with
the EXP right here. Big shout out to especially Diablo, you Mr. Man, Mr. MVP himself. And thank you so much to OSIM for sponsoring this event. Really love the chair so far. I mean, even in the previous season, the massage, you know, whenever we're on a break, I just enjoy the massage.
Yeah, I can vouch for the fact that he's just like stuck to the chair most of the time.
I mean, it's really important, right? If you're gaming for long hours, you play in these sort of tournaments, you want to have something that's comfortable. And for, you know, sponsors and partners like Frank by OCBC and also make it super easy for us to focus on the gaming, focus on the tournament and the competition and not worry about anything else.
You know what they say? You invest in...
What do you invest in? Wow, can you get big words?
Invest in the things that you use the most, such as going to sleep, you invest on a bed. You playing games a lot and sitting on a chair, invest on a good chair.
Yeah, so I think this is
I
a
dumped
really
down
great
everything
chair.
to make it so that it is something
No
that
more
my
big
fried
words.
brains is capable of speaking.
I mean, this chair is really awesome. I love the high elevation, and not to forget, there is a patented V-hand technology. So it's one of a kind. No one else can replicate this because it is patented. Thank you so much to OSIM. I'm gonna enjoy myself on the chair later, just using the V-hand technology, as you guys can see during the break on the ads. Really good, a very cool way they gave the X-ray vision on, you know, the V-hand technology.
Yes.
Yeah, yes.
Go on.
Yeah, I mean, I really like the chair.
Yes.
Do you like the chair?
I do.
On a scale of 1 to 10.
10. Do
Wrong.
you like the chair?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting on it right
Yeah,
now.
and
What's there
ask him
not
now.
to like? Ask him.
Yeah. Okay. Do you like the chair?
On a scale of 1 to 10, 11.
Wow, topping the charts.
12.
Yeah. Oh,
Clearly, these guys do not know their mathematics.
I'm
but
called Math Track for a reason.
Math
yes, but let me give you simple math here. We are at 1-0 RSG up against SMG, and this is a best of 3. So SMG has another chance to come back. Could potentially be a reverse sweep if they could get it back. And I think, to be fair, SMG had the early game as well. They played very well to the draft and the composition that they picked out, wanting to pick off people in the beginning. Unfortunately, towards the end, it didn't quite play out like they wanted to, especially when they had to group up, and RSG has just had so much CC to counter that. Looking at the most impactful players on both sides of the team, Diablo as well as Jox.
Oh, the amount of damage dealt. 100Ks all across the board for the side of RSG SG. But look on the side of SMG SG. 70k, 60k, 40k on Bento, 81k on Dairy. That's a lot for a Marsha because you build kind of tanky, but BB Kicks in the 100k, 505 in the 100k, Diablo almost reaching the 100k and tanking up to 370k, along with Bray with 100k or so. So that's almost, I can't math, 500k?
I don't know.
Close to 500k, makes up for lousy damage, right?
I mean, when it comes down to Dairy playing as the Marsha, right? Marsha is understandably a hero that is unlike many other fighters or tanks. Most of the time, you will just say, oh, I built tank so that I can survive longer, so I can do more damage. But that is a completely different analogy when it comes down to Marsha. Marsha is, I built tank so that I can stay alive to do more damage and my skills with health.
Yeah, so the more HP equals to more damage.
Like, literally. So that is the thing when it comes down to Masha. So even when it comes down to the later stages of the game, Masha not only provides vision, but Masha also provides damage. And speaking of that, I think a short little breakdown of the hero as what they do in the late stages could really help you guys understand what happens, right? Or how both of these teams are playing. Like RSG, they have Claude. Claude is damage. Julian, utility. Uranus, well, Sustain, yes, sustain. Grog, utility, and a bit of sustain. Selena, utility, and maybe a bit of damage. Kind of like hybrid. As you can see that both Selena and Claude, they are actually tallied and on par in terms of damage. While for SMG, Masha, damage and sustain. Popol and Koopa, damage. Lilia is...
Damage
Even in the late stages, a bit, yeah. Okay, hybrid. Damage and just a bit of survivability because of the fact that she has black shoes. She can bait and just take everything.
What about the slows?
Yuzhong, utility and sustain.
Yes.
Karina, damage. So technically speaking, SMG, they do have a lot of small little bits and pieces of damage that they can deal onto RSG. But unfortunately, in the end of the day, it's all about execution.
Yeah, and I think both teams, they tried to execute it right the last game as well. It's just that when it comes to RSG, their composition, when we say CC, it's not just the ability to crowd control, it was also the ability to create space for Baby Cakes to be able to dish out the damage, to be able to know that I can go into the back line to pop my Blazing Duet all the way into the lines of SMG and still be able to make it out alive. On the contrary, it was tough for Rum to do the same because there was not as much peel available on the side of SMG. So I think his damage in the previous game was probably half that of Baby Cakes. It was just tough for him to be able to go out there and do that. So looking now ahead at this upcoming game number 2, we are in the picks and bans phase. RSG gonna go ahead and ban out the Masha, Diggy, as well as the Popol and Koopa. So they don't want that sort of lane dominance that SMG might have had in the previous game, especially in the gold lane. SMG banning out that 1-1 Akai and Faramis.
Understandably, due to the fact that Valentina is not banned, I'm not too surprised to see Valentina being picked out here. SMG now would have to think about what are the heroes, or what are skills, what are the heroes that they can pick in order to not give Valentina that kind of big, impactful ultimate, such as Atlas, for example. Okay, maybe not exactly onto 1-1, but at most of these ultimates that provides utility, you do not want to give them over to Valentina. As such, the other heroes that is currently available onto the board that is allowing SMG to first pick twice first is understandably going to be Paquito, as well as, well, I was thinking of... Who was I thinking of again? Julian. Julian is not a hero that you can really just sap ultimate away. It's just a regular chain. So it's pretty useless in the hands of Valentina.
I feel like Julian is more of a hero that the team has to play around. But just a little fun fact, if you were Valentina, you were to take 1-1's ultimate, you don't even need that to complete the circle. you can just instantly pop crossbow
yes.
tank.
Yes, that is right.
That's the only good thing about it.
That is the only good thing about it,
Yeah.
but unfortunately, you don't really get that kind of damage scaling that
Yeah.
you're looking out for, unfortunately. I've seen before, kind of trolley for fun kind
Yeah.
of build. The Valentina literally built physical damage and steal 1-1's ultimate all the time. That's all that she ever does. And she wipes everyone out.
Here we go,
Great
Scrubby.
though. This time, picking up the Fanny for himself. SMG, in the previous game, it was led through in the first phase, but banned out in the second phase. So RSG this time prioritizing their comfort heroes. Lawsy
Wow.
also picking up that Franco to go along with that. So it's really a lot of setup, a lot of aggression early game coming from the side of RSG SG.
Honestly, right now, SMG can actually go for this mage hero that we haven't seen for a long time. Eudora is actually going to be a really good pick here.
First point and click?
Yes, point and click stun, something that you would definitely need to use against a Fanny, that's number one. Against Franco as well. Most importantly is that Thunder God's Wrath is not something that Valentina will be able to make very full use of. Yes, you will be able to do damage, but the main reason why Eudora is so bursty really boils down to the fact that she's able to chain her abilities from 1, 2 to 3 in order to melt the opponents in one fell swoop.
I guess they're kind of forcing SMG's hand here, right? Even if you don't pick into the Eudora, you probably have to go into something with higher mobility, also maybe a bit bursty, probably something, I don't know, like a Kagura or a Lilia, some form of escape or mobility available for SMG. But right now, going into the second phase, there we go,
Wow.
they're taking out that option of Lilia as well, so thinning down the mage pool. And you can see RSG really wants to target that in the mid lane to be able to help 505 scale up.
Not too sure if whether RSG is actually wanting to push SMG to a certain hero pick. I'm not too sure about that, but there are still quite a lot of heroes that is currently available for them to pick. Let's take a look exactly on what Joe has been playing and of course what kind of history that he has been playing so far. When it comes down to their game against, let's take a look,
I
against...
think he's played Xavier, the Sicilian Eve,
Xavier,
as well
Sicilian.
as Lilia, so not really high mobility type of heroes, and it takes a while for them to scale into the late game as well. So picking that into the Fanny would be pretty dangerous for him to do that.
Yeah, so he gonna have to get himself out of comfort, at least for what he have picked before.
Kagura?
Kagura...
I think it would be great.
Kagura is not something... if they do want to pick a Kagura, they need to understand what exactly is their win condition first. Because you would not be able to do much as a Kagura against the Fanny. That is if the Fanny is a win condition. Yes, definitely to a certain extent, but you need to take a look at what baby kicks or want to pick up first, I believe. Perhaps they can leave it as the last pick.
Might be
I
a
mean,
claim.
given... Oh, there you go. Kagura also removed from the board as well. It would actually probably have synced up well with this Atlas pick as well. Because with Atlas, you want to be able to quickly burst down the opponents once you get a Fatal Links off. But RSG recognizing that, and now both of these mobility heroes have been taken out. This is really forcing the hand of SMG here. I'm wondering if they can go into a Farsa?
Oh, yeah, that's true. Back to Season 2?
Farsa, huh?
Oh, what about the Eve?
Well, you have D, but you're basically a sitting duck for the Fanny, so
Yeah, that's
you could
true.
be spotted out really easy. At least Farsa with the Wings by Wings could potentially have that escape.
Ah,
Oh, but
there
there
you
you
go,
go!
there you go,
Of course,
Abstract.
I'm not a pro player because they know better than I and have picked up this Lunox 4 that iframe the invincibility on the Brilliance.
What if they picked Lunox because the loss HP was so big in the last game? Oh, guys, I'm sorry.
Here we go again. Here we go.
Someone's gonna be elated to see this Lunox pick anyways. Now, we've got the Lunox being picked out. We are gonna be left with the marksman to be picked by the hands of SMG. In the meantime, RSG SG, they are just left with a single gold laner and an EXP laner. They need to take a look at something that is able to deal with the Esmeralda perhaps, or they just want to look at some other ways of playing perhaps. Benedetta is definitely one of the heroes that they can definitely look out for, especially since if you're fighting against an Atlas, you can actually ensure that whoever, or if he's stuck, or rather if Benedetta is being chained by the Fatal Links, that is definitely something that you can get out of. And speaking of which,
Benedetta, here we go. Here we go. Abstract is getting excited because of his Benedetta. Oh, look at Joe warming up. Oh, He's gonna show him the Lunox combo right there.
I think he's gonna need the warm-up though, because looking at the composition of SMG right now, they're playing very all-in, right? You have
Very
the
all-in.
Atlas, you have the Esmeralda and the Lunox as well, but on the other hand, RSG seems to be going the other direction. They don't want to play too closely together. Benedetta wants, to be away from the fight. Lolzy's very easily, and as we know, Lolzy going to be able to pick off
Whoa.
someone for Bray to
Oh,
quickly
what?
finish it
Whoa.
up. But I don't know if we're in
Huh?
Season 4
Season
because-
1. Season 1. No, it's not even season 1.
Shin, last pick here for SMG.
It's not season 1 of MPL, it's season 1 of Mobile Legends.
Gold lane Esmeralda now. Oh wait, we did have a sneak peek of this before.
Yeah.
A gold lane Esmeralda before. Now Jogs is playing as the Yi Sun-shin in the jungle. This is definitely something amazing to watch and not something that I was expecting. There's no way that I can predict this. There's no way that I will be able to say anything of this sort. It definitely baffles me. But this is definitely gonna look like a pretty good game. If not for all of these hero picks, they are all gonna play exactly as what we would be expecting. There's only one hero that have a little bit more diversity when it comes down to item builds, and that will be Benedetta. Most people will go for sustainability, or they will actually go for tankiness. Sustainability hand in hand with damage, and then tankiness for tankiness itself. Unbending will and tankiness is very likely what Benedetta would want to go for this game.
Yeah, looking at these two drafts now, I'm not sure. They both have different strategies that they're playing for, but I think RSG, this feels a bit more comfortable to them, being able to pick off somebody very aggressive in the early game as well. So I feel like it's up to SMG to be able to prove themselves that they can fight against this draft.
Thank you so much, and we are gonna head into game number 2 for RSG SG right now on the blue side and SMG SG on the red side. And we can see Bray on his signature hero, which is going to be the Fanny. But look at Dairy here, gets the stun down. Is it gonna be enough? Jogs with the early game damage though, but Joe with the flicker catches him off, and there's your first blood. But he's gonna be traded back in return.
Wait, who got first blooded? Is it Bray or was it
Bray.
Rum?
Bray gave it away, and then Rum gave it away on the second kill.
Oh.
Yeah, so it was at that split second. So first blood goal is definitely gonna go towards SMG SG right there. Dairy with a very good catch onto Bray right there.
Oh my goodness. Now the thing is, it's not a gold lane Esmeralda this time. It's actually a gold lane Paquito.
Wow.
I forgot about that. How can I not remember that? Gold lane Paquito, come on, Abstract. Something that I should have known. But anyways, that is what we're going to be looking at here. Diablo did manage to pick up Unbending Will, so that is going to be a big hint as to what kind of lineup, or rather what kind of item builds he's going to go for. Relatively tanky on his side, leaving Baby Cakes as well as Bray to deal all the damage, while 505 understandably will want to look out to get himself the Fatal Links at all times. Otherwise, if he really needs the utility and understand where everyone else is, doing Lolzy a favor so that he can actually get those hooks in, then he can actually just go for the
Diablo in very big and hot waters right there, but a very big escape coming out from Diablo. What a slick boy.
I didn't toss you because I know that he's not gonna.
Yeah,
die.
exactly. I was
Benedetta
like,
player,
what?
bro.
Exactly. Knowing in the eyes, the POV, the shoes, aka the sword holder of a Benedetta himself.
And now we are 2 minutes and 25 seconds into the game. The turtle is currently available. RSG is trying to put their hands on the turtle first in order to get their turtle soup. The water is boiling, and it definitely seems as though RSG will take that with no issues at all. Understandably, because Jogs, yes, he definitely can skill in the early and the mid stages of the game, but he definitely needs some more help, and that is not something that Lunox and this Atlas is able to provide, at least for now. Maybe in the mid stages of the game, that is where we'll start to see them firing off.
Exactly, and that's where everyone starts to snowball. Look at Bray jumping in with the cables here, trying to land down the Reggie onto Jogs, but look at the Fatal Links, bringing Bray all the way into the turret's nose right there, and down goes 505. So look at SMG. Lolzy runs slow, and it is going to be a 3-man take here coming up for SMG SG.
Boy, oh boy, wow. RSG is getting dismantled by SMG. Wherever Bray is trying to go, after getting himself the purple buff, boom boom pow, comes in Dairy with a single Fatal Links. It's like full respect, right? This is legit full respect. I will out you because I can and I want to bring you down. You overextended yourself so far, no one's gonna come and help you.
Yep, and that's punishment for a Fanny user right there. But Jogs picking up the War Axe in his first item within 3 minutes and 50 seconds. I would say that's very good and that's quite early. And let's take a look at the emblems right now.
I mean, understandably, I'm looking at Baby Kicks, right? Going for the Marksman emblem, he went for damage as well as movement speed. In the meantime, we're looking at High and Dry coming in from Fanny, which with the damage and penetration. So more or less, RSG have got the damage that they're looking for. In the hold on the meantime, Dairy as well as the rest of the members for SMG have managed to get a kill down on the low Z pretty darn efficiently, not allowing the opponents to take a chance at all.
Big fatal links, but here comes Diablo for the cleanup all the way from the top lane, cutting waves to taking down Jogs. Jogs thought he would survive that, but before that, they had the fight there. Dairy with a big fatal links onto Lawsy, giving SMG the lead that they need.
And now 505 and Diablo have decided to push themselves all the way up to the top side, beating down onto Rum. But understandably, Esmeralda being Esmeralda, you wouldn't be able to bring him down that easily. It is now 10 seconds. We're just waiting for 10 more seconds. And all of the energy turrets will be taken down, allowing RSG to get a little bit more aggressive. Because they have been getting themselves the turtle time and time again. They don't really have the right heroes to proxy. Only Benedetta is able to, but not that sustainable or tanky enough to proxy for a long time.
Well, look at Dairy here. Trying to catch down onto Baby Kicks, flickers away, but here comes the Fatal Link and a very good follow-up by Lawsy with the hook and the ultimate down onto Bento. Look at 505 with a reverse on the Fatal Link. Down goes Bento, but still 1 for 1.
The only damage that they had at that point in time really comes down to the turret. And understandably, they would not be able to follow through if anyone gets out of the turret's range. I will say that it is definitely quite a trade already, considering the fact that they already managed to destroy Bento from all of that. That is the main thing. They want to destroy Bento. They want to kill the Bento right there, right then. As you can see, Baby Kicks, unfortunately, doesn't have the Purify. He decided to pick up a Flicker instead. So he wasn't able to get himself out of that. Valentina came in right in the nick of time to ensure that Bento goes down right under the turret's nose.
And that's right, we have SMG here, still have a slight... Okay, no, they're behind RSG SG just by a little bit, but here comes Dairy. But 505 is going to pop the Purify and walk away. But look at Bray here with the immense amount of cables. This guy has cable for days.
Now, the thing is, when it comes down to Fanny, we are absolutely elated to look at that. We look at 2 cables, we're like, pfft. We look at 3 cables, we're like, oh, okay, not bad. We see 4 cables and 5 cables, and we're like, whoa, this guy knows his stuff, man. Looking at that, Bray definitely knows his stuff. He definitely knows how to play Fanny, and that's why people are competing Gear and Bray. Who's the better Fanny? In this case, it is a very difficult metric to really gauge who's the better one.
Runs a little low, pops falling, Starmoon tries to run away, but the Brilliance is just gonna get him.
Oh, not something that I was expecting. But
exactly.
Yeah,
Brilliance.
it's a stolen
here comes
Brilliance. Stolen Brilliance.
Suppression onto Dairy, not being able to pop the Fatal Links, but Joe is gonna get demolished here. Even with not even getting the Malefic Roar yet, Joe getting melted.
What kind of damage? What kind of items that Bray already have? Is it really just the Blade of Despair and only after killing that he get himself the Malefic Roar? Because that is just some intense damage coming from RSG. I think, okay, definitely the High and Dry came in handy to really melt Joe down. And understandably, as the mage, you don't really have a lot of, well, health to work with. The magic about Lunox is that you do have iframes, but you gotta have to go into Brilliance mode. You gotta have to go into Order first, then Brilliance. So honestly, take some time.
Yeah, it's a Blade of Heptasy right there and the Malefic Roar. That's why he's so plain.
Okay.
That's why Bray hurts like literally throwing like a rose.
Like a...
Yeah, because you imagine if you throw a rose really hard, but here comes the Flicker and the ultimate all the way back with big Fatal Link. But look at Bray, dashing back and forth, reverse on the Fatal Links, double kill! But Bray, he can't get away! Not enough though, but down goes Jogs. Look at this, Lawsy and Bray goes down, Jogs, run, Bento and Dairy goes down. It's gonna be a team wipe! Big applause for Diablo right there with a big team wipe. Down goes the tier 2 turret. Only coming out is gonna be Dairy. Shortly after that, it's gonna be Rum. Let's take a look at that replay. Abstract, break it down.
Boy oh boy, looking at how Diablo had 4 kills in total definitely made things work. Dairy immediately jumped in on a single man fatal links onto Lolsey. That is definitely not the best way to start things off. And right after Jox tried to go in, immediately got locked down, and that is definitely not good at all. From that point onwards, the priority coming in from SMG got it all wrong. They put a lot of their resources into dropping Lolsey down, and once Lolsey had half HP, flickered out of the way, they had to change priority because he was a little bit too far. In order for you to be most efficient, you gotta deal damage onto whoever is closest and whoever is the lowest amount of health. If you want to catch up to Lolsey, you might actually take up too much resources in order to kill one person. So rather, they will focus on whoever's right in front of them. And in that case, SMG completely shattered because they have no priority.
It was a little trigger happy though, coming out from Dairy, right?
Technically, yes.
Yeah.
I think that it is also at the end of his lifetime. Or rather, end of his split. He gotta have to make a move soon. Is do it or don't do it. And after his flicker, he has already expended too much. He went in, he saw Dairy, he saw Longsi, and like, you know what? I can flicker, I can actually get far enough. I'm not too sure what exactly is in the head of Dairy. He's naturally a very aggressive player. So maybe what is in his mind is that I want to lock down Longsi so that no suppress will come down to any of my member. If that is the case, I understand. But they don't have enough damage.
Look at Bray here trying to catch down to Bento. Pops the Oliver down into Bento, but no, not enough to take down Bento. Oh, look at Bento's speed. He is speed. And look at Ram here getting demolished and a killing spree coming out for 505. Jox finally getting his second item though. Very far away from Bray. Bray got his second item about 4 minutes ago. Yeah, close to 4 to 5 minutes ago. And this is the level amount of difference. RSG SG with 34k and SMG with 28k. So almost close to 1,000. 10,000. Almost close to 10,000.
Now, RSG is the team right now. They do have some leverage in the early stages of the game, but the middle game is where their power spike really shines. SMG SG definitely have a form of power spike as well. In the meantime, Diablo fall a little bit too deep.
Dairy wasting right there, gonna get terrified, down by 505, and look at the Lord, he's marching in, look at Bray, just trying to tease them, but Dairy had no position at all. He went in with the second skill, he went with the flicker, but there was no one there to catch because the positioning was just off from Dairy. And he did pick up the emblem for 15 seconds cooldown on it, the death timer, but here comes Dairy with the second skill. No ultimate up though, no fatal links up for Dairy, but look at Jox getting demolished down by Bray. So much damage coming out from this little Fanny, Mr. Steel Cable management himself.
And 14-8 is the scoreline right now. 11 minutes and 30 seconds with the top lane and the middle lane inhibitor turret taken down. SMG definitely do not have a very good game in this one, despite drafting a lineup that have quite some good front lines early games. In fact, it is a relatively balanced lineup from SMG. When it comes down to the early stages of the game, they have Bento to actually wreak havoc against Baby Cakes. But unfortunately, Baby Cakes was just left alone. Baby Cakes was actually A-okay in the gold lane most of the time. If SMG actually tried to put any emphasis on onto the bottom lane, it was that only that once that they killed Baby Cakes, and then they didn't go there anymore. They should have put a little bit more resources down in the bottom lane to really handle Baby Cakes, but perhaps they have too much in their heads, because Baby Cakes they need to take care of, Bray they need to take care of, maybe 505 we need to take care of.
Look at the amount of damage dealt here. Highest is going to be 505 here with 39k, and Jox very close behind, 7k in difference, only 32k. But look at Bray, still shy of 2,000.
At this point in time, it kind of seems as though it is more. There is some form of hero to personality mismatch, and that is Dairy to me. Right?
Oh, yeah, exactly.
Dairy had a great time as a mashup, being very, very aggressive. And being aggressive as a Atlas is very, very different. He wants to go aggressive, but sometimes at the wrong time and not exactly the right way.
Oh, he's going to get suppressed here, but down he goes. Look at the way, who's all the way in the backline is going to be Bray, but he's going to get the immortality popped up, but the follow-up coming out from Baby Cakes. But look at Bray, still going in, but not going to be able to secure the three men on the side of SMG SG.
Let's take a look at that let's talk about that a bit, right? And right as I was talking about it, Dairy opened up the map. He was trying to look at where everyone else is, who's behind. He's relaying information, but he's playing as a utility hero, not exactly a sustainable hero, because as an Atlas, you don't really have a lot of skills that keeps you tanky. You need to go in and use your ultimate. What he did against Lowzy is technically good, but unfortunately, not exactly the right way.
Electo final blow, but look at the Fatal Links coming in, but it's not going to be enough. Down goes Dairy, Bray runs very, very low, but look at the turret, it's not going to be able to take him down, but Rum, and RSG SG is just going to go for the base. They don't give a damn. They just went all the way in there like, Fatal Links me? Nah, that's not gonna work on me, and they just take away game number 2. 2-0. Congratulations to RSG SG, ladies and gentlemen. Look at Diablo looking nice and handsome on the camera along with Bray. You know, wow, so nice of them to give us what a wonderful game.
Well, I gotta have to say, RSG definitely had some nervousness at the end of game 1, considering that it was a really tough game. SMG though, yes, it was a 0-2 defeat, but looking at their faces, I'm pretty sure that they are relatively happy with the results as well. Yeah. Especially looking at game number 1, they could go through the vaults and really break down what happened in the game to push RSG over the edge so many times over and over again. In the meantime, for game number 2, we've got quite a lot to talk about, don't we, Scrubby?
Yeah, I mean, this was just really, really quick, sharp, and concise by RSG. And again, I feel like the fact that they learned during the game itself, I don't know if this was the intention, but that's what I felt like they did, right? So in the beginning of the game, SMG, they kind of got ahead a little bit.
Yeah.
They had some good kills onto Bray, and the thing is they rotated a lot together. It was Lawsy, Joe, Bento, all together, and they always found the picks going around the map. The way that Bento played was pretty interesting as well.
Yeah.
As a Paquito gold lane, he didn't play like a gold lane. He played it like an EXP lane.
Yeah, exactly.
So they kind of had like two EXP layers.
Destroy, move.
Exactly, and that's to their advantage.
Yeah.
I think that's phenomenal adaptation according to what they're comfortable with. But let's look at the items here. Like you said, especially with Bray, the moment he got that Malefic Raw and the Blade of Heptases, that's when he knew, okay, I can really start to make plays here. And you saw him going around the map a lot more as compared to the beginning. When he ran around, had no damage, unfortunately, he got taken down. So only after these power spikes, he began to take some kills.
I think one of the main things that Bray got shut down 3 times, and it kind of looks grim for Bray at first, it really comes down to mistakes, right?
Yeah.
I would believe that Bray made some mistakes when it comes down to cabling, like literally pause or emergency braked in front of Dairy because of how the cabling mechanics work. So honestly, those deaths really boils down to mistakes. As such, if Bray plays very well, which is something that we have seen for the past 6 kills, SMG SG actually have got no answer to the cabling Fanny.
Yeah, and that's also props to Bray for recognizing, okay, I made a few mistakes, maybe I overextended as well, so let's fix that. And going into the statistics here, wow, the sandbag, of course, is going to be Lawsy. Not Diablo this time, even though he did quite a lot of work in the backline, but I guess as a Benedetta, you don't soak up that much. That being said, though, he did do a lot of damage. Actually being the carry here, I think that's what surprises me. We saw 505 on top of the charts earlier.
I need to copy down the item build that Diablo did.
Yeah, you can ask Diablo himself, you know, he's like, hey, do help me set how you set Benedetta, and hopefully I can play for RSG SG next time, right?
Yep, you can see on the right side as well, SMG SG, that high kill participation was because they were roaming together as 3 all the time and they stuck around. But still, RSG adapted their strategies on the spot, and let's take a look at who we consider the MVP for this match.
Ooh, who's it gonna be? Oh, 505, 3, 1, and 10.
Yep, I mean, during the team fights, we saw him a lot. He was in the front line, dishing out the damage, top of the charts as well, and also the Terrifies to follow up with that CC, continue locking down the members of SMG such that they could not get away from that fight.
And now, just like that, I want to put this out to everyone. It is a 2-0 victory in favor for RSG, but in my mind, it feels more of a 3-game series.
Yeah, it
game
felt
number
very
1
3
feels
games.
long. it feels extended, and with the way SMG played and the amount of lore that they have taken over and over again, it would have warranted them a win. So technically, in my head, I would say that yeah, SMG took a game away from RSG, although not official, but in my head.
I think they took away a shred, or rather a mentality breakdown. They're like, hey, if we just keep doing this, we keep doing this,
they're gonna learn something.
Yeah, they're gonna learn something. So I felt that, technically they won it in their head.
And they do come so close, right?
Yeah.
They come really close. Let's take a look again at how exactly they did that in this highlight play here. There you go, rotating down to Baby Cakes. This is where RSG starts to learn, right? Yes, you get that Fatal Links onto Baby Cakes, but 505 rotates and does exactly the same thing as well. So responding in kind to SMG. And I think actually from this moment on, RSG was slowly starting to get make up for the mistakes that they had. There you go, Bray as well clocking himself a lot of kills.
Now, after looking at all of these breakdowns right and looking at Jobs' damage, his front to back damage really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah.
The only thing that he can deal damage on very likely is LOL-C.
Yeah.
That is kind of pretty much all. If you want to get close in and personal, the only person that you can do that with is going to be Diablo. And understandably, Diablo with the unbending wheel, meaning that he goes off to build tankiness build. So even on the Diablo, you would not be able to do that much damage. As such, not much value is gained. So honestly, it kind of feels as though the Yusujin pretty much outdrafted themselves.
Yeah, I mean, Yusujin takes a while to scale as well,
Kind of like a mid-game spike.
Yeah, which maybe SMG didn't have the time to get to. RSG made full use of their early game leverage, that early team wipe that you saw earlier as well, and just closed this game out really quickly.
The Franco wins again.
The Franco wins again.
But
oh.
But there is a but.
Yeah, but the Franco isn't the win condition.
I think he locked down Dairy and the follow-up was there. And
that
then
was
it
one
kind of
instance.
denied the utility,
That
right?
was that one instance at
Okay.
the upper quadrant, right?
Okay.
Went for the suppress. And after that, nothing else.
Okay.
We didn't really see a lot of that famous LOL-C hook that
Yes.
we've seen time and time again. But this time, not quite much. And your butt is?
It was the same thing.
Oh, it was the
I
same
had a
thing.
feeling it was the same, but this is cool, right? Because RSG, you know that they have the Franco in the bag. You count on them to make those plays. This time, though, they're showing you a different team. They have more tricks in the bag that they haven't unlocked yet. So yes, even though you think you know RSG, they might have more. But let's find out exactly what went behind all of that. Cheryl, take it away.
Thank you so very much. Now that was absolutely just exciting. I know all of you guys viewers watching is also as ecstatic as all of us are. Now, making us really question, isn't it? Is this really the regular season or is it playoffs already? It's not such a regular season after all with this match today. So yes, we do have Lolzy right here from RSG SG right here with us, and we do have so many questions right here from this really very exciting match. All right, so the first question for you, game one was another interesting fact. Now is game one is the longest game in season 4, and how do you feel when you took the Lord that ended the game?
For game one, our draft was kind of more of a late game, so we just knew that we had to hold out and do our best, and hopefully Claude can carry us lah. Like normal games. When we took the Lord, we pretty sure knew that we could end lah, cause our heroes were quite good fighting into their high ground. So they only had Lilia, then their marksman was Popo, so it's single target. So after we knew that if we took one Lord, like we would end the game. Yeah.
Yes, and pretty well equipped for late game as well, because Claude was literally almost untouchable over on late game. So yes, very well done on that. Now, the next question is game 2 started off rough for RSG, but the team exploded at the 7-minute mark. What was the mentality of the team in that match?
So for game 2, I think like Bray was a bit excited lah. He was on the fanny, after his 2 deaths, he told us, sorry guys, just let me farm first. So, as we play ML, right, like it's actually a team game lah. So like we would all cover each other lah. So, if he make some mistakes in the early game, like this just proves that RSG is not a team based on like momentum. We have to take all the turtle. Like you see when we fight SMG, right, for the first game we didn't we didn't take like the first, I think 2 to 3 turtles. Then we also lost 3 lots to them. So, don't count on us as a must take turtle team,
Yes, it's really a valiant effort as well, seeing that it's not just kill hungry. You guys are very, very objective as well. Yes, Bray did get surprised. It's like as though you land at Changi Airport, then suddenly random people come and pick you like that whenever he go and take the buffs. But yes, well played, especially after the 7-minute mark. Now, for the third question, did you feel that SMG SG it is a strong opponent on your radar for the season?
I think they really put up a great fight, and they are missing Anya, I guess. So I would say like they improved a lot from last season. So they gave us a good fight in the first game. So second game, Franco thinks I don't want to say too much. So all the team just, watch out my Franco as normal. Yeah.
Alright, so do you miss Anya? Maybe he's watching right now.
Come on, if he play, I think he has more depth than Jocks. So I'll give it to him next time if we meet at the playoffs.
All right. So of course, for the last question, what do you have to say to your next opponent?
I think next week our opponents are Flash and Zion. Yeah. So to our next opponent, nothing much. Just hope we put out a good show. I think that RSG played not so well today, but we put through. Then we'll definitely improve next week because it's kind of giving us a momentum when we fight. When we slowly move up and 2-0. Although we lost to Stellark, yeah, I mean it's a good wake up call. I mean last season we also did the same thing. We lost to EVOS 2-0. So after that, we fought Evil, so we lost the first game to them. Like they came back. So we are feeling not too bad now. Yeah, our screams are doing well also. So to our next opponent, just be careful RSG has a lot of strats so you all see how
Yeah, so even, there are small hiccups along the way, you guys definitely come back stronger as a team. So RSG is just never one person, it's always a group. Thank you so much, Lawsy, for the insightful sharing. Thank you. Alrighty, so as you guys can see, there's so many firsts right here today at week 2, day 2. We have first best of 3 matches, 2 ones, and we have the longest match as well. So this is really, really exciting. Now, for our next match, you definitely want to stick with us as well. That will be happening at 7 p.m. and match 4 of week 2, day 2 will be Evil versus Stellark. Stay tuned and we'll see you then.
So I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man! You have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's
too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. And he did well I would say. He got 2 MVPs and he was playing his Link. I think he might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown as a person, so kudos to him.
How do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During ranked games, we are just we are more calm and more playful. So it's somehow we can bond better. But during scrim and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot.
Carrot.
During regular season last season, right? We were doing our ping test. Wherever I go, he just want to kill me. I want to get my level 4, I want to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, I want to show off hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. 4 blades, but you just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? No choice, I had to tutor him a bit. So, worst player, man. Come on.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent?
RSG.
RSG,
Yeah.
yeah, the reigning champions, defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously we have to aim further. So we gotta like beat the defending champions. So after fighting last season, then yeah, I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports is I actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented like Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess. Yeah, it's chosen by toxic.
For me, like the name of the team, like it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. You know what I mean? Like Evos could have had LI4, but then like he would still lose. So, like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this. Before this, I chose Ram as the worst player. It's because he cannot do the objective. He always missed the retribution. When we played 20 games, 19 out of 20, we missed all the turtle retri fight.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming you will be able to steal the turtle lah.
William is talking about securing all the turtles and thoughts, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many I stole.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many lords and turtles away from
We will try.
Confident enough.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen now. But we'll do our best.
For you guys as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
Mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Spancat, can you stop being a tier C MM?
At the point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier. Right. So I would say if they're doubting my Beatrix, they can go ahead and open it. Then we'll find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special sauce? Yeah, the secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals, and after like losing game because we messed up our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans, and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that now people will supporting me for this season because I'm only the last player here. I hopefully that now people will sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him lah, then I see him as a good potential. So I went to add him and I talked to him, asked him to make a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly like keep telling him lah, come. So end up he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie, with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhin's popularity on the Assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhin. That's why we're bringing Guzhin's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhin in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhin's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
But LY4, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what Swaz mentioned, this team was being formed just recently, so I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential, and I believe I can help them to grow to a higher level.
So I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So sometimes sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then I know that when I lift up the trophy, it will be worth it.
Okay, so some slight internal conflicts, but I'm sure you guys will work it out, towards as we keep towards the main stage of everything.
You know that the team is new, and you guys are doing a lot of bonding recently. So how is it going? How is it progressing right now?
It's definitely progressing in a very good manner. On the first day of training, when I joined the Discord, I thought I was playing with 4 mutes. Everyone don't talk. Really? Everyone is so shy that they don't talk. But now, it finally feels like a team. It's feeling like a team now.
That's really good.
Let's say you guys make it all the way. You guys represent Singapore for M4 that's upcoming, right? Who do you want to beat there? Who is this ultimate rival across the region that you definitely must crush?
The representatives from NA or something, because there's always this discussion over the internet about whose server is the hardest, right?
Yes.
Is NA server the hardest, or is always Asia server the hardest? And last M3, we were expecting to win BTK, and some part of me is it's a bit salty about losing to them. So I would say they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players, Sing, Jason, they all that batch.
So it's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
The RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your your mind on the current meta, the strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are scrimming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. Yeah, I think we'll keep that a secret for now, and we review it on the game itself. Yeah, it's best to keep things low profile sometimes. Fair.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports. the top two teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season RSG and EVOS will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for MPL slots this season.
So you guys talk to like RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together like frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because like we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. Yeah. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level like one day lah. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. Yeah, that's the 2 points I would say.
Don't relax. You should better.
Who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't play much for the tour because in Laos don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah, and I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the biggest.
What's the difference between the Zion in season 3 and the Zion in season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces, like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, we have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah, we have an ATV session.
I'm jealous now, man. They even went to a haunted house. There was an ATV session. After they had great food. After that, you guys. Wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for proof my parents. For like playing game is also earn money and I can survive myself.
I think it's a point to prove, right? Because we are a team with old players, and they haven't been active in the competitive scene. So if we were to win, it will, redefine the definition of a Singapore MPL player.
Who do you think is the weakest team?
Stellark Esports.
Oh, I wanted to bring out Stellark Esports. I wanted to bring out your point of view. So yes.
They might have a bit of a communication issue. They used to be ex-teammates as well. Yeah, so, and they have new members if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they will be one of the weaker teams. But we have always seen dark horses surprising us.
Yes.
Tell me everything about Anya. What is his weaknesses? What are his I don't know, guilty conscience about whatever it is? Yeah. I think his downfall is that he doesn't have anybody teaching him how to play. And previously in Impunity, I think in one of his streams, I heard from somebody, he said that I nerfed him lah. So basically because I was trying to tell him what to do, then it's he says that Ram nerfed him. So we shall see this season whether he really performs. If he performs means yes, I really did nerf him. So in this case, now that you're no longer with him in the team, he should be performing. He should be performing.
Both of you answer together. Who is the weakest player in the team right now? Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. Have you all got an answer?
Right now, I think David, I would say, but he's also improved a lot because he went from the goal lane to the Roma in one season, which is not many people can do. I think Ben also because I think he stopped for one season. So I think he's trying to improve a lot. So
at least in screams, you know.
He's trying his best.
That's good.
So
That's good.
This is good to see. Everyone has the passion to do well.
Is there somebody you really look to this MPL?
My ex-teammate Odir Bambi. He's the only person I'm looking for. The reason, I just generally love this guy.
You love cartoons, right? And you love Disney. Who do you think is a true old man, true experienced team? Is it Stellark / old man, or is it Team Flash?
In terms of veteran players, I think they are both on par.
Weakness. What kind of weaknesses have you found about either of these teams? Do you have anything in your mind right now?
To be honest, I don't have anything.
Don't have anything.
Yeah,
Just go in whack only.
Yeah. I mean, if we confident in ourselves, just go in confidently.
Just go in.
Yeah, go in confidently.
Okay.
I mean, if you're confident you can win, then can win.
Okay.
Do you think you guys are really prepared to really try to go all the way to let's talk about M4, let's talk about big ambitions.
We all want to go M4.
Yeah.
That'd be great, man. Like
Win MPL, then go M4. Like new team, no more events in RSG.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Time for a change, man.
Yeah. You were basically just saying that just now, right? Time for a change. Time to have new faces. And speak about new faces, you've already integrated them into a very good, nice team. You spend a lot of time integrating them. Apart from that, how's your trainings going on for now?
We got on and off season. So during the off season, we are more like chill. We normally have scrim at night, but not most of the time. But during the on season, when we are more focused towards MPL, we have like offline training. So we gather and we bond as a team because this team is quite new. So we try to get a good bonding and have better synergy all together.
Team chemistry is very important, especially for a team. Who do you think is the best players among your team first? Let's go.
For me, it's super good. We're
gonna point to each other, right?
Yeah. Cause during scrims he will keep trying out new things. Then in MPL he will perform very well. Then carry the whole team.
Yeah, I remember season 3. He was the win condition.
Everyone is a good player themselves, but I'm sure there's always a leader in the team. So hopefully that leader can just help to carry everyone. We just have each other's backs. So whenever one player's doing badly or anything, just say, hey, no problem, man. Carry me the next game, and this game I'll have your back. Something like that.
What do you hope to see more in MPL for now?
I hope to see that in the future we'll have a full-time career out of this thing.
Yes.
Because I know it's quite hard in Singapore to make this a full-time job.
I actually hope to see that maybe one day organizations will start bringing overseas players, foreign players, something like Indonesia and Philippines. I think it will make our scene more interesting as well.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM.
You are the problem.
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control.
Hand over the stone! Interesting proposal, but no. Get him!
A bit early for warm-up, but I'm fine with it.
Even if you have the heart of Anima, I, Gujin Haxley, will never surrender!
Okay, so I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man, you have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's
Yeah,
great.
it's too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him the child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. You know, and he did well, lah. I would say he got 2 MVPs, and he was playing his Link. I think he might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown, lah, as a person. So, kudos to him, lah.
How do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During like ranked games, we are just like we are more calm and more playful. So we somehow we can bond better. But during like script and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful, so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot lah, Carrot.
Carrot.
During regular season last season, right? Like we were doing our ping test. Like wherever I go, he just wanna kill me. Like I wanna get my level 4, you know. I need to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, you know. I wanna show off like, hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. You know, 4 blades, but he just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? No choice, I had to tutor him a bit. So, worst player, man.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent?
RSG.
RSG, yeah, the reigning champions, defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously we have to aim further. So we gotta like beat the defending champion. So after fighting last season, then I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different. We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and and some becoming a new dark horse. This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We will bring our best at every fight for the honor that we are all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. The old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win grand finals?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks,
Okay.
What the hell is Slate Esports? Slate Esports. I actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented like Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
chosen by
like,
toxic
for me, like the name of the team, like it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like Evos could have had LI4, but then like he would still lose. So like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this. Before this, I chose Ram as a worst player. It's because we cannot do the objective. We always miss the retribution. When we play 20 games and 19 out of 20, we miss all the turtle retrified.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming you will be able to steal the turtle.
William is talking about securing all the turtles and torch, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many I stole.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many laws and turtles away from
We will
the
try.
Confident enough.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen now. But we'll do our best.
For you guys, as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
Mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Right? Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Smack, can you stop being a tier C MM?
At a point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier. Right. So I would say if they're doubting my Beatrix, they can go there and open it. Then we will find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special Sauce, yeah, the secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals, and after like losing game because we messed up our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans, and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that Lao people will supporting me for this season because I'm only one the last player here. I hopefully that Lao people will sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him lah, then I see him as a good potential. So I went to add him and I talked to him, asked him how to make a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly like keep telling him lah, come. So and now he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project X Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skills animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Gusion. Gusion's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Gusion with Let's Play coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Gusion's scarf to reflect the 2 brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Gusion's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Gusion. That's why we're bringing Gusion's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Gusion in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the 2 heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Gusion's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
But LI4, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what Swaz mentioned, this team was being formed just recently. So I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential. And I believe I can help them to grow to higher level.
Oh, I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. They don't even bother to. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So sometimes sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then I know that when I lift up the trophy, it will be worth it.
Okay, so some slight internal conflicts, but I'm sure you guys will work it out. Towards as we keep towards the main stage of everything.
You know that the team is new and you guys are doing a lot of bonding recently. So how is it going? How is it progressing right now?
It's definitely progressing in a very good manner. On the first day of training, when I joined the Discord, right, I thought I was playing with 4 mutes. Everyone don't talk. Really? Everyone is so shy that they don't talk. But now, it finally feels like a team. It's feeling like a team now.
That's really good. Let's say you guys make it all the way. You guys represent Singapore for M4 that's upcoming, right? Who do you want to beat there? Who is this ultimate rival across the region that you definitely must crush?
The representatives from like NA or something, because there's always this discussion over the internet about whose server is the hardest, right?
Yes.
Is NA server the hardest, or it's always Asia server the hardest? And last M3, we were expecting to win BTK, and some part of me is like it's a bit salty about losing to them. So I would say they are my rivals, I guess.
Do you think there's any idols or someone who you idolize that you look up to in MPL before even coming to MPL?
I think previously when I still haven't entered the pro scene, I really look up to RSG players, Sing, Jason, they all that batch.
So it's the Sing batch, Jason with LY4.
The RSG, the old players are the old players.
You did a lot of trainings with your brothers, your RSG brothers from other countries. How has it changed your your mind on the current meta, the strategies? What have you learned from them, and what will we be able to see in the current MPL Season 4?
Honestly, when we are scrimming against each other, we don't really share much, but we take away things that we see from the games. I think we'll keep that a secret for now and we really on the game itself. It's best to keep things low profile sometimes.
Who do you think is going to be the biggest threat to Team SMG right now?
I think RSG and Esports, the top 2 teams in Singapore currently. Maybe this season RSG and Esports will still be the teams that we're looking for top 1 and top 2. So I think they are the higher potential chance to be fighting out for M4 slots this season.
So you guys talk to RSG, as a whole, your sister organizations. What do you think sets MPL SG apart from them? What maybe is missing, or what would you like to see in MPL Singapore that isn't currently there?
I would say that other countries are more bonded because they are staying together frequently. So that's what they have and we don't, because we tend to lose trust easily in the game also. So if we can trust our teammates more, then we can definitely reach their level one day. And also the amount of time we can put into the game to train. That's the 2 points I would say.
Thorns remain, should petals early.
Who do you think is the weakest member in your team right now?
Myself lah.
Really?
Yeah.
Why?
I didn't play much for the tour because in Laos don't have like the international tour. It's quite a bit and not have much strong team. Yeah, and I have to train in the rank. That's why I think myself is the biggest.
You know, what's the difference between the Zion in season 3 and the Zion in season 4?
This season for Zion especially, I think we brought in new faces like as usual. So we had to change out our roster a few times because of commitment issues. We are doing things differently in Zion as well. We have more team bonding sessions.
Ooh, yes.
Yeah, we have more outings. Yeah, we go out together more. We hang out together more. Yeah, we have an ATV session.
I'm jealous now, man. Yeah, I mean, they even went to a haunted house. There was an ATV session. You know, after they had great food. After that, you know, you guys, wow, I envy you guys a lot.
What would winning MPL mean to you as an individual and as a team?
For me, it's like for prove my parents. For like playing games also earn money and I can survive myself.
I think it's a point to prove, right? Because we are a team with old players, and they haven't been active in the competitive scene. So if we were to win, it will, you know, redefine the definition of a Singaporean MPL player.
Who do you think is the weakest team?
Stellark Esports.
Oh, I wanted to bring out Stellark Esports. I wanted to bring out your point of view. So yes.
They might have a bit of a communication issue. They used to be ex-teammates as well. Yeah, so and they have new members if I'm not wrong.
Yes.
Yeah, in my opinion, I think they will be one of the weaker teams. But we have always seen dark horses surprising us.
Yes.
Tell me everything about Anya. What is his weaknesses? What are his I don't know, guilty conscience about whatever it is?
Yeah. I think his downfall is that he doesn't have anybody teaching him how to play. And previously in Impunity, I think in one of his streams, I heard from somebody, he said that like I nerfed him lah. So basically because I was like trying to tell him like what to do, then it's like he says that like Ram nerfed him. So we shall see this season whether like he really performs. If he performs means yes, I really did nerf him.
So in this case, now that you're no longer with him in the team,
he should be performing.
He should be performing.
Both of you answer together. Who is the weakest player in the team right now? Okay, think about it. Okay, think about it. Have you got an answer?
Right now, I think Davey, I would say, but he's also improved a lot because he go from the goal lane to the roamer in one season, which is not many people can do lah. I think Ben also because I think he stopped for one season. So, I think he's trying to improve a lot. So.
At least in scrims, you know.
Yeah, he's trying his best lah.
That's good.
So
that's good.
This is good to see. Everyone has the passion to do well.
Is there somebody you really look up to this MPL?
My ex-teammate Odir Bambi. He's the only person I'm looking for. The reason, I just genuinely love this guy.
You love cartoons, right? And you love Disney.
Who do you think is a true old man, true experienced team? Is it Stellark / old man, or is it Team Flash?
In terms of veteran players, I think they are both on par.
Weakness. What kind of weaknesses have you found about either of these teams? Do you have anything in your mind right now?
To be honest, I don't have anything.
Don't have anything.
Yeah,
Just go in whack only lah.
Yeah, I mean, if we confident in ourselves, just go in confidently.
Just go in lah.
Yeah, go in confidently.
Okay.
I mean, if you're confident you can win, then can win lah.
Okay.
Do you think you guys are really prepared to really try to go all the way to like let's talk about M4. Let's talk about big ambitions.
We all want to go M4.
Yeah, that'd be great, man. Like
I mean MPL, then yeah, go M4. Like new team, no more Evos in RSG.
Oh yeah,
It's time for a change, man.
Yeah. You were basically just saying that just now, right? It's time for a change.
Yeah.
You know, time to have new faces. And speak about new faces, you've already integrated them into a very good, nice team. You spend a lot of time integrating them. Apart from that, how's the trainings going on for now?
We got on and off season. So during the off season, we are more like chill. We normally have scrim at night, but not most of the time. But during the on season, when we are more focused towards MPL, we have like offline training. So we gather and we bond as a team because this team is quite new. So we try to get a good bonding and like have better synergy altogether.
Yeah, team chemistry is very important, especially for a team. Who do you think is the best players among your team first? Let's go.
For me, it's Supergirl. He
We're gonna point to each other, right?
Yeah. Cause like during scrims, he'll like keep like trying out new things. Then in MPL, he will perform very well. Then like carry the whole team.
Yeah, I remember like season 3. He was like the win condition.
Everyone is a good player themselves, but I'm sure there's always a leader in the team. So hopefully like that leader can just help to carry everyone. We just have each other's backs. So like whenever one player's like doing badly or anything, you know, just say, hey, no problem, man. Like carry me the next game, and this game I'll have your back. Something like that.
What do you hope to see more in MPL for now?
I hope to see that in the future we'll have like a full-time career out of this thing.
Yes.
Because I know it's quite hard in Singapore to make this a full-time job.
I actually hope to see that maybe one day organizations will start bringing overseas players, foreign players, something like Indonesia and Philippines. I think it will make our scene more interesting as well.
I am Optimus Prime.
No one can outrun Bumblebee!
OSIM. Hello, little friend.
Who the hell are you?
Callum, the one who gave you the mark.
So you are the problem?
Yes, and this problem is going to take over your body.
No way! I will get rid of you!
With this, I assume. But sadly, this only helps me take full control. Freedom. Playmates.
Hand over the stone!
Interesting proposal.
Get him!
A bit early for warm-up. But I'm fine with it.
I want to know who is the baby of the group.
Come on, man! You have to ask this question. Everyone knows.
I know it's great.
It's too obvious. It's too obvious.
Yeah, a lot of people call him child prodigy. What do you feel about that?
Last season, the very first game of the season, he already played, and that was his first ever game. You know, and he did well lah. I would say he got 2 MVPs and he was playing his lane. I think he might seem like a baby outside, but in game he's more mature. He has grown lah as a person. So kudos to him lah.
How do you feel inside a competitive environment versus playing a ranked games to just train up with your team members?
During like ranked games, we are just like we are more calm and more playful. So we somehow we can bond better. But during like scrim lah and tournaments, we are more strict about it. We will not be very playful so that we know where we stand against other teams.
Looking at MPL Singapore as a whole, who do you think is the weakest player?
Say Carrot lah, Carrot. During regular season last season, right? Like we were doing our ping test. Like wherever I go, he just wanna kill me. Like I wanna get my level 4, you know. I want to do the 4 blades in front of Bray, you know. I wanna show off like, hey, look, I'm actually just giving you the chance to play jungle. If not, I'm playing it. You know, 4 blades, but he just keep killing me. I was like, hey, what's wrong with this? Like, you know, you don't like me or like what? No choice, I had to tutor him a bit. So, first player, man.
If let's say Evo gets into the top 2 positions, who would be your most favorite opponent? RSG. Yeah, the reigning champions, defending champions.
In my opinion, they are like the best team in Singapore right now. So obviously we have to aim further. So we gotta like beat the defending champions. So after fighting last season, then I get to know more about the game, and our team also grew together, and we got more knowledge about the game now. So I think we'll be more prepared and ready.
It's the era of change, a time where new teams fight old teams.
Every year is the same. This time is different.
We see old squad mates becoming competitors, and some becoming a new dark horse.
This year is going to be the hardest fight for us. Without a challenge, there's no way to elevate yourself and the league.
We'll bring our best at every fight for the honor that we're all trying to attain.
RSG are the favorites, but we are evil. That will stop the track to the finals.
Being a new team has never been our disadvantage. Old boys just need to remember, it's just another day for us.
This year, we will be the champions.
Who will you pick to be the team that you want to go up against, and why would you want to beat them to win the grand finals?
Slate Esports lah. So even though their current name kind of sucks, I don't know what the hell is Slate Esports. Slate Esports is I actually teamed up with them during SEA Games, and we managed to beat out Malaysia for the bronze medal. But instead of like working with them, I would like to see how I look like going against them.
Maybe let's understand why Slate first. Why is this name chosen? Some of the other teams commented like Slate is not a very nice name.
I have no idea.
It's a clean slate for them, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
I
chosen
mean,
by Toxic
for
Sea.
me, like the name of the team, like it doesn't really matter, right? At the end of the day, it's like the players in it. Yeah, you know what I mean? Like Evols could have had LI4, but then like it would still lose. So, like, it wouldn't matter, you know. So like at the end of the day, it's the players that matter.
But I gotta say this. Before this, I chose Ram as the worst player. It's because we cannot do the objective. He always missed the retribution. When we played 20 games and 19 out of 20, we missed all the turtle retrified.
I'll hope that 5 out of 20 of the games that's upcoming you will be able to steal the turtle lah.
William is talking about securing all the turtles and torch, right? But in terms of stealing the objectives, you can ask him how many I stole.
This year, can we expect Flash to be the thief? Right, the thief in the Silent Night, stealing as many laws and turtles away from
We will try.
Confident enough.
Realistically, I don't think it won't happen now. But we'll do our best.
For you guys, as maybe individually, why do you all want to win the championship? What does it mean to you?
For me, I think winning the champion isn't, for the MPL champion at least, it isn't as impactful as some people would think. But instead, like to me, it's more of like a ticket to where the real stuff is at, you know.
Mentioning about tier C marks, Ben.
Yeah.
Do you think you deserve that title?
I mean, why not? I barely played the role itself for 2 seasons.
Okay.
So I'm willing to be, once in a while my teammate will banter me. They'll say, Spancat, can you stop being a tier C MM?
At the point in time, it becomes a meme, right?
Yeah, it becomes a meme.
Do you think that you are at least, tier B tier? A tier?
Right, according to some players in the scene, right, they rated my Beatrix as a S tier. Right. So I would say if they are doubting my Beatrix, they can go ahead and open it. Then we'll find out whether I'm a tier C.
What is the special
sauce?
Yeah, the secret sauce of your entire team.
I make sure our team fight is strong.
Yeah, if one day like the team fight is off, right, then we'll most likely lose the game.
Does it affect you in your mental state and how you play?
What we are good at is our team fight. So we cannot lose our morals, and after like losing game because we messed up our team fight.
So what would you like to say to your fans, and what can they expect out of you guys for this season?
I request that Lao people will supporting me for this season because I'm only one the last player here. I hopefully that Lao people will sharing Stellark SG for winning this MPL season.
How did you guys even find Melon in the first place?
I saw him lah, then I see him as a good potential. So I went to add him and I talked to him, asked him to make a team together and all. So he was basically in a team already. So I slowly like keep telling him lah, come. So end up he come over.
Hey everyone! We launched Project Next Necrokeep back in June. Did you like the new Necrokeep and the 3 revamped heroes? We're back again this time to give you a preview of what's in store for the next Project Next update in September. The upcoming September update will feature 2 more hero revamps. This time we're shining the spotlight on a lethal duo, Leslie and Gusion. Let's dive headfirst into Leslie's revamp. As the adopted daughter of House Vance, a clan renowned for its immense wealth, Leslie will be getting a makeover to showcase the understated opulence and elegance characteristic of House Vance. Leslie will be abandoning her cuffed sleeves for a more appropriate pair of long, dark leather gloves. Stunning leather knee-high boots will take place of her old brown calf boots, completing Leslie's more sniper-friendly look. Her brooch will also be replaced with the badge of House Vance. Expect a more mature-looking Leslie with restyled bangs and eye patch. Her newly added optical sight should help Leslie aim more easily. As for her skills, we're mainly adjusting the casting experience of Leslie's second skill, Tactical Grenade. Statistical data and live observation of players in match combat demonstrated a noticeable delay in the casting of Tactical Grenade, leading to an awkward and frustrating gameplay experience. We're optimizing the skill's animation and resolving the before and after cast delays to improve the overall casting process. Moving on to Leslie's first skill, Master of Camouflage. Following a thorough review, we decided to leave the skill's mechanics as is. However, we'll be upgrading the visual effects of Leslie's camouflaged state, which promises a more exciting experience for Leslie mains in the battlefield. Finally, let's talk about her ultimate, Deadly Sniper. We're cutting down the interval between 2 fatal bullets to boost Leslie's burst potential and aggressiveness in matches. Next up, the Holy Blade of House Paxley, Guzhan. Guzhan's new story highlights the evil god leaving his body, so expect a more trendy and casually styled Guzhan with less plate coverage to accentuate his likeness as an assassin. We've also incorporated Eamon's Mana Shards design at the end of Guzhan's scarf to reflect the two brothers' reconciliation. Since his debut in the early days of the game, Guzhan's popularity on the assassin roster has endured well into the present. Because of this, we've decided to keep his skill kit as is, at least for this update. However, we still feel that we should do something to show our gratitude for your continued love for Guzhan. That's why we're bringing Guzhan's visuals up to 2022 standards, with a full upgrade of his in-match model and skill effects. We've made sure that these adjustments won't affect his original design, so you'll still be greeted with that familiar face when you meet Guzhan in the battlefield after the update. And even though September might be a little too early for Valentine's Day, we're going ahead and revamping the two heroes' Valentine's Day skins in this update. Compared with the original design, we've restyled Guzhan's hair and added a few inches to his pants to highlight his elegance. The patterns and decorations have also been modified to better match Leslie's. As for Leslie, we're remodeling her high heels to further emphasize her femme fatale vibe. That's all for the first round of spoilers from this September's Project Next update. We've been hard at work, constantly improving every single hero's skills and visual effects to present you with the best gameplay experience at each stage. We hope you've loved all our improvements so far and are excited for what's to come. Get ready for the new Project Next update dropping soon. See you next time, and until then, we'll be seeing you in the Land of Dawn.
But LI4, you're a veteran in the even in the not only just like in MLBB but in the esports scene as well. So what do you feel about this current team for now?
Like what as mentioned, this team was being formed just recently, so I think we have a lot of room for improvement. But definitely the players, I feel like they have potential, and I believe I can help them to grow to a higher level.
Oh, I think it's very proud, right, to see like young generations coming in.
I feel like a daddy to them now.
Daddy LY4, let's go, man. Daddy LY4. How long have you guys been training for this particular season?
I think 2 out of 6 of my players don't take training seriously. They don't even bother to. They don't even bother to reply my messages. So sometimes sometimes I'm contemplating whether is it worth it. But then
We have like
And ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to MPL Singapore Season 4. This is week number 2, day number 2. Wow, you blink and the whole day just passes by super quickly. This is already at the very final series and we'll be watching Stellark going up against Evil. My name is Jay, joining me right here this time on the desk. Once again, Vertigo, the one I really want to kill with a plastic knife, and of course Senpai, Daddy Abstract.
Damn, had to add the daddy too, man. Yo, had to add the daddy too. Wow.
It reminds me of exclamation mark abstract now.
Yeah, of course, but
Here we go again with exclamation mark abstract.
You completely make me lose it. But of course, you know, going up for this particular series, the last series of the day, you know, Stellark going up against Evil. Thoughts on the desks?
Oof, I gotta pass it to abstract.
No, pass it to you.
Oh, what a gentleman, both of you. Oh
we
my
are
god.
Gentlemen, ladies. It's like no, you, I pay. No, I pay.
Guys,
no, I pay.
I pay. Think about, come on,
Okay,
quick one.
okay. Alright, let's talk about a little bit more about Stellark versus Evil, right? Because so far, when it comes down to Stellark versus Evil, both of these teams have got quite a bit of games in the past few days. We'll talk a little bit more about Stellark first, as I believe that, yeah, that should be Stellark. Okay,
Yes.
so Stellark fought against Slate and Zion. Unfortunately, both Slate and Zion has won their game. So unfortunately for Stellark, they definitely seem a little bit rocky. Their game against Zion, some of us, actually expected them to actually win against Zion. So there is definitely some inconsistencies in that game. So this is really up to Evil to really prove that they are not as inconsistent as we are expecting, and that they definitely do have some of those foundations that we are looking for. As for Evil, we do see Evil fighting against SMG and RSG. Both of them also, both of these games, they have also lost. So this is the game that really decides who stays at the bottom and who goes up by, well, a few ranks. And I'll say that this is quite a high-stake game.
Definitely a high-stake game, but I think we do have the teams ready up and we do have the line up as well. But don't forget, Stellark and Evil currently on the standings. If I'm not mistaken, they're both at 0 points. Revival has finally gotten that 2 points after that very long, drawn-out fight, but we need to see how they fare in their team lineups. With that said, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at the teams. And there you are, the team Stellark going up against Evil. But let's take a look at the keys to victory for the side of Stellark. So I think it's very clear-cut in terms of what we have in terms of the custom predictions today based on our Instagram post. So, Abstract, could you go through what keys to victory for Stellark SG?
Alright, so let's start off from the top to the bottom, right? We are understanding that Stellark SG gonna have to coordinate team fights around Forza, knowing that Forza is a lot more of an aggressive tank, like Dairy, that we have seen before in SMG in the previous game. So the both of them do kind of have like the same kind of personality with the way they play the game, and Forza always wants to be in the front. Aggressive tanks that really deal damage is especially something that they want, so playing around him will be one of the most important things. Allowing the gold lane to farm, understandably, this really goes down to every single MPL team that we've seen so far. The protect the president kind of thing has been going around a lot. So without a doubt, Stellark SG would want to look forward into going into that playstyle as well. And being aggressive around objectives really go hand in hand together with how Forza plays. Forza really put a lot and a big impact to how the team plays and their overall playstyle.
That's correct. So over to the other side of the aisle, based on the keys of victory that we agreed from the side of Stellark, Evil. I know on the Instagram post, I think, Abstract and I, we went for Stellark. We do have some hopes in them. But, Vertigo,
yes,
always on the opposite side. Tell me more about Evil's keys to victory.
Well, honestly, even yesterday's game, right? Evil had a real chance of winning. It's just that they just couldn't close out the game. There was just something lacking there, but they just couldn't find it. Hopefully, they took last night into account. They literally went through all the VODs, went through all the strategies, and then start picking off, all the mistakes and everything. Like you see in the keys to victory right here. Focus on picking off one carry, deny the jungle farm, and then play safe early game. Honestly, Evil's playstyle is not much of, denying the jungle's farm.
Now, at least when it comes down to keys to victory, deny a jungle farm and play safe early game. Many people will look at it and be like, wait, isn't this an irony? Isn't this like a contradiction? Now, there is something that I would want to clear, right? Denying jungle farm is essentially an aggressive move. Playing safe in the early game means that you want to be defensive. So yes, there is some contradictions, but that doesn't mean that you want to go all the way through and follow up from a fight. You can deny that and immediately back off. That way that you know what you want to do and still have a way to fall back on. That's how you want to play safe while being aggressive.
Yep, but speaking of which, here's the audience predictions. 61% from Facebook still favors Stellark SG. 67% still favors Stellark SG. It's not a complete landslide as we have seen before. And I think this actually makes Vertigo smile just a little bit.
Yeah, just
Evil
a little bit. Just a little bit.
Does have some form of chance.
Yeah, there is a chance. I mean, they are the Titans. Yeah. They have pulled off upsets upon upsets upon upsets. It's just maybe because they can't blend together as a new team as of right now. But I feel that, after 4 days of actually playing at the venue itself right here, I feel that, they could finally blend and move together as a team, right? It all revolves around potato, carrot for the engage, and then, coconut to come in with the damage.
I felt like you're reading like ingredients from a dish or something.
No, it's like the sign of...
I was like zoning out just a little bit and I was like, potato, a carrot, like wait, potato?
Potato? Wait, when did that come in?
Potato, garlic, ginger, everything nice.
Onion too, so that my tears will come down if they win.
So looking at, Stellark and Evil, right, like, we saw a team revive today.
Hey, here we go.
So today is a very interesting day. And interesting is a little bit of an understatement, but with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to have the draft right off the bat. Abstract and Vertigo, take us through the draft.
Now, of course, when it comes down to Stellark versus Evil, understandably, we know that Stellark has got a very good fundamentals when it comes down to drafting, especially since Amox is their coach. And knowing Amox, he's got very good insights as to the draft. He really goes through and understands how the opponents plays and of course what are the possible heroes that they would want to pick and eventually bans them or looking at priority on how to counter against them. So this is where my concern comes with Evil, whereby they do the drafting by themselves, if I'm not wrong, because I don't see a coach behind them. So that is the problem, right? They all come in and pitch in their own ideas, but no one is really there to really kind of look at things in a wider perspective, which would be the problem for Evil, I would say. So naturally, I would count it on the fact that Stellark will definitely, or maybe have a higher percentage of outdrafting against Evil.
Another big important thing that we have to point out today, ladies and gents, Izanagi is playing for the side of Stellark instead of Smelly Cat.
Okay, so without Smelly Cat now, we do have a little bit of a difference with the way that they play and how they rotate around one another. Do we still have Smelly Cat as one of the key objectives? Do we still focus on Beatrix? Looking at their bans, doesn't seem like they will be focusing so much on the Beatrix anymore. Looking at Beatrix, Valentina, and Akai bans.
I think the Akai ban is definitely very targeted along with the Faramis. So far, everything seems very meta, right? We have the Akai ban, and we have the Faramis. So that's very meta and all. But we are missing one thing. Where's the Diggy?
Diggy. Okay,
yes, so I feel Diggy is very underrated, right?
Diggy is underrated, but from my opinion and from what I see, Evil is not exactly a team that would really pull off a Diggy.
Exactly.
I don't expect them to pick off a Diggy. And if they do pick off a Diggy, I think that Stellark will have an idea how to counter against them.
Because
Okay.
all in all, whenever the opponent picks for something, you'll want to find a way to deal with it. And I believe that Stellark, they would definitely try to open the DE up, take that risk. And when they take that risk, that means that they will have opportunity to ban something else. Now, this is also a baton that's passed over to Evil. Does Stellark play the Digi? In fact, Evil might ban the Digi instead, wasting one ban slot.
I feel Digi is not worth of a ban, right? I feel Digi is not much worth of a ban.
Yes,
It's worth of a ban.
We're starting to see a lot more Digis rising for this meta, even though in the other regions we're starting to see, or we saw Digi rising in the previous season.
Exactly.
So we are a little bit late, we're a little bit slow, but it doesn't mean that we are down and out just yet. We are slowly catching up to the meta, we're starting and slowly trying to learn things out, but now that the banning phase is over, we have quite a bit of heroes that is currently open. Julian is one of the heroes that is open, and we definitely want to keep our eyes out for that. Paquito is understandably the next one. Amos is really happy about that.
Yeah, because he's
Amos
like
is happy.
He's like, powerful, let me take away your Paquito, right? He's like, I'm not gonna give you the Paquito, I'm not gonna give you the Balmon, and since you banned the Archive, thank you so much for the Paquito, right? It's a free snatch.
Especially since when it comes down to powerful, he actually doesn't have a very big hero pool that he's very comfortable with. At least in my perspective, the one hero that I really see from him really boils down to Paquito. The other heroes that we gotta look at, understandably, yes, we can expect Baxia. Roger is one of the heroes that that he'll want to play. In fact, Stellark may want to ban out a Roger in the later stages if they do not focus on picking a jungler yet. So right now, the baton is passed over to Evil. They have to understand what are the picks that they want to go. And with Julian being available as well as Esmeralda, Evil will snatch it out immediately.
Honestly, right now, I kind of have a confession for you guys. Powerful has expanded and unlocked his 4th gear. He doesn't only stick to Paquito or Balmon anymore, or
Why are you
even
leaking
Karina.
strats, Vertigo?
No, I'm not leaking any shreds. I'm just telling you guys that the hero pool have expanded. It could go back to tank. It could even go towards the assassin, and you know he could even go for support.
I would want to see a Karina from Evil. I believe seeing Karina from Powerful before.
Yes.
But which one is he going to go into? Tank or damage?
I feel it's
this
tank.
is really more based on I would love to say I feel it's something, but it really comes down to what kind of composition that they have. Right now, Stellark, they do have Izanagi that is playing as the Irithel. They also do have the Eve. So at least when it comes down to the Eve, they already have high ground control. They have someone that that is on the high ground and being able to deal with Evil. That way, the defensive capabilities as well as the wave clear is already in control.
Evil still waiting for the last ban right now. Honestly, I feel they could go. Let me touch my book and try to feel. Definitely not a marksman. They are holding off the marksman as of right now.
They may actually go for the marksman, to be honest.
Oh, okay.
Your book's not working today.
My book's not
Throw it
working
away
today, man.
right this very instant.
I gotta recharge its power.
To recharge its power,
You
okay.
need to recharge the
So
power.
now looking at Claude, right? We have been looking at Claude time and time again. Yes, Claude definitely takes some time to scale up in momentum and eventually start to understand what is exactly gonna go on. Now, we have Esmeralda that naturally will always want to split push a little bit here and there. We have the Julian that naturally does very well in the early stages of the game. Back to front, you want front to back as well, no problem. The Claude can jump onto the back lines anytime possible. This puts this Irithel in quite a bit of risk, which Stellark now needs to understand exactly what else would they want to go for. Mage is settled, gold lane is settled, and jungler is settled. Or maybe even that could even be the EXP lane.
Exactly.
Considering the fact that it is a Paquito versus Esmeralda, I don't think that is going to pay that much of a difference. Paquito would just go for a hit and run and really just congregate together with his team.
Yep, but JS on that Esmeralda. I feel like Esmeralda is very, how I say, would be the second contest right now, apart from Diggy or even the Julian. But as you can see right now, Evo did pick up the Julian and Esmeralda. But the marksman right there, you do have Irithel and that Paquito. Could possibly go into the EXP or even the jungle, but as you can see, Stellark bans away that Atlas. I was just about to say Atlas would be great right here.
Paquito may actually go into the EXP lane.
Yeah.
Looking at Evil, they currently have a bit of squishies, right? Two of the squishies under the back line. It really depends. Sorry, one squishy back line, one squishy front line, depending on how you want to see Julian as. But it would require for Stellark to really understand how they want to play from this point onwards and what is the full range of heroes that Evil eventually pick. If they do not have a lot of strong tanky front lines, there could be a chance that Stellark will push the Paquito into the EXP lane in order to pick up an assassin for their own jungle.
What possible assassins do you think they're gonna be? A Ling?
Ling is gonna be possible. Fanny could be possible, but I'm not really sure whether they will play Fanny. In fact,
It's tough to play Fanny in this composition, right?
There is not too bad because especially when it comes down to Evil's composition, they do not have a point-click stun hero. They don't have someone that can really lock down Fanny unless the Fanny makes a mistake. But I don't think that they're gonna go for that. Any assassin that is a little bit more easier to pilot may eventually be good. In fact, Natalia Roam would have been nice. Amon Jungle would have been nice.
I think from the side of Evil, I think something that you guys mentioned earlier, the Karina, easy to execute, dives into the backline, you find Izanagi, you shut him down very quickly on before, Izanagi goes ham. On the other hand, both these two teams, Stellark, Odia and Bambi, there is the flex pick in the Paquito, like what you mentioned there, Abstract could go into the jungle, it can also go into True, but True also plays a lean, mean Paquito. Same overside of Evil though, look at Melon. That Julian could always flex into a jungle role too.
That is right, that's right. So there is quite a lot of flexibility coming in there. If they were to go to Baxia is going to be picked. So there is going to be a tankier front line in this case. Any form of regeneration, any form of tankiness in the lines of Stellark will be at the mercy of Baxia. Knowing that Baxia's second skill really whittles down opponents in the whenever your HP is like huge, right? High health pool, that means that you are going to be soft counted by Baxia.
Yep. Another thing that Evil has, basically this is also a counter pick for themselves. Using the Esmeralda, you're prone to the Baxia Totis Poise. But another point of view that from the side of Evil is you can use the Baxia to deny the real world manipulation of Sync for the side of Stellark. So if I feel like Evil, what they've secured for now is quite good. I like the AoE knockout from Melon. I also like JS going for this, but oh my goodness. The Fredrin and the Kufra. I think Vertigo is excited about this one.
Fredrin and the Kufra? Oof. This is my heaven right now.
Okay,
literally.
The main question comes down to the fact that who has a better impact in which role? Paquito jungle or Fredrin jungle? If they would want to go for Fredrin jungle, understandably, is a lot more of a utility-based jungle. Or utility-based, basically, they just want to go for consistency. They just want to win. They just want to hold their ground until the late stages of the game, which I think is gonna be slightly tougher. If they go for a Paquito jungle, it would have been better because they are playing on tempo, allowing the Irithel to actually come up online a lot earlier than the Claude.
Oh no, it's gonna be a Paquito jungle and a Fredrin on the EXP.
Oh my.
Okay,
yeah.
I like that.
Okay,
I like that. Okay, I like that. So exactly as how I would want it to be. They have high ground control. They have they have the Paquito that can essentially dive for the backlines. That is if they want to. But more or less, this lineup from Stellark is understandably going to be front to back. In the meantime, for the opponent's side, when it comes down to Evil, they do have a team composition that really works onto the back to front. They have a front line that is really tanky. But well, we gotta have to look at what and how Evil eventually plays this out, as I am eager to know the results. Ladies and gentlemen, Jace as well as ladies and gentlemen, comma, Jace and Vertigo, take it away.
I felt like all of a sudden Abstract comes up with a ship name between Jace and Vertigo, but of course, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. This is game number 1 between Stellark and Evil, the last series of the day. You know, excited about this because first of all, Fredrin going into the fighter role, the EXP lane, instead of a jungler. So I would expect that a jungler would be better because of the taunt. It kind of acts like an archive. When you are too busy being taunted by the Fredrin, you could basically just do retribution, take away the Lord, walk off like a boss.
That's true. I mean, you can secure the Lord just like that. It feels like a secondary Balmond, if you will.
It's like an archive, right?
Yeah, it's
when,
like
when you basically land down the CC, it actually works against the enemy. You know, they're too distracted because they're forced to attack you. You take away the objective, but like what I'm seeing right now from the side of Stellark, a very aggressive Forza, the bouncing ball allowing to bounce it all the way out. Melon, on the other hand, level 2, needs to hit that level 3 before, you know, things start to ramp up just a little bit more.
Melon right now, we have a Julian on the mid lane, but as you can see, I know why they picked Fredrin already.
Alright.
Look at the quick wave clear that he can get. So that puts you at an advantage up against that Esmeralda, which is being played by JS right now. But Evil Powerful right now did come with the rotation, as because the turtle is about to spawn within about 20 seconds right now, and it seems like Evil do want to prioritize this, and at the same time, Powerful actually, you know, on the Baxia, another good thing, another pro about the Baxia is that you can actually scout the map and open up the map, gain some map control, gain some information for your team. But as of right now, if you take a look at the minimap, it all seems like a fair and easy play.
It's a very easy play for now. Stellark, on the other hand, you know, the audio memory is already in position. The turtle is taken quite low. Forza charges all the way up. Even before, you know, Stellark is actually there. Evo will actually take down the turtle instead. The carrot come in, the stun going all the way up. It is going to be a trade for Forza and JS.
Very big trade there. Forza gets taken out, but JS gets immediately bursted down by Chu. Wow, the amount of burst coming out from this Fredrin is just too much. And Odia Bambi too. He had 3 stacks, he went in, he went ham, but it was a little bit of a step too late, is because, you know, maybe Stellark had a very bit of a rhythm problem. You know, they were like, should we go in now, should we not? And then by the time you notice, the turtle's already gone because of Tortoise Poisons and the burn coming out from Powerful himself.
Yeah, I think Stellark is a little bit one beat behind the clock in a sense. You know, Eva's already secured the turtle, and that's when, you know, Forza charges it up. But I'm not too sure. Maybe there's a bit of a huge communication error that we really saw in yesterday's games when Stellark, you know, when they went up against Zion. You can see there's a bit of a communication breakdown, but Forza once again charges it up. We'll be able to catch Carrot right here, but Izanagi, he's already in the mid lane. The bouncing ball, Carrot will not be able to run away. Powerful catches Sing on the way back line. Sing sidestep, but will not be captured by the Aluminum Blast as well. Powerful takes down Forza.
What a big catch there coming out. Powerful came in the nick of time, but look at Odia Bambi here. Melon with a good follow-up there. And, you know, Carrot still staying in the fight with that Lolita. He was a slither of health, and he still wanted to use the Numenon Blast because he know how much importance that is to the team. And finally, Evil, finally 1 kill up against Stellark.
Now that's 1 kill up against Stellark as well, and a slight gold lead in the favor of Evil. Now Evil has already secured top side. They made the base. Don't forget, Powerful in the Baxia could rotate from, basically act like a link. It's like a tank link, right? It could jump from mid lane all the way to the top lane, all the way to the bottom lane very quickly. So it's up to Stellark. Ooh, setting it up right here. Bambi in the brush. Zanagi, this Mexican standoffs are getting a little bit too uncomfortable. Carrot's here just in case of anything happen, but Stellark, they're gonna pull the trigger right here. Coconut will take some damage. Izanagi jumping in at the same time with a heavy crossbow, will not be able to catch anything at all. Powerful at the turtle pit. It's gonna be going now. Hold it, baby. He takes the turtle instead. It's Powerful. He tried to kind of punish it. The Aluminum Blast just all the way out. He catches 2. Forza jumping all the way in. Will be catching the backline as well. Melon will be good, but Blazing the Way will try to dissuade Stellark away. Stellark actually losing 2, losing 3. Forza takes it 3. Bamba against the wall. Izanagi trying to put down the damage, trying to land, and now he's actually going in for the chase. Melon will be able to walk away with just a little bit of help.
What a big trade there. 1 for 4. Evil, finally the victor of that. Although the turtle was stolen, but they were like, you know what? I don't care if you steal the turtle. Let me take down 4 members of you, Stellark.
Yeah, and that's just crazy coming off Evil. All of a sudden, this confidence is coming back. Vertigo, take us through this highlight.
Like, look at this. Powerful jumps onto Sync, and look at the Numenon Blast. Flicker in and 2-man stun. And here comes the Blazing Duets. Forza jumps right in, but there was no follow-up because Izanagi was just a little bit off position, and Forza with the ultimate flicker though, still not enough, and he is going to be the victim of that fight also, and Stellark leaving only 1 man.
And the worst part is Izanagi wasn't able to put the coffin into Melon, as well as Melon just limps away right here, but JS finds himself in a little trouble. I don't think that Evil will be able to allow I don't think Stellark will be able to catch that one away because you know how Esmeralda is just a huge movement speed coming in the shields as well. Vertigo, we do have the emblems coming up very soon. Could you break us down for the emblems?
Emblem looks fine. Hybrid regen along with movement speed coming out from this Esmeralda right there, giving you that extra 10. But wait, take it away.
Oh, Coconut blazing the way all the way to the back line. Izanagi on full run, but he runs back into Coconut. Oh my goodness, this is not looking good for Stellark.
Oh my god, Izanagi, he thought he could juke his way out of that, but then Coconut is like, no, you're not going anywhere. Come back right here.
My battle mirror image is just right there. You just ran into my battle mirror image. That's a mistake coming up from Izanagi. The fresh new marksman from the side of Stellark is actually slightly crumbling, and Stellark, they really need to recalibrate and refocus, as the worst part is Coconut. This claw, you give Coconut a gold lane that could last this long all the way to the later part of the game, you know that Evil will shine with Coconut.
Yep, and a second turtle. Oh wait, actually it's the third turtle coming out right now. And look at Odia Bambi in the middle of JS and Melon.
Oh, the knockup bounce on top of JS will take some damage right here. Izanagi tried to go on and chase the bouncing ball. Is actually denying Evil from actually protruding towards Stellark. Tried to chase, will not be able to capture anything for now. But now Stellark and Evil, they have their eyes on the turtle instead. Forza opening up the map for now. This is going to be the turtle being pulled all the way to the side of Stellark's map. Powerful right here. He's already there. Odia Bambi at the same time, he's trying to juke it all out. Forza actually charging up, but he gets stunned by Powerful. Chu coming in with a punch, but nothing will be done as of now. Both these two teams, they touch and they go.
It's a literal Mexican standoff right now, Jace. Everyone is like touching hands. They're like, no, you go first. No, you go first. No, it's duck season. No, it's rabbit season.
It's like you and Abstract earlier just now, like when we're discussing about the
big
kill.
kill.
But hold on a second.
Izanagi,
oh dear, that's one big mistake coming off of Stellark once again. They don't have any more damage dealer, and Evil, they're really going to rule out the damage. Coconut goes all the way back line, but Forza is right there. He catches Coconut as well. He tries to go for the big crazy plays. Melon jumping out, will be able to knock out Sync all the way up, but Chu coming in, trying to land down the damage. But where is Odia Bambi? He's all around in the area. That's Evil. They will try to push Stellark right into that coffin. 2 members down.
2 members down from Stellark here. Evil, what a play. Coconut actually went for the backline plays, but it's only 8 minutes. You are not online yet, Coconut.
Yeah, Vertigo. This feels like a very cloudy day today.
Today is a cloudy day, man.
Revival came back from the dead, and now we have Evil coming back to prove that they are the Titan Slayers.
Exactly. I mean, it's an everyday thing, right? For Evil, they are the Titan Slayers. Who am I kidding? They are putting on a show for us right now. Both of these teams, Stellark and Evil. Let's take a look at the items right there. Brethren with the burning, with the burning sword building towards the Curse Helm and a Sky Guardian helmet right there. But Windtalker and along with a Scarlet Phantom for the Irrital on Izanagi, he is going full critical damage right here, Jace. And everything else looks fine. Look at Paquito going for the Hunt Strike along with the Malefic Roar though.
It's crazy plays from both these two sides. Forsyth does very good catches. Coconut tried to make the same play of his own, but he got punished. Stellark, look at JS. He just couldn't get into the backline for the side of Stellark. And Stellark right now picking up the pieces. The bottom lane is clean up. The side lanes are cleared. It's just Stellark defending the mid lane.
Big catch right here. Could be a potential big catch, but as you can see, Stellark right now, they are forced to play a little bit more defensive right now. Evil, Coconut is starting to snowball a bit. Powerful is at level 12 as compared to Odia Bambi is at level 11 right now. So it looks like they are trying to go for their keys to victory right here. They could go for the jungle deny?
Yeah, they're trying to deny the jungle away from Odia Bambi, right? But instead, Odia Bambi was the one that secured the purple buff for now. Stellark, they tried to put some pressure. They're trying to invade. The confidence, it's building, Vertigo.
Oh, big catch here onto Coconut though, but a very easy escape. Look at this.
Coconut will be able to bounce out the battle mirror image. Sync will be the one that actually gets fallen down. Melon busts him out into pieces, gets dragged into the sky. And now Stellark, I don't know what they're doing. Chu may find himself in quite a bit of damage, but look at Odia Bambi setting up for the flank, but he's just only a single person. He can't find the back line. Karen will be able to stun out. The knockup going in. Mela picks up the mega kill at the same time. Karen takes forward, and JS will be able to stun Chu, but Izanagi, he showed himself a little bit too much, and now Evil will focus down on Crosshair on top of Izanagi instead, but Mela, he gets thrown down, low. Chu trying to hold down the floor, but it is going to be unfortunately not enough as Stellark will face 2 members down.
2 members down, but here comes the ultimate from Jason.
Continuously onslaught. It feels like Stellark, they doesn't want to go down without a fight. And now Evo will lose Melon and JS as well in the fight. And now they will force the issue. They do have power right here. It's all about the turrets. Lost still, but unfortunately, no. The retribution going through. And Stellark may have lost too much.
Very big aggression there from Coconut. Even using the sprint, trying to catch out Izanagi right there. Finally, the aggression coming out from Coconut actually plays off and finally have a successful result.
This was my keys to victory, in my opinion, for the side of Evo. You give Coconut that crazy late game marksman. Once he's confident, once he's farmed up, he will deliver.
Exactly, he will deliver. As you can see, Coconut is starting to snowball right now. It is at the 11 minutes mark. Oh dear, Bambi, still waiting it out. Melon had many good plays, as you can see just now. 8 assists, 4-1 and 8 on the Julian. And many big catch, many big knockups, a lot of enhanced chains too.
Yeah, powerful, finally living up to his name. The Baxia 6-1-5 as well. As Stellark clears up the top side, dealing with the Lord. Looking at the movements of Evo, they're focusing around the mid lane. That's the main big prize. They crack open this, and now they might have to pull the trigger. JS charging all the way up, jumps on top of Chu instead, but Evo will crack open the mid lane.
Jesus right now, it looks like their Evo is trying to go for the objective now. It was very kill essential just now, very much in the early game. But Evo right now, they're just trying to find their space. They're trying to find that crisp and precise moment. Not a power on your name though. Crisp. Yeah, crisp. Like crispy.
The last time I was like a little bit confused right there. But speaking of which, Evo has cracked open the bottom lane already. My name doesn't really matter. What really matters is Evo has cleaned up the side lanes. It's so easy for them to start invade Stellark's side of the map. Oh dear, Bambi, I think he needs to start to step up. Needs to try to find Coconut. But Coconut, the battle mirror image has proven way too slippery.
15, level 15 for powerful here. Odia Bambi have just reached level 14, so that's the major difference coming out from Evo and Stellark. As we can see, the goal difference right here is about 5,000, so that's essentially about 1 1/4 item.
Yeah, 1 1/4 height item. I definitely agree, but 5k still nothing to be scoffed at. Izanagi definitely needs to try to farm up as much gold as possible, but don't forget Stellark does have a lot of standing gold, especially top side, very easy to crack, mid lane very easy to crack, but at the same time, Evo, the rotations coming in from powerful has been on point.
As you can see, a nice little rotation from Stellark here along with Evo. They're trying to bait it out though, but here comes Julian with a big jump.
Oh, the Bambi gets knocked up in the sky. JS goes for the backline instead. Bossa coming in for the flank. Will be able to secure Melon for now. And now it's all JS living alone. Will be able to run on away. Izanagi coming in for the reinforce, but Stellark won that small little skirmish.
Won that small little skirmish. Managed to take down Melon in that fight though, but on the other side of Evo, there was no answer to that. They were just trying to get some map control, but essentially this is going to cost you because this is going to be a 4v5 for Stellark up against Evo right now.
Yeah, but there's always a big, massive equalizer, right? All eyes on Coconut. If he gets down a nice little blazing duet, but JS, he may find himself in a spot of trouble. The taunt going in, the knock-up as well. Izanagi will be there to pick it up. Carrot flickers all the way, blazing duet all the way in the back line. Singing Izanagi get pushed on away. The battle mirror match back him safe right into the punching glove of the Baby. And now Stellark is trying to put up a small fight. Evo will not be able to hold. Losing 3 members were now right in front of a Lord fight. This will cost Evo.
Such a crucial play coming up from Izanagi right there, proccing the real manipulation.
Wow,
and gets instantly demolished there, Melon. What a play coming out from Izanagi. That little micro play. All he did was just pop that Wind of Nature and easily takes, makes Coconut ultimate, that blazing duet, is essentially useless. As of right now, we can see Powerful taking so much damage, so much CC. There's nothing that he can do right now. Stellark, they finally found their rhythm, 13-4, 42k to 42k.
Yeah, Stellark getting on that rhythm right there. Look at the gold lead, all equal for now. Stellark has that Lord. You do know that they're going to use that to push and take as much defensive structures away from Evo. But going into the later parts of the game, Vertigo, what do you think about the items for now?
Looking at the item right here, Izanagi definitely did went for the Wind of Nature along with Berserker's Fury, Wind Talker, and that Scarlet Phantom. He's just 1 item away. Probably going to go for a BOD for that base damage. Gives you that extra oomph. But everything else across the board seems... Yeah, everything seems alright. Everything seems normal here. Immortality, Athena Shield, Dom Eyes, along with the Tough Boots for Kufra. Very well done but Radiant Armor coming out from their Lolita to stop and slow down Sync.
Yeah, that's something that, Sing definitely as that Eve needs to be careful about, but it's going to be Stellark, taking away all these standing goal, and all of a sudden Evil, they have a fighting chance for one, but now they get pushed right inside the base. The Lord marching down at the bottom side, and the real world manipulation goes in. The siege is on, Fonsa jump all the way in the real bouncing ball to try to catch someone, and the Lord is okay, focusing on top of the turret instead. Members of Evil, they are unable to defend. Coconut just had to bounce all the way out, blinks it all the way up, but he's unlucky. No, he takes down JS, and now Stellark, they're trying to summon on top of the pressure. Mid lane looks like a very good target for now. Stellark will also bring it all the way down. The drive-by of Izanagi just zooms around the map, zooms around the roster of Evil, and down there you go.
Like I said, Irito is such a broken hero because you have a double shot when your bar is full. Literally crit monster right now on the side of that Irito, and then the third tier turret just goes down. Stellark could easily end this.
Oh no, Stellark could easily end this. This was going so well for Evil, but all of a sudden he just can't turn all the way around. Evil right now desperately trying to clear the wave, and they're doing a pretty good job at that. And then they manage to successfully defend, but now they have to face the onslaught of the super minions marching down 3 lanes.
They have to face the onslaught, and it all comes down, and it all boils down honestly to in my opinion right now, I feel it's all on that one big Numenon blast from Carrot. It's all it takes.
One fight, it's all it takes. Vertigo.
One fight, it's all
Stellark and Evil is looking for that. Stellark starving out all this information. And once again, Evil was in the driver's seat in the early game. Stellark just wrested the control away.
Stellark right now, their win condition is just to hold out, get the Lord, go for that last final GG push, because there is no more turret in range. There's no more tier 3 turrets. It's only the Crystal that's left right now in the base of Evil. They have their back against the wall. As of right now, Evil, it's all or nothing. It's all on that one Numenon blast. It's all on that catch. It's all on the Lord.
Yeah, but the catch is proven a little bit hard for Melon, right? Izanagi has been doing a wonderful job just ring around the roses around Evil, and as he's kiting Evil like a fiddle, he is actually doing a lot of damage towards their drop, and now Evil, it's all about the flanks. It's all about Coconut right here. But look at Izanagi. He's already working on the Lord. The Lord is already half HP. JS coming in for looking for a nice juicy flank carrot as well. Aluminum Blast from the brush is something that he may be setting it up for. Stellark hiding in the brush right here instead. But oh my goodness,
big
they kind of
play.
forgot a bit of Jason as well. But Foresight, the continue play going in. Carrot will get targeted all the way down. It's seeing real world manipulation zoning out Evil. They cannot go in for the reinforce, but JS will be catching Sing, putting all the way. But look at Coconut all the way in the back line of Izanagi. He would not be able to take down Izanagi. Instead, he has to flicker all the way out. And now Evil, oh my god, on almost low health, but none of them actually went down. Evil may have to survive this fight again.
They have to play passive. They have to go for the passive side right now. That was too close for comfort. That was too close for comfort. Coconut went all the way in with the Blazing Duets, but all Izanagi had to do was just pop that Wind of Nature and is essentially useless.
Yeah, essentially useless. And now Evil has to defend a Stellark's Lord with that's open on 3 waves. You have the super minions marching in. Vertigo, this is actually tense for Evil.
It's too tense, man. If I were Evil, I would be shaking right now. But it's Evil that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. They are the Titan Slayers. Stellark at the same time. They are new, but not so new at the same time. All they have to do right now is to just easily close the game and just finish it off. That's all they need to do. This is Stellark's win condition. They need to secure the Lord, which they already did. And right now, they just have to go for one big GG push. They can't get caught out right now.
They definitely can't. Two may actually do it, but JS will be able to find Sing all the way back line. Audio Baby will go down the chase, but the members of Stellark, they're actually ignoring JS. JS is the bait. Evil will set it all the way up. Aluminum Blast will not be able to zone anyone for now. Drew all the way in the back line. Foresight as well. Coconut desperately trying to put out the damage. Foresight pushes Evil right against the core. Coconut come in with the Blazing Duet at the same time. The Wind of Nature actually allowing Izanagi to survive as he spins around as Evil. Oh my god! They would not be able to lift the tails. Game number 1 goes over to Stellark.
And a Coconut right there at the end, trying to do something, trying to help out with the team, but it was just to no avail because of that counter pick from that Kufra. Honestly, you can't go wrong with Kufra, right? There's no way that you can go wrong with Kufra unless somebody picks Valir, but nobody plays Valir anymore.
Yeah, and look at that. That desperation, the tiredness, Evil. This season hasn't been their best season. They were so close, CM close, mind you, Vertigo, to be, to basically close this game out. But, bad team fights after bad team fights. unfortunately, it's not enough.
It's not enough. It's like that song, you know, never enough. Yeah, never enough.
But so Abstract, what do you find when we're still deep in the game?
Right, okay, so when it comes down to Evil versus Stellark, when it comes down to this composition of theirs, they do have very different kind of win conditions dependent on their playstyle. You can look at Stellark as a death ball, you can look at Stellark as a front to back. There are many kind of variations that you want to do depending on who you want in, who you want out, and who are their priorities. And for most of the game for Stellark, the main win condition that they are trying to go for is really all about zoning. In the early stages of the game, they didn't really quite have that. They're trying to go more of front to back. They're trying to work base off something else because it kind of feels as though like they know that, yeah, you know what, we need to put Yeef at a spot because they are originally trying to keep Yeef at bay, making sure that no one touches Yeef. They're trying to zone for Yeef. But then after a while, they realize that, or maybe I would perhaps believe that they realize that they need to create space for the Irithel instead. In the last few team fights, it has been consistent. They're putting the Yeef literally right under the Esmeralda's nose. They don't care about it. The main thing is that they know their win con is the Irithel. As long as Irithel has got free reign of action and just deal free damage, and of course shutting down Carrot because Carrot is the only hard counter to Stellark's win condition.
Yeah, but Vertigo, take us through the items. Anything that jumped up to your eyes?
Double Radiant Armor from Carrot? It's a very big question mark for me. It's either there was a bug or, you know, or there was something wrong. But Double Radiant Armor, was Sync really that painful towards Carrot?
I think
he had to buy?
Yeah, but I think it's about the magic resist, right?
Yeah.
Just taking a look at Stellark's draft, Sync has been doing quite a decent amount of KDA, 6, 3, and 10. The Scorch is going to be a little bit annoying. You also have the Ice Queen 1, and you do have the Genius 1 as well. So I think this is something that Carrot was a little bit worried about, in my opinion, but Sync, on the other hand, these real world manipulation has gone down quite well.
Very perfectly timed real world manipulation, keep catching out Carrot, keep slowing down. It is literally a barrier, right? It prevents you from going in, going out, or doing anything at all. And look at the stats right now. 158k damage taken by Forza, 13 assists from Forza himself, and damage dealt. Now I understand why the double Radiant Armor. 74k coming out from Sync, and Izanagi, of course, the goal laner with the highest goal per minute. And looking at the team participation, Coconut, not much though.
It really boils down to the high ground that Stellark has, right? Izanagi and Sync, both of them are pretty much the high ground of Stellark. Understandably, Yeef is the one that has the higher ground because honestly, when it comes down to a Irithel, the kind of high ground that you have is that you have constant mobility, being able to constantly keep yourself at bay from your opponents.
Yeah, but of course, going into the next where we show you the MVP, I think it kind of hint a little bit, just in my opinion, because Sync, those real world manipulations set up absolutely well, right? Like, you know, it forces Evil to react towards the real world manipulation. Yeah. You saw him zoning out the carries of Evil as well, and even though Evil does have the tools like JS or even powerful to deal with the real world manipulation, I think it wasn't executed as well, but towards the later part of the game. But during the early parts of the game, I think they have the plan, but I think something went wrong in around the mid part of the game.
I would believe that it is not necessarily went wrong, but they're not exactly a team that is able to play in the early stages. They start to build up tempo from the middle stages of the game. They have some kind of power spike, but not huge as compared to their opponents. The opponents really have that huge power spike over at the late stages of the game, while Stellark is really more of tempo. Evil needs to be consistent, and thus Evil, whatever they're trying to do, they go all out aggressive. They do not want to give Stellark that open space at all, which is something that both the Yeet as well as the Irithel really needs.
Yeah, and with that said, we're going to go into the highlights very, very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, Vertigo, could you break us down around the oldies fights?
Yep, and Odia Bambi there with the dash in takes the very, very big fight, but this Numenon Blast from Carrot, like I said, that was the game changer, along with the knockup coming up from Melon, and that's the big follow-up. But look at Forza. with a big 4-man catch, but Izanagi can't do much because he hasn't come online yet. He's still kind of iffy right there, and there's gonna be the 4-man take. This one, I had to fault it on Coconut, right? He just went in, there was like, hey, where's my team? I was like, of course, we're focusing on the turtle, we're not gonna focus on you. And here, Melon chases down Sing, but as we look at the top here, Chu standing strong against 3 members of Evil, but in the end, it still dies. And this one, Jesus just gets caught out. Carrot with a slight side flicker, but Force sidesteps it. Look, Izanagi not even phased by the Blazing Duets. Coconut jumps all the way back. Tyrant's Ravish onto Carrot. Not sure why, but still.
Notice how in the previous clip, 8 minutes, 12 minutes in or something like that, Claude single-handedly zoned away both of the high ground players, Izanagi as well as Sing. And that has been pretty consistent, whether it be Coconut himself or some other players, because there is a very tough front line coming in from JS, Powerful as well as Carrot. They all have got their own front to back, or perhaps even Death Ball. They have a back-to-back knock-up, back-to-back CC opportunities to work with. Luminum Blast, followed by Enhanced Chain, a lot of things that really could work in favor of Evil. One of the win condition really comes down to going in back-to-back with the damage as well as knock-up as well as, all the crowd control. This is great if you're able to sync everyone in together.
Is that a pun?
Sync.
No, I had to look at the camera a little bit.
Was that a pun?
Has anyone noticed that? But okay, sync jokes aside, the funny part is Sync is playing, mind you, Abstract. But I get where you're coming from. Evil, in the early parts of the game, I think they have a plan. They're stacking all the CCs up very well. They catches. They know who to kind of zone out. They identify who is the main damage dealer. But then again, when Stellark, this Irithel, is still running around with a pea shooter, they did not press on the advantage.
I would believe that the main reason why the tides changed so much.
I want to know that. Yes, please.
Win of nature.
Yeah.
It really boils down to the win of nature. Because from that point onwards, once Irithel has got his win of nature, not a lot of heroes is able to really zone this Irithel away. It can be some form of damage, it could be some form of CCs. The Baxia needs to jump onto either one of them, but Baxia is really more about showing up and just tanking for the team. You won't really deal much damage because your second skill damage is based off of max HP of the opponent. So you generally want to stay in front, dealing with their frontliners. But that is what exactly Stellark's frontliners want to do. They want to be in front of the grid. While the grid stays there, and we've got the Irithel in the middle of the grid or somewhere around the grid. So no matter what it is, your opponents will be stuck in the grid. They will want to sprint away, and then Irithel stays within the grid. No one can touch Irithel.
Exactly.
Free real estate.
And the best part is, you're always slowed inside that box. It feels like Sync set up this playground for Izanagi to play in, and just start going ring around, doing drive-bys like nobody's business. But Vertigo, here's the previous game recap. What can you tell me about the damage dealt to heroes?
The amount of damage that came out from Izanagi was insane. The moment that Windtalker came out, Scarlet Phantom, Berserker's Fury, and then the Wind of Nature, he was literally untouchable. All he had to do is just stand back and watch the show, eat popcorn. Wow, Coconut trying to jump in with the Blazing Duets is like taking a popcorn kernel and throwing at you, and then you're like, it's just like hitting your glasses. It's not going to do anything to you.
Yeah, so basically, what Abstract is trying to say is, once Izanagi unlocks that Wind of Nature, that pea shooter starts to hurt. It becomes a Gatling pea shooter. And starts to just shoot down or gun down Evil right there on the spot.
As simple as it sounds, there is definitely still a couple of caveats. Number one, Carrot, hard counter. Right? As long as you absorb the entirety of Izanagi's ultimate, you don't really have the kind of burst damage that you are expecting off of a Irithel. Number two, even though we've got Julian skilling that doesn't skill very well over to the late game, he can still do quite a number onto Irithel. Knowing that Irithel is, of course, a marksman, and knowing Irithel is pretty squishy, you don't have anything that really protects you from magical damage. But you can protect yourself from Claude. You don't care about Claude, but you need to care about the Julian.
Yeah.
So Julian needs to die, which is why Odium Bambi would need to snipe that out. Otherwise, or not otherwise, they also need to focus down onto the Lolita, ensuring that Lolita doesn't get into that prime state.
Yeah, the prime state when the Aluminum Blast charges out, catches two people,
And not to forget the shields too. Yeah, and the shields as well. Shields up, everything one safe. I absorb every damage, absolutely free. But Vertigo, going to game number 2, what do you think about Evil's playstyle right now? Is it a playstyle error or is it a draft error?
I feel it's more towards the draft error. I think the playstyle was perfectly fine. Just a small little bit of mistakes here and there. But I feel that they could improve more on the draft. You know, because it feels like, you know, they draft well. Don't get me wrong. They draft really well. It's just that it wasn't so much of late game. Right? It wasn't super late game. It was like mid to late. Right? It's not super late. You know, it's like very like, I would say it's like 20% mid and then 80% late. But then Stellark he's like 50-50.
You sound like you're actually making like doing some alchemy right there or chemistry right there. Just, you know, try to whittle down in terms of percentage. But we do have the draft pick up, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully, you know, like what Vertigo says, Evil will suss out that draft problem. In my opinion, I think the draft is fine.
The draft is fine, yeah.
The most important thing is about the execution. They were communicating well in the early parts of the game. They made Stellark sweat just a little bit, but Stellark, you know, once the Wind of Nature comes online, it's their game.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like you said, execution also comes to plays a really, really big part. It's all about Julian. It's all about that Esmeralda trying to jump that backline. They are your only source of magic damage on the team.
Yeah, Esmeralda doesn't really deal that much magical damage as well. So
but I mean, she's the one that's mostly jumping the back line.
More or less, yes.
That's your magic damage right there. Because even if Coconut can close up the gap, close that distance, jump right in with Blazing Duets, there's only so much you can do. Pop that Wind of Nature.
All right, let's turn the page a little bit, ladies and gentlemen. This is game number 2. The draft is here. Evil going down first pick, Stellark going second pick. Evil bans away the Bowman for now.
Moving right on, of course, we're looking at Bomber bans, Faramis ban, Diggy. Because of the previous game, we should be expecting that Diggy would not be banned out at all. Julian, Valentina, all of the heroes that we suspect should be in here. Not to forget Akai, perhaps even a 1-1 in this very case. So even for the Stellark, we do expect things to be rather pretty much the same. Stellark did have a little bit of problem dealing with Evil because of the way that they have drafted for themselves. If at any point in time they lose their momentum, they lose the tempo in the early stages, things would have gone down bad.
Very much a lot of finally a Julian ban, and then the Beatrix is a definite must takeaway, right? I'm not sure about the Faramis because Faramis doesn't play much of an impact unless positioned well. Right, like because Stellark is very afraid of that. That's why they keep on hunting down Carrot with that Lolita, on and on and on. But at Balmont banning away their own hero, Mr. Powerful there, I feel now it's time. Amok standing us finger hearts through the screen.
Yeah, it's like on the wrong side of the desk.
He's on the wrong side.
I think that joke is never gonna go old, but Evil bans away the 1-1 as well. And now Stellark, it's their turn to ban. What's wide open for the taking, Abstract?
Big and wide.
Definitely still a lot of heroes that could be banned, and I can't exactly put a finger on any form of heroes. Paquito is currently available, and I believe that Stellark might not want to give Evil that Paquito, knowing that they would want to whittle down as much of the hero pools of Powerful, and knowing that
Paquito.
Esmeralda, okay,
no brainer.
So Paquito is understandably gonna be picked by Evil. This will allow Stellark to pick out a Valentina. Oh wait, Evil can actually pick up a Valentina for themselves. Why not?
That's if Melon can pull it off.
I'm pretty sure he can. I am almost sure that he can.
I feel the Valentina should be a priority instead of the Paquito.
Yes, Valentina should be the priority.
Because of the versatility of a Valentina herself is already strong enough. You know, you can use IMU, literally take anybody's ultimate and use it to your advantage.
Trying to open up any more possibilities, but when it comes down to the majors, we still have a wide open point of view. Masha is already is also available. Akai as well. So allowing Evil takes Akai. Stellark does have the possibility to actually pick up a D, that is if they really want to have a soft support onto their side. But on the other hand, looking at the tank matchup, they can actually pick up a Marsha if they predict that the opponents may go for a any form of... Okay, actually, you know what? 1-1 and Beatrix being banned out, there could be a lot lower chance of Marsha being picked here.
I wouldn't count out the Marsha as of yet. We saw the power of Marsha in the previous series when SMG Dairy used it, but I would have to not highlight right here, right? For the side of Stellark, the Paquito is still wide open. The Chu likes to play. There's also that Valentina that needs to be taken away.
Okay.
And then they couple that with Diggy. Now, if Stellark were to come in with this two kind of draft, we need to see a beefier front line from the side of Stellark's next few drafts.
So this will open the objective a lot more into Masha, knowing that Masha is a really good, has a very strong opening sequence. I don't think that, and Forza playing the Diggy kind of iffy for me. He's a lot more of an aggressive, hard tanky person. But hey, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do, and ultimately, they have to focus on the EXP later, right? Esmeralda's already out. Uranus is kind of hard to pull off at this very instance. You still can go for that, but there are a lot bigger pools depending on what you want to go for.
Yep, and I was just about to touch that Eva could definitely pick up the Paquito for their side lane, and they do. JS is going to be on the Paquito on that side lane, but Melon picking up the Lilia instead. I mean, yeah, I mean there's a good amount of burst. I was just about to say Kagura, but then you know you have a Diggy, so why am I even saying, right? Why do my head even go there? But Stellark right now betting away the Clint. I feel that, you know, they are very afraid of Clint, especially on the side of Izanagi.
I believe that a respect ban for Eve might be coming in from Evil real soon. The Baxia is being banned out from the side of Evil, not allowing Stellark to play anything that can really get into the faces onto the backlines, and of course deal significant amount of damage onto the Akai. Now, because of the fact that Evil has an Akai, I have a feeling that Stellark may actually want to play a Fredrin for themselves, because you can pretty much expect to see that Fredrin is, of course, a so-called of a copy with a mustache onto this Akai.
Imposter.
Indeed.
Imposter. It's like, wait, I thought Amo was supposed to be here. What is he doing down there? Giving us finger hearts through the screen too. What a lad.
But now let's focus on the bans coming up from Evil, banning away the Karina. There is always a possibility of their ban be going for the Karina, and it could be Flex. It could be a magic assassin Karina. It could be also tank. But don't forget, Stellark's lineup right now is very paper. They need to try to figure out how to add some beefiness into it, how to add some more CCs into it, so that Izanagi has free reign as he rides around to just do the drive-bys.
I mean, Sync already has a inbuilt CC, right?
Sync does have inbuilt CC, but you wouldn't want to consider that as a consistent and a reliable CC. It's more of a bonus coming in from the damage that you manage to push out. Now, when it comes down to Evil, the backlines is very squishy. They don't have a hero that does a very good job when it comes down to anything to the form of a high grounds, right? Evil, if they are willing to switch it up a little bit, some assassins would actually look really good, considering the fact that is the Irithel, the Diggy, as well as Valentina. They all need some needs priority. So Natalia will look good, Amon will look good, perhaps even Fanny Ling. Actually, I don't expect Fanny nor Ling being picked up from Evil, but any form of assassin that can really snipe out the backlines will be great on Evil.
Someone that can snipe out the backline. Ooh, a Matilda and a... Okay!
Front to back, huh?
Front to back. Really, really front to back here. I feel honestly, there's no one here that can actually jump the back line.
It doesn't exactly feel very front to back. At this point in time, Evil kind of seems to have determined that most of their players will go over to the back lines while relying on to the carry to self-sustain and have someone to work along with him, such as a Lilia. The two of them may be zoned out by Chu, considering the fact that we don't know who the opponent's jungle is. If Stellark were to go for a stronger assassin, someone that can really just go in and snipe Amon. Someone who can go in to snipe the backline, it would be perfect for Stellark. Because the one thing that Stellark can do is zone out Coconut and Melon. This puts Chu in a very bad position. So in order for Stellark to overcome this obstacle, they need another hero that can go over to the backlines to snipe out Coconut as well as the Lilia. This way, they cover their front bases, they also cover their back bases.
Wow, so covering the front and covering the back. What a draft coming out from Stellark here, guys. Wow, what a draft. Really, really awesome draft right there. And I got to say, Evo, very front to back, but at the same time, I'm favoring more towards Stellark here, but Evo could pull off an execution of a lifetime because you have the Comfort Akai here, ladies and gentlemen.
And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Abstract and Vertigo, for bringing us through the draft. Onto the land of Dawn we go. Once again, Stellark is 1-0. Evo made it difficult for Stellark to take that one. But I want to see what Amon goes for in terms of the emblem, because we've seen Banix before with the Amon tank, but unfortunately, it is going to be Odin Bambi with an Assassin Amon instead.
Wow, the Assassin Amon. You're an Amon player, Jace?
Yeah, I play the Amon once in a while. You know, it's a quiet taste.
It's a low-key thing?
It's a low-key thing. I may be a marksman main, yes, I advertise that, but once in a while, you know, I get a little bit itchy. I play the jungler, but let's take a look at the game for now. I'm actually excited on how Stellark is actually going through with all these interesting emblems. Just look at you, Weapon Master, on that Grok at the same time.
It's going to be a painful Grok. Painful Grok.
It's going to be overloading Evo with a load of damage. But for now, you know, Evo is still walking around the map as well. Mathilda on that Carrot on that Mathilda is definitely important, but he's playing guard duty. He's making sure that Powerful gets the farm that he's required.
Forsyth here along with Mathilda just roaming around, finally gaining some map control, finally gaining some information for both of them right now. And Jace is on the Paquito up against a full damage Grok.
Yeah, full damage Grok, and Powerful used the heavy spin very quickly on, especially Forza. Look at him pop the sprint, he runs it around, and Powerful, that's a wasted heavy spin, which you kind of want to use it for the turtle fight that's spawning in another 19 seconds. I don't think Powerful does have the heavy spin for that turtle fight at all.
Yep, and that Diggy is going to be very detrimental with reverse time there. Basically, the second skill coming out from that Diggy will definitely pull you back, and heavy spin will just essentially be nullified. And look at Melon here, the burst coming out, and the ultimate coming out from that Amon, and down goes Melon.
Oh, Melon doesn't really have the ultimate for now, and look at that, Powerful this time around going into this fight doesn't really have the heavy spin. In fact, it's a Sync that does have the heavy spin instead. Stellark drags the turtle away to their side of the map. No way that Evo will be able to contest this at all.
No way Evo will be able to contest this at all. What a rhyme coming out.
Thank you.
I like that. But yep, as you can see right now, Powerful, he does not want to contest this at all. So Stellark, they are having a nice small little lead of 600, around 600 gold? Yeah.
Yeah, I think Evo was a little bit greedy in the early parts of the game. Using Powerful, Forza definitely was smiling about that. You know, using the heavy spin just for him as he pops the sprint. I think it is worth more just the fact that, you know, you deny the heavy spin for the turtle fight. I think that's what Forza is looking for.
Yep, and a Carrot right now getting pulled back by reverse time. Reverse time from Forza would be very detrimental because if planted well, if used well onto Powerful, that heavy spin would definitely be nullified. But as you can see on the screen right now, there's your first code. Redeem that code right now. Fastest fingers first. You get free goodies. Thank you so much to Moontoon Games.
Of course, you know, Coconut, that's a Wind Talker going in right off the bat. You do know you want to stack as much, you know, attack speed as possible on top of this carry, but Stellark, looking how they're positioning right here, they're playing towards the XP lane, but hold on a second, Forza may take some damage from the side of Evo. Two members, Powerful and Coconut, was there, providing vision over to side Stellark, but hold on a second, Chu also faced a lot of damage from JS.
JS is naturally strong. It's a Paquito. It's definitely going to start snowballing stronger and stronger. And look at Carrot here. Forced to use the Guiding Wind. Stellark, they are trying to look for a re-aggression right now under their own turret's nose. But nothing much is going to happen right now. JS is cutting waves.
Yep.
Look at the wave clear.
Definitely going to cut that waves, and instantly that wave will be in the favor of JS. It's up to True to go back to manage that wave for now. Evo was putting some pressure on top of Izanagi. I think they did it quite well in game number 1. They seek to repeat that once again. Now the turtle spawning in 10 seconds. Just a quick check on top of most of the ultimates. At least this time round, Powerful does have the heavy spin, looking to use that against the Ammon to push him to the wall, and then after that, take the turtle for themselves.
And the second turtle finally coming out. Stellark had the first turtle. And look at JS trying to push away Sync right now. Sync does have the heavy spin. So if heavy spin against heavy spin, who's going to win?
That's going to be a very interesting interaction. In the meantime, Singh will be able to use this. It feels like a baby fly happening right here. Oh, the baby will be the one takes away the turtle as Eva will walk back with their pockets empty.
I was just about to say, it's going to be definitely going to be a Beyblade fight right there. It's just bing, 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 just dinging off each other. And that actually somewhat helped Stellark to gain and control over that second turtle, giving the space for Odia Bambi to retribute away the turtle.
Yeah, Stellark right here, you know, picking up the turtle is still okay. In terms of the goal lead, they're still not too far behind. It's all about whether, you know, Powerful could actually find that gang at all, but Carrot is already there. Coconut throws out the first skill, doesn't connect anything for now. 3 members up top, mirroring Evil as, you know, they're warding off Evil away from their top side.
Evil right now, they are still slightly behind, but look at the ultimate coming down from Odia Bambi onto Carrot. Already so much damage, and honestly I feel it's more towards JS and Melon right now.
I think this game is a little bit too early to basically count for now. Stellark, yes, they do have 2 turtles. It's still not too bad, but Evil, they're still not falling short in terms of the XP, in terms of the gold for now. Both these 2 teams a little bit shy, don't really want to see each other. There's kerfuffles and kerfuffles around, but you know, Stellark still the one that has 1 kill. But okay, as I was talking about it, JS, not long for this world, will get taken out of the bot side.
What a ultimate coming out from Odia Bambi. That is gonna keep snowballing and on and on and on. This snowball is starting to get bigger. Look at Singh here putting some damage down onto Carrot.
Oh, putting down some damage. Flicker will be used. Singh get out of dodge for now. They are not ready for the fight, especially when Singh is way down low. Powerful and Karen Melon may want to try to force this issue, but they are looking at the mid lane turret, which is actually a quarter HP.
Very good push there coming out from Melon. Singh jumping in though.
Singh jumping in, he turns into Powerful as he heavy spins to not only just to wave clear, he actually dissuades Evil from actually going in. But at the same time, first turret has already been taken down at the bottom side. Evil focusing on the turtle this time round. Odia Bambi coming in, looking at Carrot, looking a bit low. He's going up to 2 to try to push all the way in, but Carrot will be able to walk out air just alive. Now the members of Stellark, they're focusing on the turtle for now. The wall has been built by the side of True, but Powerful is right here. They have spin. He doesn't have it, and now Stellark, the turtle is already 1 quarter HP, and True, oh, he would not be able to lift the tail, as the time journey will be activated, and Powerful will be able to steal the turtle away from Stellark, and Stellark, they are not going to allow people to walk away unpunished. Ultimate will be used on top of Melon, but he will not be able to get taken down at the same time. Stellark right here, they may not be able to get away with anything substantial.
No substantial thing right there. Stellark, no kill either. Evil, no kill also, but a very good turtle still coming out from Powerful. That's the very... This man has a very fast fingers. Literally snipes away that retribution battle and just easily gets the second turtle right now, or third turtle actually. So it puts them, it gives them a little bit of catch up, you know, a little bit of, hey, wait for me too, you know, I can do this too. 1.2k behind from Evo's side right now, and Stellark, it looks like they're having a very good position right now. They're really having a good time. The amount of damage is just too much to take. Look at the speed of Amon right now.
Yeah, just jumping from one lane to another. It's Odia Bambi and True tag teaming to just gang the side lanes. Side lanes look pretty clear for the side of Stellark, but Stellark does have a very weak mid lane. And just now, remember, Powerful came in for that turtle fight without a heavy spin, but hey, he made it work.
He made it work. He still made it work because the rest of Evil were there, and that's how the composition is going to work out. Front to back, everyone is going to play their part well, and it's all going to go well.
Yeah, it's all going to go well, but Forza may not be going well as well. He does have the ultimate, but he's saving it. That's a huge save as Powerful. His ultimate has been used. It's baited out by Stellark.
Forza, he's literally playing Powerful. He's like, come here, and then he's like grabbing you by the neck, and then like, you sure you want to come? And then he just lets go and then pull you back again.
Dude, Vertigo, Forza has baited Powerful's ultimate twice. Once in the early game when he really needs it for the turtle, and another time for absolute free. He doesn't even need to pop the time journey, but Evo focusing down the bottom side. Carry will be the one that takes it down. Evo does have that bottom lane prior for now. The Lord has spawned in the mid, but Stellark punishes through, pushing through, breaking through the mid lane instead.
And as you can see here, Amon is still far away. Stellark looking to take this first turtle. Powerful. I think they need this. For Evo, they need this turtle ASAP.
They need this Lord, I would say. I think the turtle has already gone into turtle soup for now, but Stellark, they might have to force the issue right here. Carrot gets dragged all the way out. The Terrify coming in. And Zanagi trying to put down some damage, but the Lord is actually bashing down on the side of Stellark's base. Evo a little bit of headless chicken right now, but they're gonna have to force the issue. The time journey going all the way in heavy speed, but it's not powerful. Will not be able to do anything for now. Coconut will be able to take out Slate, but the members of Stellark will be able to push down the damage. Izanagi the drive by going in. A total wipeout for the side of Evo as Izanagi picks up a triple kill and Odin Bambi alone as a bonus.
A lot and a triple kill coming out from Stellark. That's the play that we've all been waiting for. All the utilities used, all the spells being used. And look on the side of Evo right here. Melon still has the Black Shoes. Carrot still has the Circling Eagle. JS still has Knockout Punch. The reason why is because Stellark burst was just too high, too hard, too fast for Evo to take.
Yep, Evo, I think, really playing a little bit aggressive too much. They were good in game number 1. In game number 2, they can't find that fine, thin line balance. Stellark, they've taken a lot from Evo for now. They've taken 2 turtles, 1 Lord, 4 turrets away. 7 kills in the pockets of Stellark. Izanagi, a better Irithel as compared to game pieces.
Stellark right now, they're just depriving the sources and all of the resources from Evo right now. They don't even give any sort of space towards Evo.
There's no space at all. Like
Zero space.
Look, Stellark, they basically starved out, and now they're gonna push the issue on top side. The Lord will march all the way through. Melon desperately tried to wave clear, but True is already there. It's up to Powerful to try to push, but True will be the victim. The time journey going all the way in, and that's a kill for Stellark to walk all the way into the base. Welcome by the time journey, and not only just that, True will actually fall down, but Odia Baby returned the kill on top of Melon, bursting him down, even after the Black Shoes.
That is a big hit. Giving up Chu and taking down Melon, that's big. Honestly, that was big.
Yeah,
and,
that's big.
Let's take a look at the item builds right now. Archive with the Burning Soul along with the Athena shield and the Sky Gun and helmet. But look at Paquito here going for the Radiant armor and then the Bloodlust Axe. Not a War Axe, Bloodlust Axe. Lilia is still building the same thing. You have the Enchanted Talisman, the cooldown boost, along with the Ice Queen Wand. And as you can see, the Matilda right now with the Athena shield, Dreadnought armor, and a Coconut going for the Wind Talker along with the Demon Hunter, and then the Wind of Nature because he's scared. You know, he learned from his mistake. He's like, no, I'm just gonna build Wind of Nature also, just in case, just so that I won't die. But Amon, 1 item away from full item.
Yeah, you're definitely gonna expect a lot of things from Odia Bambi, right? It's basically doing what Karina does. Find the back line, assassinate. Remember I was talking about the Stellark. They're going into this draft with a very squishy draft, but they somehow made it work.
Very great play coming out from Stellark. They're playing it very patiently right now. They're just sitting and waiting for the right time. They're just trying to zone out Evo right now. They don't even want Evo to contest this at all because look at what Singh has. He already has the heavy spin. He's still holding on to the heavy spin because he wants to prioritize the space. That's what's important towards Forza right now. He needs the space. He wants to create space because what he know what the team is capable of doing.
Stellark, you know, going to start the Lord for now. Evo, on the other hand, will not be able to contest this at all. Scattered all across, closer towards the base. They gave the Lord for free for Stellark.
Stellark there with a big Lord. Finally, the second Lord, it's just a level 2 Lord. Not too much of an issue right now, but then Stellark, that's their win condition. They just need to keep taking the Lord and then start pushing on harder and harder until Evo eventually crumble. Go for the crystal, game over.
Yeah, especially topside, absolutely clear. I think the Stellark will send that Lord down to that open wound that is festering. Evo, on the other hand, what is their game plan coming out to defend against this Lord?
Evo, I think they just have to hold out towards the late game because the carry is definitely a very late game hero. But it's a matter of whether is he able to execute onto Odia Bambi on that Amon because that Amon is going to be slick and definitely hard to catch. Also at the same time, Chu, I wouldn't rely much, you know, because he's just a grog, although he is very painful. So Coconut has to watch out for the Wild Charge or even Guardian Wall.
Yeah, but true. Using the first skill already, charging it all the way up, and now topside is actually fastering Evil, focusing down on the Lord instead, a little bit confused, but then Stellark already pushed it all the way through in the mid lane. The heavy spin for Powerful is already activated, the time journey right there just denies all of that, and Stellark just took another convincing win 2-0 against Evil.
Stellark finally getting some points. Getting some points on their board.
Yeah.
Finally proving themselves with a 2-0. Stellark all smiles. The Sync is frowning.
What do you mean? What do you mean Sync is frowning? I'm pretty sure Stellark is like, okay, finally, at least we get one series. And in fact, not only just that, they got one series along with a new addition, Izanagi. Smellycat was nowhere to be seen in this roster, and they managed to make this substitution work.
What about BZ? I'm still waiting for the day that BZ actually comes down to play. I really kind of like BZ.
Yeah, we met him during the media day. Yeah. But of course, Abstract, tell us what have you spotted during this particular game. What happened? Game number 1 was going well for Evil, but Stellark in game number 2, they used almost the same exact draft, especially on the Aerithel. What happened? Break it down for us.
Well, the only thing that is the same is the fact that they kept on to the win one part of the win condition. They have 5 win condition.
All right.
Right. One of the win condition is opening up space in order for Aerithel to really have free real estate to really do damage. The 4 other win condition is that they all deal damage and they can burst enemies down.
Yeah,
all 4 of them.
Yeah, it's surprising. And Stellark going in, remember when they drafted the first three heroes.
Three.
Yeah, 3. Okay, when they first drafted these first 3 heroes, and immediately I was like thinking, oh my goodness, that's a very soft team.
Yeah.
Because not a lot of tanks. So basically what they did instead is the best defense is the best offense.
Correct. So the main thing is that when it comes down to their draft, it's really unfortunate to say, but they got checkmate. This is really a checkmate situation, right? Because if we are looking at Evil, right? Evil pick up an Akai, hard countered by Diggy. Because Akai, not say only worth, but the biggest worth in team fights really boils down to the heavy spin. Akai has other values in the early stages of the game, and he needs to work hand in hand with Matilda. So that is only in the early stages of the game. But unfortunately, that is where Evil could not get the control, because Stellark, despite the fact that their early game is not exactly super strong, they still have a very strong momentum in that case, because they have a Valentina, they also have an Amon. Strong damage all in all, but the problem is crowd control. And that is something that Evil's Akai, as well as Matilda, can get a hang of it. But once the early game is gone, the mid game comes in. This is where Evil are really weak, because their mid game control have got none. They need to rely on carry carry to really farm up first before they can even get that burst amount of damage, or rather to really deal with Chu, which is playing as the Grog. But surprise, surprise, Grog is not playing tank.
Yeah,
he's playing more of a damage. He got
Grog.
Blade of Despair. He even went for the Marksman emblem that requires that allows him to get more bonuses from his equipment. So this is a moment in time whereby it's a damned if you do, damned if you don't. Evil snipes out Aerithel. I get damned by Amon. I get damned by Valentina. I get damned by Grog. I bring Grog down. I get damned by everyone else. So on and so forth.
Well, I like the fact that you started off with that statement with, this feels like a checkmate. The last time I used the word checkmate was kind of heavy. Was really kind of heavy, but okay. But take a look at the items right now. That's a damage Grog, as Abstract has mentioned. There's a BOD going in the Malefic Roll as well. The Rapid Boot so that he could continuously chase. And it kind of counters what Coconut wants to do. Coconut was expecting, these heavy tanks coming out,
start shredding them.
Start to shred them, right? That's right. But there's no one to shred.
There's no one to shred. I mean, apart from Forza going for... No, Forza actually meant damage. Yeah, so there's no tank. Yeah. It's just 5 win conditions.
Yep. This is why this is a very difficult play for Evil. Powerful wants to spin. He wants to knock someone and crowd control, but he can't because that is time journey. If Carrot wants to go in circling Eagle, it takes too long for him to wind up, and then he just gets busted down by Izanagi, for example.
Yeah, it's like, you know, the Apache helicopter that goes around, but you're getting shot down by the anti-air guns.
Yes.
And I think there's a good game plan coming out from the side of Evil. I see what they want to do, you know, with the Carrot circling Eagle that sends a spinning Beyblade of the Archive going in onto your back line. But, you know, Stellark, with that 1 digi, it counters everything else. But take a look at the charts right here. Anything that you can derive from Abstract?
Well, Powerful as well as Melon. Understandably, they would definitely get themselves the 100% Q participation. They would want to be involved as much as possible, considering the fact that they have 3 kills.
Yep.
So Q participation is definitely high. Odia Bambi with 4 kills, 0 death, and 3 assists speaks volume. Because almost everyone in the opponent's lineup is someone that he can deal with. Now, here's something that we need to remember as Amon. If as an Amon, I start up an objective, be it the Lord or the Turtle, whoever comes up immediately while I have 24 stacks on the Turtle, they get instantly melted down. So no one can really contest against Amon unless that duration has been dragged on for a longer set of time, whereby the stacks dissipates.
That's correct. Like every time when you know, activate the passive, you know, all the blades are on the floor. Allow anyone to go through. Just one click, it instantly gets busted down.
Exactly.
I think Carrot was the one that almost got that.
Almost.
Nearly. It was
but
I think close.
I think that the stack dissipated right before. So that he actually received a lot lesser damage than we expected.
But it could potentially be disastrous. And with that said, ladies and gentlemen, we do have the highlights queued all the way out. So Vertigo, just take us through on the highlights.
Super. A lot of big blade blades fight here. Look, big knockup, big blade blades, and then Powerful gets melted down by Izanagi right here, and Melon is just a victim of that, and it just all happened too fast. Izanagi had free real estate. Odia Bambi just manages to secure the Lord just like that. It instantly gets demolished.
Izanagi is like this drive-by going in, but I like this, right? You know, Forza using the ultimate to basically allow the members of Stellark to waltz all the way, and it felt like he's the one that laid down the red carpet to allow Stellark to break through the top side.
They are, at least when it comes down to Stellark, they really don't care about anything at all. They may not have the defensiveness of the opponents, which is Evil, but they have the time journey. Time journey, of course, they have their own innate shields, and of course, crowd control immunity. So they don't really care about anything.
Yeah.
This is a pop outie. Let's go. Mumbo Jumbo, Rambo, Unga Bunga, whatever it is. In fact, this is the true Unga Bunga.
Just all out. No look. Just no look and go.
It is the Abstract Unga Bunga coming back again, but another analogy I like to use is Diggy is the one that they're the FBI, they kick down the door, and not only just they kick down the door, they lay down the red carpet, and then everyone just choo-choo train in. But of course, none of this will happen without OCBC. Personally, this is another reminder for me to renew my Frank debit card as well. So get yours right here. There is 5 limited edition MLBB card design. There's like the Sicilian that you're looking at, the Guinevere, there's also the Wan, there's also the Camilla and the Link as well. And apart from that, from now to 9th of October, if you sign up a Frank X MLBB debit card online, you get to choose from that 5 limited MLBB card designs. Be the first of 275 eligible applications to get a surprise epic skin worth of $25 when you apply and spend at least $200 with your Frank debit card.
Free skin. Wow. Free skin. Who doesn't like free skin?
Yeah, especially, you know, I see Powerful on that Kung Fu Panda Poe skin.
You don't have it?
I know, I don't have it, but I'm not an archive player. It's kind of proven earlier just now. And apart from that, don't forget, there's also the Transformer skin series as well. It's so many collaborations. Speaking about those as well, just a huge shout out to OSIM to help us out, providing comfort for us as well, and also the players downstairs. But speaking about downstairs, we do have our host ready to give an interview. My name is Jace, Vertigo, Abstract. Over to you, Cheryl.
And that was our last match for today, week 2, day 2, and it was absolutely amazing as usual. Now there has been changes. Our team Stellark actually even swapped out their team captain for Izanagi, but still the team is super in sync. And speaking of sync, I have Sync right here next to me. Say hi, Sync.
Hi guys.
Awesome.
Hello.
Now we do have many questions for you guys as usual. Now game 1 was a close game till the team fight before the second Lord. What was the game plan in game 1 up to that point?
Actually, our initial game plan was we know that they are very strong at team fight. So initially we actually wanted to avoid team fight, but somehow we just keep falling into that team fight. And I gotta say that the powerful Baksai is really very strong, which give them a few advantageous team fight in the early games. Then it's just we managed to wipe them out in that one fight, and everything turned into our favor instead. Yeah, so and actually there wasn't any game plan before that. It's just maybe we lucked out. Yeah.
So really the entire team synergy and sync, yeah, definitely played out for you guys. Fantastic. Now, the next question was, now this was interesting that they did a first pick on Akai. So why did the team draft Valentina for you? Did you guys expect it? And did you have fun heavy spinning?
Honestly, I would say we actually expected that because we know that Team Evil likes to prioritize their jungler hero, yeah, since he's the main shot caller. Then since he's gonna take the Akai, if I take the Valentina, it's a fair trade because Valentina can steal out. Then at the same time, we will be having an Akai on our team as well. Even though I would say, okay, my Akai isn't really fantastic, but I would say I enjoyed spinning my way through the game. Yeah.
Fantastic. So now how did you feel when Stellark wiped Evil?
I wouldn't say that we were very confident that we were gonna wipe Evil when we first entered this series, because they are a team fight team. We as well is also a team fight team. Yeah, and they have been together since last season. We are still quite new in terms of chemistry, all this. Honestly, it's a surprise that we actually wiped them 2-0 also. Yeah.
Yeah, but I guess really for today, especially for week 2, day 2, really anything can happen. I believe you guys also seen the results for Revival as well, coming back to life quite literally. So really anything can happen, and not any one of the teams could really rest on their laurels right now. So the final question, I believe our viewers also want to know, why did Stellark sub Izanagi in this matchup?
I think for Izanagi, he's fairly new to the scene, so my team decided that why not we give him a try to let him experience, yeah, instead of like keep putting him on the bench. Then at the same time, I think since we weren't performing that well in our lineup, so that was why we brought him in to let him try the game as well, experience hands-on the feeling of being on stage. Yeah, so this is actually his debut of his first series as well.
So I guess we all gotta keep a lookout for Izanagi, especially because he's a new player. We don't know much about him. And for the 2 matches, he actually played Irithel, right?
Yeah, correct.
Yeah, so with two game picks of Irithel, is there anything that we can anticipate from Izanagi in the future, perhaps?
I'm not too sure. You guys can stay tuned and watch it out.
What a teaser right there. So yes, stay tuned with us. Thank you so much, Sync, for
Thank
your
you,
insightful
Cheryl.
sharing. Thank you. So yes, ladies and gentlemen, that was Sync. And you know, what a wonderful week 2, day 2. And without further ado, let's recap our match scores and standings today for week 2, day 2. So as you can see right here on your screens, these are the match scores and standings after week 2, day 2. We had exciting games and a shocking reversal with our first full series between Revival and Zion Sports. And right now here, we cannot discount any team in MPL SG Season 4. We have Slate and RSG SG right now tied. And of course, we have SMG SG, Zion, and for the lower bracket right now, we have Flash and Stellark. And of course, at 7th, we have Revival, and 8th, we have Evil. So that concludes our week 2, day 2, ladies and gentlemen. Now, today's matches have concluded, but there's still 2 more weeks to go. Remember, MPL SG Season 4 regular season runs every weekend, so don't miss out and catch us every Saturdays and Sundays. All right, so the teams will now go back to the drawing board now that half of the regular seasons are over. So really, what can we anticipate? Will they now put all of their cards on the table, or will they still keep some cards up their sleeve? That we are looking to find out. Now, the teams, the teams that are facing off next week, once again, as you guys can see on your screen, match 1 will be Revival versus Evil. And match 2, we have Flash versus Stellark. And match 3, we have Zion versus RSG SG. And for match 4, we have Slate versus Team SMG. What an exciting week next week, isn't it? So remember to catch us every Saturdays and Sundays for week 3 right here for MPL SG Season 4. So, with half of the regular season over, the standings are beginning to set in stone. We want to thank everyone who joined us today, who supported your favorite teams. Thank you so very much. And MPL SG Season 4 is powered by Moontan Games, as well as Zenway Productions, supported by Frank by OCBC, OSIM, and TikTok. Thank you so much for joining us right here today for Week 2, Day 2. My name is Cheryl Yao, your host for this season. Thank you, and see you next week.